but he keep on pulling over. Asking for a bit, he give a little back. All up in his head, trying to keep him on the racetrack. Shoot it down his line, catch it on coding. Do it for the thrills, that's what keeps him coming right back. You keep on talking, boy, but that's not what I need. You think you've had it, but I've got gotta have. Why you up there running through the grass? Want you, don't you want it bad? Don't you want it bad? I've got something that you gotta have. I'm the worst habit that you ever had. Why you up there running through the grass? I'm the worst habit that you ever had. I'm the worst habit that you ever had. He got me on the top, then he wanna take it lower. Riding up the job like we're on a roller coaster. Every time we're done, never want it to be over. If 5 or 6 a track, then the two of us are polar. Try to get away, always end up getting closer. Love you when I'm drunk, and I like you when I'm sober. You keep on talking, boy, but that's not what I need. You think you've had it, but I've got something gotta have. Why you up there running through the grass? Want you, don't you want it bad? Don't you want it bad? I've got something that you gotta have. I'm the worst habit that you ever had. Why you up there running through the grass? I'm the worst habit that you ever had. I'm the worst habit that you ever had. I've got something that you gotta have. Why you up there running through the grass? Want you, don't you want it bad? I'm the worst habit that you ever had. That you ever had.
Hello. Let me just double check the sound. Yep, okay. Sometimes I gotta check my mic volume because sometimes it'll just arbitrarily raise the volume and I won't know why. May RNGesus bless your relic cracks today. Oh yeah. I'm not doing it. Tarnish says it's pretty early. Motherfucker, it's 10 a.m. It's not that early. Maybe it's early for gamers, because you're gay. Not for me. Right when Shadow pops on. What, did you want to listen? I know, my playlist is based. But you have to relax. So today's just going to be a chill day. I don't know how long I'm going to stream for, just however long I feel like it. I don't really have any topics in mind. So if you came here for drama, there probably isn't going to be any. If you want, at least give Mitzi treats right now so I can see the baby. Okay, I'll go ahead and do that. Alright. Mitzi's here, so I might as well. Alright, let me get that set up real quick. Takes a little bit of adjusting. What about that one VTuber video? Which one? There's a lot of VTuber videos. One sec. Mitzi, want treat? Oh, actually, her treats are in the other room. One moment. Would you like to see some of the pirate... guys, if you have... You might as well just put it in... Like, if you're in the Discord, you might as well put it in suggestions. If you're not in the Discord, you can just DM it to me. That makes it easier for me instead of, like, putting it in chat. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go get her treats. Really wanted that one. Dropped it. Fuck. Good girl. Cat is trans confirmed. Nah, it's just the way the blanket is colored. No, that's not weird. I get it. I love how you say Mitzi's name. Mitzi also loves how I say Mitzi's name. Good girl. Mitzi. Now she's gonna look for more like a crackhead. I don't know why it's so zoomed in. Just zoom it out. There we go. No, I've never called her Witsy. Oops, wrong thing. Alright. She's... Like I've said before, she's probably not gonna stay there, so... Sorry, it's not one of her spots right now. One day I'll show you her little box that she made a bed out of. I had this, there's like a box with a blanket in it in my closet. And I guess at one point it fell over onto its side. And so... the opening of the box is like pressed up against another box, so it forms like this little hole, like a square hole, and it's just big enough that Mitzi can crawl in and out of. And I was looking around for her one day, and I found her there in the little hole in the closet inside the box, and it was so cute that I just left it the way it was, because I was like, well, she's comfortable in there clearly, so if it ain't broke, don't fix it, you know what I mean? Anyway, how you guys doing? So, again, nothing too special today. But yeah, if you have suggestions, I think there's a couple of things that I guess I don't mind like watching on the side, but I don't think there's anything I'm like super interested in covering. Like I'll go through some suggestions, but if I don't have a lot to say about it, I'm probably not going to continue to react to it, because I'm the kind of person that's like, if I don't have a lot to contribute to it, if I don't have a lot of commentary, I'm just not gonna play it on stream. You know. I'm not a big fan of just like, unless it's my own videos or my own content, I'm not a big fan of just letting content play out while I'm not there. Or if I have no, whatever. You get what I'm trying to say. I don't need to repeat myself. At the same time, I am gonna play some Warframe. Because, I've been playing a lot of Warframe. I've been getting back into Warframe. What the fuck? They added a new spider Warframe, which I'm not happy about. Yeah, Vlad is gonna respond to the video that's about him. Honestly, I'm probably not gonna... That's like his shit, that's his business. I'm not gonna react to that, because... The only reason I really reacted to the VQ video is just to see how bad like the commentary and the arguments were, and they were bad. Now, people misinterpret that as me, like, running defense for Vlad, and I don't know how clearly I can make this to you guys, but I'm not running defense for him. Vlad and I barely talk anymore. We're going in two completely separate directions in terms of content. And like I've said before, he's doing the like types of content that I have really no interest in. And we just don't really have much of a functional reason to talk to each other anymore. We're not on bad terms or anything, but it's just that we have nothing in, I guess it's like nothing in common, no similar like topics, I guess. I don't know. It was kind of, I don't know. Anyway, instead of rambling, I'll just try to think about what I'm gonna say before I say it. The entire point... Okay. Warframe's like, do you want to, like, spend 30 minutes downloading this shit? I'm like, no. No, I don't, actually. Do you know anything about the Sai and Lyo drama? All I know is that Sai criticized him and he's held a grudge about it ever since. I mean, that's just kind of how Lyo is, so... But anyway, Vlad. In my opinion, there are plenty of things to criticize Vlad for. I feel like Vlad is just my personal feelings, okay? I feel like Vlad is the kind of guy... I wouldn't ever expect him to, like, intentionally be dishonest or be a liar or lie about things. I think that Vlad is just the kind of guy that is very stubborn when he thinks that he's right about something. Even if he's completely wrong, and sometimes he is. Sometimes he's right, sometimes he's wrong. And he just gets incredibly stubborn and doesn't want to fact check sometimes. Because he is so confident that he's right about something that he just won't fact check it. I don't think it's out of malice, I think he's just stubborn. And so... But this, like, this whole thing about him being, like, racist, and, like, and I get it, the hard drive. Yeah, that was, like, the first thing I pointed out when I reacted to his videos way back, like, not even last year, almost 2 years ago now. I was like, that's fucking weird that you would just have a hard drive dedicated, well, according to him, a hard drive, like, just dedicated to zoo porn just for shock value. I think that's kind of weird. I don't think that he's a zoophile, though. I don't think that he's any sort of closeted degenerate in that regard. I think that he was just an elaborate troll, and still is. And just because I don't think he's a racist or a zoophile doesn't mean I think he's innocent. There's a lot of shit that he says and does that I don't agree with. Ever. That doesn't mean I'm gonna get up in arms and be like, I hate this guy now. I'm just indifferent. That's it. Anyway. That's my take on it. Sorry about my voice, it's just early in the morning. Like I said earlier, it wasn't early in the morning, and now it is. Okay, we're gonna get into Warframe for fun! What the hell? Oh. Why does it always do this? There we go. Alright, they sent me a lot of shit. I know it's not on screen yet. I'm working on it. Yeah, also Vlad said so many, like, things ironically about the hard drive that it was really hard to, like, know what was true and what wasn't when he was talking about it. Like, when he says he has terabytes of zoo porn, I don't believe that. Do I believe that he just had a bunch of fucking shock images? Yes. And like I said, I always thought it was fucking weird. You can go back to, like, the first video I watched that Gilded Pooh made. That was, like, before the interview I did. And back then I was like, why? Like, what's the functional purpose of even having that? But yeah, I don't know. I'm not in Vlad's circles anymore. I haven't been for quite a while. We're not on, again, we're not on bad terms. We just don't have any drama-related things in common, and our content is going in different directions. So, that's it. How am I gonna get... Okay, come on. I gotta get back into Warframe, too. No, I mean Monster Hunter, goddamn. What's wrong with my brain today? It's too early, and my coffee hasn't kicked in either. The wait is over! I have returned! Saturn, okay. Got it. Okay, let's go do that. I have Yareli Prime now. I gave her the color palette of Madoka Magica. Oh, I can make this. Neat. My back is so itchy. What else can I make? Always love making those. They're nice little bonus thingies. Oh, also I gotta move the window over here. Alright. I don't... So, I don't know if I want to react to, like, Predator drama today. I'm trying to steer away from that stuff. Like, I get it. Like, most dramas... I feel like most people don't take a lot of dramas seriously or think it's boring if there's not a child predator involved somehow, or someone isn't being accused of child predation. Everyone just goes, oh, this drama's boring. I'm just getting, like, very worn out of Predator stuff. I say that because I see your suggestion. Good morning, good morning. Monster Hunter title update 2 patch notes look so fucking good. Like, little quality of life stuff? Yeah. Who the fuck is Steve? Fair enough? Yeah. It's okay, though. I'd rather like cover something a bit more chill today. I think there's only so many ways I can say, hey, child predation is bad, guys. You know what I mean? Alright, let's go see Barrow Katir. Also, how's the volume? Oh. Volume's a little high, I realize. Let me fix that. There we go. Alright, y'all let me know if the volume is too quiet or too loud, the video game in the music volume. What the hell is this? What the hell is this? Oh, okay. I still gotta do that fucking Warframe mission, don't I? Ah, so we got 2 returning monsters. That'll be fun. Alright, let's go see Barrow. See what kind of new shit he's got today. I wanted the 20-second thing because it's funny as all. Well, I can do that. I don't mind funny. Jesus Christ, Villa put in a bunch of links! Villa, where do I even start? Well, like, which one is the best one to start with? She gave me 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 videos. It was like, here, go for it. I was like, where to, what, but where, why? I assume that she put them in, like, chronological order of, like, understanding.
My latest safari in the void has yielded spectacular finds.
TB will always miss you. Why are people, like, running around as humans all of a sudden? Like, where'd this come from? I've noticed this. I've noticed that a bunch of people are, like, running around with, like, human heads on their Warframes now. Like, what's that about? What is this? Alright, anything that I just have way too much of. Paris Prime, get that shit out of here. Bronco, out of here. So many of this is just cheap garbage. I should probably double check some of these on the marketplace though. Always have the marketplace open with this game. Just randomly pick one like Russian roulette. Humanity #1. Okay guys, update. Villa gave me 4 more videos on top of the 8 that she already gave me. Villa's like, I've been waiting for this day. You don't know how long I've been waiting for you to ask me. Alright, how much is the Neuroptics on the marketplace? Only 5. I mean, 5 is not a bad number. I might hold on to those. 5 platinum is not bad for like a single piece, because it adds up when you're selling a lot, like I do. How about this barrel? 3? Nah, trash. If it's less than 5, I'm selling it. Revenant. Chassis. 7? Ooh, okay. That's worth holding on to. Now, I actually need to hold on to 2 of these barrels, so... How come... Why do I have sudden dyslexia? What the hell's going on with me? 3? Nah, trash. Need to hold on to 2 of them, because I haven't crafted it yet. Chassis? Nah, trash. Get the hell out of here. Receiver? Trash. Get the hell out of here. I know, so riveting gameplay happening right now. Economics. Oh, the blueprint for this is 5 apiece. That's not bad. Hold on to that. Chassis... 2? Get the hell out of here. Arrow. 5 apiece. It's not bad. Hang on to it. Might be worth something. Nidus. 4 apiece. Trash. Get the hell out of here. That should be enough for now. Won't bore you with the details. Okay, I don't want to scar... What are we talking about? I'm a former fan of pirate software, that's why I'm invested. That's fair. What are we talking about? Doesn't he also have a ferret allegation? Sorry, I haven't been listening. I'm scared to ask about the ferret. The ferret in furry drama is less important. I personally don't care about that stuff. I think the damage he's done to gaming is more pertinent. Yeah, fuck the ferret! What did he do to my favorite video game? There is zero concrete proof he abuses his ferrets or that he shoves gnomes up his ass. That's very specific. Very specific. A gnome up the ass? No, don't fuck the ferret. Good point. Alright, Barrow, what you got? Smite the mer- Ooh, that's actually good. Because I like fighting the murmur. The murmur. Wait. I gotta check. Okay, I don't actually have it yet. That's good. That's a good one to have. What the hell is this? What the hell is this? Killing an enemy has a 60% chance to amuse a certain void entity. What the fuck does that mean, though? Is that good? Is that a good thing to do? Villa, help. Villa, can I assume that the... She just says, I'm sorry. Can I assume that the first video you sent me in the suggestions is the best one to start with? Because otherwise, where the fuck do I begin with all this? What's this look like? Okay, nah, that looks like garbage. We already, I think we have that mastered. Yes, we do. Okay. So is this a skin or... Oh no, it's a weapon. Okay, new weapon. We take those.
A pleasure doing business with you, Tenno. Perhaps you'll come to one of my next
Hunter Beacon lures the Zanuka hunter out of hiding. One-time use gear item that will only be used in locations where the assassin would appear. Is that worth taking? I have no idea. I have no idea what's good and what isn't. New weapon, we take those.
If you like that, come back next time on Unraveling. I'll have something extra special for you.
That's cool. I think that's it. I don't think I need anything else. I guess I'll take it. I might as well. I've got the ducats for it. Alright, buddy. Thanks. See you later. See you next time. Au revoir. Au revoir. Alright. Get me out of here. I'm also out of endo. I need to get more of that. I'm certain his first controversy was the WoW hardcore fiasco no, which then led to the Dr. K interview. Yeah, that's one of the videos that she sent me. Villa's at work right now, so I don't expect her to answer all my questions. So I'm kind of on my own here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to assume that the order that she sent them to me is the order that I should view them. So we're just going to jump in completely blind and hope for the best. And I also hope that whatever was going on with my YouTube player the other day has fixed itself, hopefully. God damn it. Hang on a sec. If not, I have workarounds, I suppose. Let's see. First up. First on the chopping block is this concise Dr. K interview summary. Guess we'll start with that.
In recent news.
Hold up. I haven't started yet. No. Oh, wait, actually, hold on.
In recent news, Twitch streamer and game developer.
Okay. I mean, one more thing we could try is opening it up on something like Firefox. I remember Rev can play a mean tune on this game. The Warframe or the person? So, Lazy, can you explain to me a little bit about the WoW hardcore fiasco? Because I'm kind of going into this pirate software guy completely blind. No, like at the instrument on the game. Ah, yeah. When you try to enter a password and you're confident that it's correct and then it's completely wrong. Okay. Well, I'm gonna have to figure that out later. I'm gonna see if doing it on a different browser is better.
In recent news, Twitch.
I've been thinking of switching back to Firefox anyway, so let's give this a try. It doesn't even want to recognize that Firefox is a thing right now. As usual. Okay, that's fine. Hold on. I'll just make a new one, I suppose. Yeah, so basically he was playing WoW Hardcore in a group, and he basically fucked over his team and ran away, letting them all die and lose their characters. The most gamer drama ever. Okay, put it on my second monitor. I think it works, ladies and gentlemen. Let's find out. So you say that had like a snowball effect where it just led to drama after drama after drama after that? Okay. Or was he a Nepo baby? I have no idea. Alright, let's get this started. Let's get this show on the road. Damn it. Hang on.
Streamer and game developer Pirate Software recently participated in a live stream
Yeah, okay, so whatever the issue is, it was definitely Opera, because it's not happening here.
therapy session with licensed psychiatrist and fellow internet personality
It's always bad news when you decide to get into an interview with a licensed psychologist on YouTube. What the hell are you doing?
Dr. K. During the stream session with Dr. K, the psychiatrist reportedly
What the hell is this AI-generated voice? Dr. K.
addressed Hall directly regarding the past World of Warcraft scandal and confronted him about his reaction and attitude toward the controversy. Here are some of the highlights from the stream.
Okay.
Right, but my understanding of the situation is
Why? The fact that you even have to talk to a psychologist about World of Warframe? What the fuck is wrong with me? World of Warcraft drama. Alright.
that you were kind of an ass about something involving a WoW raid, and then my guess is that you were kind of an ass with the way that you responded to it, because you're really good at being an ass.
Dr.
Okay.
K attempts the impossible, humbling at Pirate Software.
Oh, now it's a completely different voice.
I think sometimes the things that I talk about in regards to those types of things is misconstrued as arrogance or boasting. When in reality, I'm just trying to give context.
Okay.
So that
If
is
that
the
makes
problem right there. So I want you to listen to this phrase.
Sure.
This gets misconstrued as arrogance, but in reality, it's this.
No, it's okay, Villa. I know you're working today.
Yeah.
That is the most arrogant statement on the planet.
What? I don't... It's a little accusatory. It's not. This is... So far, shitty psychologist.
Bro. Like, tell me I'm wrong.
Okay.
It's bad practice for a psychologist to be like, tell me I'm wrong. That is the most arrogant sentence on this planet. Fuck off.
I don't see it that way, but all right.
Right? So, oh yeah, so you don't see it that way. You're wrong.
No.
Dr. K.
What? I hate this guy. Are we sure it's not the psychologist that's being an arrogant prick right now?
spitting facts at Pirate Software.
I know y'all think that Oblivion is an amazing...
And look, I get it. I'm sure Pirate Software is like an absolute prick and awful. I get it. I'm just looking at this from a completely blind perspective of just like face value. I'm not liking the cut of this other guy's jib.
game. I'd give it a 10 out of 10, but Oblivion is the start of the decline of the Elder Scrolls series. Oblivion is the first step in the wrong direction to what ended up as Starfield.
Yeah, I hate psychologists, like YouTube psychologists that just sensationalize everything and make their... Like, they couldn't be successful with their degree in the actual field of psychology, so they turned to YouTube to pseudo-analyze people. Two dickwads talking to each other? Yeah. It's like Dr. Grande. It's just this sheer arrogance that really annoys me about some of these people. Like, just because they went to school and got a degree in psychology means they know fucking everything.
That is something for a lot of people to have difficulty understanding, right? Because Oblivion was a great game. It's a 10 out of 10. But if
What
you
did
wanna
Dr. Grande do? He's a dickhead too, okay? Alright? He's also a dickhead.
really understand the glory
He's
that is Elder
obnoxious.
Scrolls, you have to play more.
Don't you dare touch my favorite YouTuber! Don't you
I
dare!
was very divided on this topic.
The chat is wrong.
Dr. K and Pirate Software seems dismissive.
Over this whole over the last 2 hours, there's something about the way that I hear you talk that rubs me the wrong way.
You're just giving me weird vibes, dude. Me, as a psychologist, I can just say with pure confidence that your vibes are rancid. Why are these blue? Why are you blue? I don't have Villa here to explain to me what the hell is going on. Don't worry, this is a slow cooker. You'll understand. They should just make out already. It kind of is like a... Your vibes are so off.
There's something about the way that you talk that
There's something about you that I just can't resist.
seems dismissive.
100% even in the clip here, you can see him flippantly laughing, shrugging it off. It's just rude and annoying, dismissive behavior for sure. Bro, I don't understand why he accepted to talk with Dr. K if he doesn't like getting called out and can't take critiques. Did he expect Dr. K to praise everything about him?
Yeah, that's what I don't understand. It's like, why would you even agree to this in the first place? Like, did he think, like, this internet psychologist would be like, yeah, you're cool, you're a cool guy, I like you. I guess that's the arrogance about him, is that he was arrogant enough to think that he could, like... That he could, I don't know, win over a psychologist publicly to save face or something.
The live session on May 2nd occurred months after a prior incident involving Hall's World of Warcraft playthrough, caused widespread controversy, and took over social media in early
Jesus Christ.
2025. Following the criticism from the WoW drama, Hall reportedly began banning...
Yes, I made the decision to kick Pirate. I felt a large majority of people... Okay, so he's basically... So he was like a massive shitter on World of Warcraft to the point where it became like YouTube drama. Okay. Why do I support who?
hardcore WoW-only Fang streamers from his Twitch chat. In the period
I don't
since the
know
World
who
of
that
Warcraft
is.
incident, Hall has become a frequent target for online criticism. Viewers have also made subsequent claims, accusing him of cheating during playthroughs of other games, specifically The Outer Wilds and Animal Well. He made a selfish play in a WoW raid that led to some of his guildmates dying, and since they were in hardcore, their characters get deleted. Instead of saying, "Sorry guys, I panicked and made a bad play, my bad," he doubled, tripled, quadrupled, and quintupled down that he did nothing wrong and it was everyone else's fault. This behavior pissed off enough people that everyone's who had a grudge against him from several different communities over the years, including EVE Online and Second Life, started piling on him as well to reveal he's always been an insufferable asshole who is physically incapable of taking any form of criticism and always has to be the smartest person in the room, who is never incorrect, ever. Other clips of him making bad plays in Ashes of Creation started popping up in the aftermath, and other allegations that he's been cheating at relatively
Thanks,
popular
Villa.
puzzle games, solving puzzles in just a few minutes that took the game's respective communities weeks of collaborative effort to complete, but he'd always do it in the dumbest fashion possible, usually getting several initial steps wrong, and then magically arriving at the answer after taking a bathroom break.
Dr. K talks to Pirate Software about responding to the drama in a shorter way.
I was smug. And then there's a lot that comes after that. How would you feel about just ending it after that first paragraph?
I hate that.
Okay.
I have like an immediate, emotionally angry response against that.
Very good.
Because it feels like idiocracy.
Okay.
It feels like
So he also was like the kind of person that would like pre-watch shit or watch Let's Plays of something and then do it himself to be like, I can figure this out. He figured it out the day the guide for it came out, a guide that was a collaborative effort, by the way.
that's too long, didn't read.
Woof.
I don't need all those words when few words do gooder. That I hate that shit.
Gooder.
I super hate that kind of communication of like there's a lot of people that say like, oh, you should just say my bad, guys. No. That does not in any way explain a situation. That doesn't tell you any information that is real. It is hand-waving for the masses in a way that is disingenuous to what happened and disingenuous to the people that are involved. I feel like to do that would be just me lying for the sake of lying so that people would fuck off.
Pirate Software bullied by a 4-year-old child.
Void fishers.
What the?
You need them to open a relic,
Get a clip.
But are you confident you can withstand their fury?
And when I say making content out of it, one of those creators actually had his child on video with the face blurred out say, "Pirate Software is disgusting."
What?
Like,
No!
You're near a fisher.
Destiny reacts to Hassan and Ethan.
Is that is that a real clip? I'm assuming it's not because it would be shown here if it was, right? I died immediately. What the hell's wrong with me? Get out of here!
Debate.
Thumbnail? Yes, that's what I said. This is the thumbnail that's still up. Now,
Phones are dropping
let me
Oh,
ask you
good.
this.
Destiny's here and
Miss
Ethan.
Rogan's thumbnail for the Sabra hummus Bureau. In the F
Hummus?
tier is me and Ben Shapiro. Ben Shapiro is not in
Wait, I'm confused. What is... Now we're talking about Destiny and Ethan. I'm so confused, dude. I feel like I get lost so easily when it's so fast-paced like this. Poor Villa, she has to go to work soon. Oh, you know what? I have like shitty weapons this time around. That's probably not helping. I'm gonna try and use my better weapons. There we go. Ugh.
Fearless. He has never explored or used. Why do you think Ben Shapiro is on the
Enlaa
F?
change chat to subs only. I can't hold them off forever.
Whoa! Answer the question. What
Ugh.
your thoughts?
I don't even know how to do that. I can't hold them off. Please! Okay, fine, hold on.
Delivered a life support capsule to the area.
It's hard for me to do that while in a
Activating it
Warframe
will buy
match.
you more time.
Villa's like, her back to the door. It's like, please! You gotta stop them! Hold the door! Hold the door! Hold on! Hang on, Villa, I'm coming to the rescue. I don't even know how to do this. Hold the door! Hold the door! How do I even... How do I even... How do I even change it?
Life support incoming.
Poor Villa. I'm trying. I don't even know how to do that. I've never had to before. Fuck. You'd think that they would make it easy, but I don't even know what to do.
Another life support capsule.
Hang on, someone's bleeding out over here. I could do it for you. If I could do it for you, I would. Well, you should be able to, right? Hold on a sec. Actually, I think there's a way to do that for you, Villa. Hold on a sec. Motherfucker, this is such a bad time for this. Thank you. God damn it. I'm letting my teammates down. Oh my god. It sucks because YouTube, the way that YouTube has this shit set up is so annoying. There. Now you should be, I think. Ow! I don't know, see if you can now, Villa.
The raid is off to a successful start. Extraction is available if you need it.
I didn't even get my relics! There were like a bunch of relics in this room, and then they just disappeared. Not from here. Shit. I'm just gonna leave this instance and figure fix that. Oh my god, I can't- it won't even let me leave, dude. Yeah, I don't know. I don't care. Hey, Mr. Gamer. I like that the guides don't help either. It's like, find the live chat option. It's like, what if there isn't one? What if there isn't one? Then what do I do? Well, no, then you're fucked, I guess. Yeah. Okay. I think I found an actual guide that will help me. I mean, it's just like YouTube's UI and like how they hide options behind menu after menu is part of the problem. But I think I finally have it figured out. Maybe. We'll see. Ugh, this is annoying. It's like, go to the live chat under details, and it's like, there is none! There is none! I don't like setting it to that, though, because I'd rather have people be able to come in and chat. I mean, yeah, but it's so stupid. Oh my god. Alright, I finally figured it out. Jesus Christ. The guides were bullshit. The guides were, like, not helpful at all. But I figured it out. God damn. For fuck's sake. That was like pulling teeth, dude. Now keep in mind, this won't stop them from, like, continuing to do it, but they'll at least have to wait a little bit, and hopefully their attention spans can't handle that. God damn, that's annoying. It'd be, like, more manageable if YouTube wasn't such dog shit, like, the UI wasn't so fucking confusing and so unhelpful. Alright, let's back up, like, a ton here. Whoa! Lacey Truggan, thanks for the 10 for your troubles. Thank you so much. Thanks for that, man. I appreciate it. God damn. Villa's like, it's okay. This won't be forever. It's like, bitch, I know! Yeah, who knows? You never know, like, how people act. You never know how they are. Alright, let's get back to this. You're the one complaining about turning it on, Vitard. True. But that's what I do, I complain. That's my job. My job is to complain. Let's not do Steel Path. Because that just makes it harder on myself. Alright. Conjunction. Do I even have any relics, like, that I don't need to upgrade for this? Well, obviously I do. Hold on. Yeah, this one. Easy. Alright. I'm adding VTard. Yeah, that was the name that Dion made up for VTubers. Unintentionally, but it was still funny. Alright, sorry. We're going back so I can get this context that I missed out.
Usually getting several initial steps wrong, and then magically arriving at the answer after taking a bathroom break.
Dr. K talks to Pirate Software about responding to the drama in a shorter way.
I was smart. And then there's a lot that comes after that. How would you feel about just ending it after that first paragraph?
I hate that.
You from this place.
Okay.
I have like an immediate, emotionally angry response against that because it feels like idiocy.
Okay.
Huh.
It feels like that's too long, didn't read. I don't need all those words when few words do gooder. That I
Gooder.
hate that. Like I super hate that kind of communication of like there's a lot of people who just say like, oh, you should just say my bad guys. No, that does not in any way explain a situation. That doesn't tell you any.
I mean, I guess, but like, what are the, like... I mean, I get what he's saying, that, like, if you were just to say something superficial, like, oops, or my bad, I get that it feels superficial, but, like, you also don't need anything that's super long to get your point across either. I think maybe he just misunderstands, or I'm misunderstanding, or I don't know.
Information that is real, it is hand-waving for the masses in a way that is disingenuous to what happened and disingenuous to the people that are involved. I feel like to do that would be just me lying for the sake of lying so that people would fuck up.
Pirate Software
I don't see how it'd be lying, though. Sorry.
Pirate Software bullied by a 4-year-old child.
Pirate Software bullied by a 4-year-old child.
And when I say making content out of it, one of those creators actually had his child on video with the face blurred out say,
The descent to madness will come in time. Okay.
Like,
No!
Destiny reacts to Hassan and Ethan's debate.
Thumbnail? Yes, that's what I said.
Destiny reacts to Hassan and Ethan's debate.
Thumbnail?
But why? Wait, why is this in here though? What does that have to do with Pirate Software? That Ethan is reacting to a debate between Destiny? That's the Ethan Klein / Destiny, what ship? Destiny is their ship name.
Yes, that's what I said. This is the thumbnail that's still up. Now, let me ask you this, Hassan.
Uh-oh.
Here's Frogan's thumbnail for the Sabra Hummus tier list. In the
Sabra
F
Hum.
tier
See, he does
is
it
me
too.
And Ben Shapiro. Ben Shapiro is not in the tier list. He has never explored or used.
Oh, okay,
Why do you
so
think
I can
Ben
skip
Shapiro
this.
is on the F tier.
That Ethan and Ben are similar in character. It also...
Okay, so the rest of this I can skip. Awesome. So I think I got the gist of the Dr. K interview, but I'll give it a little bit of time. A little bit of breathing time. God damn it. Wrong browser. Here we go. Hey Tarnish, do you want to be a chat mod to help out? You don't have to, but figured I'd offer. Since Clef and Villa are people with lives, and they can't always be here to help out.
That's it. You opened the relic.
Oops.
Finish your mission.
Didn't mean to
and
do
take a
that.
look inside.
At least now I'm actually getting my relics. Ow! Yeah, Yarly Prime is fun. I honestly don't know what my favorite Warframe is yet. Okay, we'll listen to a little bit of this just to kind of get a basic premise of what the conversation is, and then we'll move on.
Another Healthy Gamer GG stream. My name is Dr. Alok Kanoja. Just a reminder.
Never done on YouTube at all, Janny. It's okay, you just have to right-click and then it tells you what to do.
The stream today is intended to be taken as medical advice. Everything is for educational and entertainment purposes.
Yeah,
only.
disclaimer,
If
disclaimer,
you have
disclaimer.
a medical concern or question, please go see a licensed professional.
Awesome.
So today we're going to be talking with Thor, Pirate Software, and I understand. I don't know the details, chat, but I understand that there has been some drama.
Is this real?
I saw that there was drama. I don't know exactly what's going on, but I think we're going to be talking about that.
Have you been? I've been fine. I've been better.
Wherever I feel like
everything's
but I think
fine.
that there's been some stuff that's been going on, and it kind of feels like one of these like elephant in the room situations.
There you go. Thank you.
where
Thank
if
you,
we
Tarnished.
Just, like, pretend nothing happened. It feels like super awkward. But I don't.
Also,
know.
can you
I don't
hear
know,
it
to be
okay?
honest. Like, I don't really follow.
Oh,
like,
Tarnished,
the
it was
drama
just
very
a
much.
chat raid from people.
But yeah, whatever.
But
happens.
I think
We're
it's
gonna
cleared
see.
up now.
We're gonna
I'm not
just,
sure.
Just talk. So I really enjoy talking to Thor. We've
But
talked to him
just
a
in
couple of
case
times
people
before.
spam,
It's
you
usually
can just
been a
hide
great
them from the
conversation that
channel.
people have enjoyed. I understand that people are a lot of people are unhappy with him, more unhappy. So we're gonna just figure out what's up with that.
So we're just gonna
as
figure out
always,
what's up with that. By the
we
power of
are,
Lindsay Ho, I have the
we try
power!
to be like compassionate and understanding. That doesn't necessarily mean
I don't... From the clips I saw of this interview, I don't know if it was compassionate and understanding, but I could be wrong.
we're
Could be wrong.
non-judgmental, right? So that's not one of our key values, but our values are to be authentic.
I don't know, the clips I saw came off as very judgmental. I don't know.
and compassionate, and recognize that, like,
High discretion.
you know, people sometimes struggle, sometimes make mistakes, sometimes
They will drain
have
your life support unless they
stuff
are
going on. So we try to be as like, understanding of that as we can. And I'd ask y'all to be like as understanding as you can.
Wow,
Before
dude.
we hop in with
You're
Thor,
so cool.
and we just do that for everybody, right? It's not like he's getting special treatment. That's just what we do here.
That's just what we do here,
So
because we're
we've
so cool.
Added, we have a quick update to our Mental Health Awareness Month calendar.
God
so I'm
damn
gonna
it.
show y'all.
Fucking, when did we get to the actual interview?
Been Thor.
It's been rough.
Yeah, I hear that. So I don't really follow,
So I've heard.
you know, internet drama. So you want to talk about what's been going on, or you want to like not talk? Oh, which is like totally fine.
I like how he sets up this interview, and then he's like, do you want to talk, like, would you like to talk about it? It's like, if he said no, what would you do then? Would you just talk about something else entirely different? Like, alright, cool. So, what's the weather? Dr. K was saying the things he was saying to try and appeal to Thor's logic. Who is Thor? Is that pirate software?
I think recently I've actually been dealing with a ferret rescue. So I guess we start.
A ferret rescue. Is that what he said?
We had, and this kind of ties back into it too. So we had 2 deaths in the rescue this last week.
Oh. So he runs a ferret. So he runs a ferret rescue. From what I understand, what he's saying, that's a noble pursuit, I'd say. They forgot to save one though. There was one that they couldn't save. They couldn't free in time, but that's okay. Nobody's perfect. Jason Thor. Okay. So what you're saying is that Dr. K said that at the beginning to, in a sense, okay, this is gonna sound accusatory, but it sounds like if he was only saying that to appeal to him, then he was sort of like baiting him into a call or luring him into a false sense of security into the call, and then like confronted him. Is that what am I understanding that right? Or am I completely off base? I'm just going based off how you described it.
And I'm finding that I can't emotionally connect with every animal. You just can't do it. It's not humanly possible to do that because you're going to lose them.
Yeah, Dr. K is the therapist.
At all times. It's not a healthy thing to do.
Not a very good therapist thing to do, in my
I've been
opinion.
going through that through like the last couple of them, but the last one really messed me up because it was
Okay,
Ghost.
Villa.
And Ghost is one of the first rescue ferrets. And this animal was like physically abused badly. And when I went to go pick her up, she was like one of the first ones that I went to go pick
I'm
up.
so happy we're talking about your ferrets.
Normally they'd give you in like a carrier. And
I like the
all excited,
little Discord
and,
thing.
I'm really sorry, I feel bad.
Okay, that's fair, Villa. That's fair.
Because they just can't cover it.
But yeah, I don't. I don't need to hear about the ferrets, dude. We all know that nobody is listening to this interview to hear about the ferrets. Thank you for running a ferret rescue, but nobody's here for that.
Which is kind of common because people don't know how to handle them. Is that? I think that's just. I don't know.
Yeah, let me see. 'Cause it seems like
some
he's
Akumu
saying he's
issues?
jacked up is
What is going on?
And we all made it out alive on that one. So we.
Okay, so this is the WoW thing.
Okay, cool. Thank you, chat.
Yeah.
Thank you, chat. Love
I
you.
don't know. I think he sounds buttery smooth, dude. With butter.
That's super funny.
Okay.
Yeah, so this whole thing started with like World of Warcraft Classic.
Okay.
Okay.
It's pretty simple OnlyFans. You kind of meme around, you make characters, but it's hardcore, so the character dies. But it's a character video, right?
Okay.
So we're doing this dungeon, and always make a run. But it's kind of before that, because we did the dungeon before that in a group, and we failed.
God, imagine Final Fantasy XIV hardcore mode. If you wipe once, that's it. You have to start back from the beginning from a Realm Reborn.
It's like, oh shit, everybody's running, everyone's freaking out, and we all made it out alive.
Okay.
So we decided to go back in. Probably shouldn't have done that. When you have a group that falls apart like that, you probably shouldn't do it again. But we went back in.
Okay.
And on this one, a pole was made that was way too big. We weren't ready for it, and then all of us fucked up. Like every single one of us did.
Ah, yes. It was a teamwork issue. All right.
I talked about it online for it.
Oh,
But
okay.
there was a pinnacle moment where.
Thanks for letting me know.
Run. So we all ran, because you're letting a guy be a shot caller. And then as I ran, he goes,
Fuck off.
"Why are you running?" to me, and I'm like,
What are you running?
I could be a dick right now and be like, "You told us to run." Right? I could just like.
I can't select the audio now.
Like you did that, and I was like, "What do you want me to do for you?" Right? And I said, "What do you want me to do for you?" Look at my mana, because it was mostly out of mana, but I had resources that I could have done for it. And I tried to make like kind of a light of the situation, and I was mostly irritated. It was an irritation response, not like a real accurate.
So, hold on. I'm trying to
We
understand
all
here.
ran, because you're letting a guy that falls apart like that.
Oh my god. Lotus, shut up!
Destroy these manifestations. The sentient is onto you. Look out for troopers.
Just gonna turn it way down, and dialogue volume is gonna be way down. I probably should have done that to begin with. There. It's at 5% and it's still so overpowering, this game. That's still so loud. It's like volume adjustments don't do anything until you get to 0. Alright, well let me know if that's better.
Probably shouldn't do it again.
Alright, see you, Dragon.
And on this one, a poll was made that was way too big. We weren't ready for it, and then all of us fucked up.
Okay, I get it now. So they pulled way too many mobs. And they just fucked up.
Like every single one of us did, including me. And I talked about it online for it. But there was a pinnacle moment where one of the guys said, run, run, run. So we all ran, because you're letting a guy be a shot caller. And then as I ran, he goes, why are you running to me? And I'm like, I could be a dick right now and be like, you told us to run, right? I could just like reflect that, be like, what are you talking about? Like, you did that.
That wouldn't be a dick move, though. That would just be you clarifying why you're running. That would just be you answering his questions. Like, you just say, well, you just said to run. That's not you being a dick, though.
And I was like, what do you want me to do for you? Right? And I said, what do you want me to do for you?
That's more of a dick response than you told me to run. Saying, well, what do you want me to do? Well, what do you want me to do? Because that's in a I'm assuming it's a tense situation. I know it's just a video game, but like in a situation like that where like every second is key, and so any second where you're having miscommunications is hazardous. You want to be as clear as possible. And the most clear, precise answer would be to say, well, you told me to run. And then they could correct you and say, no, don't run, stay here. But instead, you're just like, well, what do you want me to do? And it's like, well, now you're just starting an argument, and there's no time for that.
Look at my mana, because it was mostly out of mana, but I had resources that I could have done for it. And I tried to make, like, kind of a light of the situation, and I was mostly irritated. It was an
Yeah, probably not the best time for that, in the middle of a hardcore raid. Probably not the best time to try and make light of the situation just because you're a little bit irritated. But why'd you get so, like, irritated just based off of that?
irritation response, not like a.
It sounds like a weird
response.
reaction.
And it turned into this massive meme. And there's people in chat getting banned for it right now, even. So for over 100 days now, there's people that spam mana gem and you're out of resources and run away from your friends and all this kind of shit. And the thing that's crazy about that is, tying back into the Ferret stuff, is when Ghost died, my YouTube got littered with comments saying Ghost died because she was out of mana.
Oh my god.
That's the shit that I'm getting every day now. Because these aren't people that give a shit about World of Warcraft. They're not people that give a shit about those characters. They're not people that care about any of this.
Massive leap. Oh, here, hold on.
And the thing that's crazy about that is, tying back into the Ferret stuff, is situation, and I was mostly irritated. It was an irritation response, not like a real accurate response. And it turned into this massive meme. And there's people in chat getting banned for it right now. So for over 100 days now, there's people that spam.
Well, okay, but then what happened? You said I was out of mana, and then what? And then what happened? He kind of just forgot to finish the story, because I don't even... I'm assuming they all wiped, right? From the way that he, like... I mean, I don't... So is this like a clip that you can see online? Anywhere? I guess I could try and look it up. It's permadeath. If you're playing efficiently, it takes at least a week of non-stop play to get to max level. Yeah. Yeah, I would be annoyed too. Especially if someone was like trying to quote make light of it in the middle of that. It's like, but why, dude? Everyone but Thor and one or two others died. Ah. Okay.
Mana gem and you're out of resources and run away.
So of course he would be like, well, it's just a video game, why does it matter? Because he's not the one that just lost his hardcore character. I see.
From your friends and all this kind of shit. And the thing that's crazy about that is, tying back into the Ferret stuff, is when Ghost died, my YouTube got littered with comments saying Ghost died because she was out of mana.
First of all, not very nice. Not very nice.
Oh my god.
Oh my goodness.
That's the shit that I'm getting every day now. Because these aren't people that give a shit about World of Warcraft. They're not people that get...
Well, I mean, I'm sorry that you're getting that shit, but it does go away eventually. You know what I mean? It will go
Give a shit
away.
about those characters. They're not
But
people
the fact
care
that
about
you're giving it headspace, the fact that you're giving it attention is just what's going to, like, make people do it more. Because now they know it's bothering you. I would have said Ghost died because they are weak and lacked hatred. I'm assuming that's a reference to WoW, like the story or something.
any of this stuff. They just want to hate me, and they're doing everything they
Oh my God.
possibly can to do that in the most vicious and fucked up way.
They're doing it because they know it annoys you. They do it because they're trolling you. It's not always like out of hatred. It's such a strong way to put it. Sometimes people just do it because they have nothing better to do. 9 times out of 10, people aren't like trolling or spamming or saying shitty things like that out of pure malice. Most of the time, it's just because they are bored and immature and have nothing better going on. Okay, I'm trying to find this guy. Okay, good. Alright, he's recovered. He's fine.
I've ever seen. And it is thousands of people.
He
It is
died
not
for
a
the
small group,
Alliance.
It is thousands. And I get this shit every day. And then there's people that come in and they go, oh, it's so funny. I just said mana in his chat and I got banned. It's like, yeah, we've banned 50,000 people on Twitch.
Here's the thing about, like, sharing personal information, especially when it's, like, the death of a pet or the death of an animal or something like that. If you're gonna share that with people, like, don't share personal stuff on the internet if you aren't prepared for it to be weaponized against you in some way. If you aren't gonna be able to handle it being weaponized against you in some way, don't share it on the internet. If you can't emotionally deal with that. So, if something like that happens in your personal life, maybe keep it to yourself if you aren't ready for people to weaponize it.
Alone for this shit. 50,000 accounts so far.
How am I
And
gonna
about
get to these
14,000
guys?
have gotten unbanned because they put an unbanned request because they're like, oh, I didn't realize it was that big of a deal. It's like, dude, this is crazy. It's been going on for over 100 days now.
I've been
amazing.
counting.
Yes, it's about over 100 now. And it's not just
Yes,
that.
100.
It spiraled out into other things where people made all kinds of...
It's because you keep giving it attention, that's why. If you just didn't react to it... And, like, I'm not saying you can't ban people for doing that, but, like, if it gets no reaction from you personally, then like, people are gonna drop it eventually. Yeah, it's like, that's just how it, like, that's just how the internet is. People are cruel sometimes. Most of the time, it's just because they're bored. Like, honestly, I'm so lost, dude. I hate these maps sometimes. Okay, it's through this tiny little hole. Thanks, game.
of wild-ass accusations on me. They tried to say I was a pedophile at one point.
Of course they did.
Because I had a friend.
What is drama
back
without
when I was, like,
pedophile
19,
allegations
and
now?
They were like 17. We're still friends today. We're both almost 40. And they tried to make up
Whoa, this
allegations
guy's
about-
almost 40? He looks like a teenager. What? Every time I've seen this guy on somebody's like live stream when they're covering pirate software, he just looked like a really feminine, like, he looks like a young, like, feminine guy. It's because of the hair. It's because of the hair. and his skinniness. Jesus Christ. The hell?
Two of us, and she had to come out, or he had to come out and say, like, no, this is bullshit. That never happened. Like, what the fuck's wrong with you?
I'm coming.
So, like, we keep getting, like, these... Basically, I got gish galloped for a while, where it's like...
Gish galloped?
Shitload of weird... gish gallop is like, I say a whole bunch of lies about you, and you can't respond fast enough, so it looks like they're true. Is basically the way that it felt. So it was like a whole bunch of, like, weird accusations.
Yeah, just piling
all
on
at the same time,
accusations.
as quickly as possible. And it's weird, because when you fight against them, I found... Something that's really odd to me is I've never seen this
He's
before
a
on the
hack.
internet. Normally, when you ignore stuff, it kind of goes away. You can't ignore things now. If you ignore something like that, people immediately think it's true. When it's serious allegations like that, you have to respond. So immediately respond.
Yeah.
When I did that, there was a very large number of people that go, no one thought that was real anyway. And then there was a whole other group of people that go, oh, you're fighting it, which means it's true.
I
It's
see.
like,
Oh, those... There's always going to be that, though. People are always going to be like, oh, if you respond, you're guilty. If you don't, you're guilty. There's always going to be damned if you do, damned if you don't people. You have to just sort of navigate that with yourself. Like, you're not going to appease everybody. You kind of just have to do your own thing. And the people who believe you, or the people who stand by you will stand by you, and then the people who don't will eventually find somebody else. And you can't control that. You can't fight that. It is what it is. You just kind of have to keep on going, doing what you want. We were talking about Asmongold's twin brother. Yeah, Villa really, really wants me to cover this, and I'm going in 100% blind. So I had no prior knowledge to any of this before this, so I'm going in 100% blind. I don't know anything about what's going on, except for what I've learned up to now.
Where is this coming from? It's like the most whiplash, strange behavior that I've seen on that stuff pretty much ever. And
It's so strange. It's so bizarre. And it's kind of just normal for the internet.
But yeah, it's invested internet trolling. Yeah, I think it's the most invested that I've seen with this kind of stuff. It reminds me a lot of like Coney 2012.
What? Coney 2012? What? Bro, I don't even know who the fuck you are. How are you gonna be like, this is Coney 2012, and most people probably don't know who you are? Anyone mentions Coney 2012, and even most normies would be like, oh yeah, that thing that happened in 2012 with the guy in Uganda or whatever, with the child soldiers. The thing that flopped. Dude really thinks he's a martyr. But also... So is he... which is... I guess maybe I can keep playing, but I'm trying to like... Like, is he referring to himself as Coney, or the guy who made the awareness campaign to begin with? Because if he's comparing himself to the guy who made the awareness campaign, that kind of makes sense, because they really dogged on that guy unfairly as well. From what I remember. Like, that guy had a rough time from, like, harassment and stuff. Like, that makes sense. But it's not on the level of Coney 2012 either. Either way you look at it. I don't think he's, like, comparing himself to the guy with child soldiers. I don't think that's what he's... I don't think he's... yeah, I don't think he's comparing himself to the actual guy. I think he's comparing himself to the guy who started the campaign and, like, ended up getting harassment over it. I mean, I think one guy is leaving, but I can probably stay and help grind this out, because it seems like the other person is staying too. So fuck it, we ball.
Which is just like, they've absorbed into their personality that they need to kill me.
Oh my god. What the fuck? Just say the line. Say the line, dude. They're obsessed with me. They're obsessed with me. That's the only reason why they could be spamming my comment sections and my live streams, is because they're obsessed with me. They're obsessed with me and they're stalking me. You're not that important, dude. Relax. Relax.
Whatever means, right?
By whatever means. What do you mean? Most of them just spam in the comments. Do you think that is by whatever, like, whatever means necessary? Are you saying that the comments or, like, the live stream chat spam is gonna make you kill yourself? He would need to get so stressed out he runs into the street and gets naked. Oh, that poor... I feel so bad for that guy, dude. He really had, like... He got it rough for a little bit. Yeah, the way the campaign was handled was so, like, mismanaged, but it really was out of good intentions from the guy. It got sensationalized a little bit. There was a lot of emotional manipulation, but... There's the saying, was it good intentions? The road to hell is paved with good intentions, right? I think that was sort of the case for that guy. But yeah, I hope he's doing okay. I'm sure he's doing fine now.
I say kill, I mean it. Like, I've gotten swatted over this, I've had...
Okay. If he's actually been swatted, that's not cool, obviously.
weird phone calls to my phone where they're trying to like set me up to try to get me arrested and all kinds of shit. I've had death threats, thousands of death.
Death threats don't really, like, that's nothing in compared to actually being swatted and doxxed. Okay. If you're getting swatted and doxxed, I think that's worse than death threats. Now, if you're getting doxxed and death threats, like, at the same time, where someone's like, here's where you live, I'm coming to kill you, then that's something to worry about, right? But I think just anyone can make a death threat. Not everyone can dox you. I've returned. Welcome back.
Death threats over this, which is just insane. It's weird, man. Like, it's...
Did you know that some lady tried to sue the guy who had the mental breakdown? Because she saw him naked in public, so she tried to sue him for emotional damages. What a bitch.
I've never seen this kind of vitriol over something that's just so...
Coming from a lady who's never seen a man nude because she can't get laid.
Not a big deal. And for such a long period of time, too.
Yeah, so I'm kind of curious. So first of all, that sounds insane.
It is, yeah.
It is. Of course it is.
You know, I've certainly seen that there are people who... I don't think people on the internet realize how much power they have to really, like, mess up someone. So there's this perception that, okay, if you're, like, successful or famous, that... I don't know if this makes sense. It's, like, almost like...
I mean, it's kind of true, because, like, false allegations, if taken seriously enough, can, like, just ruin someone's entire life. Not just on the internet, but in real life, too. So I think there is a level of power that people do have on the internet that is never taken seriously until it's too late. Like, or, I should say not power, but more of, like, a responsibility. Anyway.
The things that you have going well in life are in the same HP pool as the psychological attacks.
HP.
But that's not how it works. Right? So, like, I can have a really, really, really strong biceps.
Haven't linked to any of the furry ERP drama. Oh god. I want this to be a wholesome Christian stream. We can scar Enlaa later. Okay.
But that doesn't protect me from, like, Hodgkin's lymphoma. Like, it just...
Yeah.
Like... The
no.
dimensions of a human being, and maybe people understand this, right?
How
so, like,
could you goon with somebody else?
Some dimension of your life going well.
I thought we were gooners for life.
Some other dimension of your life, like, goes really, really bad. There's a certain amount of resilience that carries through with, like, the human body, but generally speaking, you know, having a great relationship doesn't make up for...
No, we should talk to YouTube psychologists more often. It's basically a free therapy session. And on it, you might even be getting paid for the therapy session. It's not a bad deal.
A toxic boss. It can help you withstand it. And I think the other big thing that people don't really appreciate is that, like, you know, when someone has an emotional thing that happened to them, like, it sounds like you lost a ferret that you were very closely attached to and had sort of connected with, and when they kind of, like, attack you in that way, like, that's very, like, hurtful.
Well, I mean, it's intended to be, and, like, I think what it came
duh.
to is, like, I can identify that and be like, okay.
I know what he's doing. He's just validating Pirate Software's feelings. I get that. But sometimes those are some of the most obvious statements ever. But I get it's just for emotional validation. I get it.
This is an unreasonable attack, right? There's kind of, like, reasonable attacks for, like, hey, I'm upset at you for, like, legitimate reasons. This is why I'm upset at you. And we go, okay, cool. We either resolve that or we don't resolve it, and we kind of go from there, right? And then there's unreasonable attacks, which I think that is an unreasonable attack, of, like, going in and be like, your ferret's out of mana, that's why it died. Like, that's designed to just it's designed to get in your head. It's designed.
Well, duh.
There's no...
Yeah, it's designed to troll you. That's what trolling is about. It's about annoying, hurting you, and getting in your head. Living rent-free in your brain. That's what it's about.
Right. And so I kind of packed...
Some people just really need to hear it. Yeah. I guess stuff like that, it sounds obvious to me, but maybe not everyone thinks of it that way.
Package those in different ways. But yeah, no, they still hit... There's no dodging.
So what I'm kind of curious about, Thor, is, like... So first of all...
Actually, no, I'll give it more credence than that. It's not just him regurgitating something. So, I just remembered that from one of my old jobs, I learned about... What's it called again? Fuck, I don't even remember anymore. God damn it. I was gonna sound really smart and then I lost it. I died. Okay, I guess he's leaving. He could have told me that. Let's get the hell out of here. I'm trying to remember what it's called. I'm pretty sure it's just called parroting, right? I think. But basically, it is a not only a mediation strategy, but also just like a therapeutic strategy, or even just a conversational strategy, where you parrot back, you paraphrase. Oh, I think that's what it's called. I forget. You just paraphrase what the person told you as a sign that you're listening to what they're telling you. And when you parrot back what they said to them in your own words, that shows them I'm listening to what you're saying and I'm comprehending it. And I don't want to call it a tactic because it sounds like I'm calling it like an interrogation tactic or something. True crime brain here. But yeah, it is like a therapeutic tactic or whatever.
I don't think that what you're going through is, I guess, justified. I mean, it's not my place to judge, but also, like, you know, it sounds like what you did was, I'm still not quite sure. You
What's ferocity? Oh,
made a snide comment and then ran away in a hardcore dungeon?
The way he makes it sound like, stick it, losers, and he runs away laughing. Oh, that's a thing? Yeah, I think what it's called paraphrasing. I think that's literally what it's called. But, I used to go to, like, work seminars where they would teach, like, different, mediation tactics in the workplace and stuff like that. And, like, strategies for, like, different... when you're, like, talking to other people in the workplace, and one of the strategies was called paraphrasing. And it just shows that you're actively listening to somebody, and it helps with mediation.
I'd comment as we were escaping the dungeon, and 2 people died in that runaway.
Okay.
And
We lost several good men that day.
This is the funny part.
This is the funny part. Get ready.
Made the rude comment to me at the first place. It was like, "Why are you running?" He ended up getting caught in some other drama with it that I don't even know what happened, and I stepped away.
How is that relevant to this? It just sounds like you're being like, oh, but that guy, he ended up being bad anyway, so it doesn't matter what I did.
Away from it, because I was like, I don't want to deal with any of this. I'm out, right? After all that shit. But what ended up happening right after that was, it just exploded, man. Like, it just detonated into the sun of just, like, people being...
But how did you respond afterwards? Like, did you apologize or anything like that? Oh, I forgot you have to actually wear the Warframe to subsume it. Canis really hates this guy. Holy fuck.
I feel unreasonably angry.
Enlaa accidentally seeing the point. Okay.
Because to me, it's like, that's a character in a video game. We just go make new characters.
Yeah, but you're not the one who lost your character, dude. You probably wouldn't be having that mindset if you were one of the people that died. That's the thing, dude.
And you just... The whole point...
Like, if your response to that isn't just... Like, you should have just apologized instead of just being like, well, what's the big deal? They're just video game characters.
Whole motto for that entire thing.
You're definitely not helping, especially when emotions are high. That's just gonna make things 10 times worse.
Again, your character dies. You
so
you just make another one. What's another 17 years?
Like if you're open to talking about this, like I think it could be helpful, because I think there's 2 things that can be true at the same time. One is that the amount of hate that you've received is not acceptable.
Yo.
That, I think, is true.
Yes.
Like, in this moment, I believe that to be true. Like, that's not okay.
Uh-huh.
And the way that you are describing the story and the response that you got, there's a big...
Guys, you get a cookie if you can tell me what character this color palette is based off of.
Gap there that I think does not...
Give me a good look.
Even if it's unfair, it seems like there's something missing to evoke. So what I'm thinking is like if there's a hardcore raid and people die, sometimes there's a weird situation on the internet where it's like Tinder catches fire and then things get blown out of proportion.
Like, I get that you can just start again, but in the moment when you've spent so much time and energy on this character and then it just perma-dies, probably due to something really, really fucking dumb, and frustrating, like, in the moment, maybe a couple days from then or a week from then, it might not be that big of a deal, especially if the person that you feel responsible for it apologizes. Sure, later on down the line, when emotions have calmed down, you can say to yourself, you know what, it's really not that big of a deal. I can just go again, right? Most people can do that within a couple of days, but if it's like in the moment and you're still really upset, like understandably upset, and the person that you feel is responsible for it goes, well, what's the big deal? You can just make a new one anyway. Get over it. Like, of course they're gonna be they're gonna be mad about that way longer than they would have been otherwise. So yeah, that's how I see it.
Sure.
So there's absolutely like an unfairness to that, but I'm also imagining and thinking about my experiences on the internet, and the way that you're describing it seems... So there's no question that things are like objectively,
All right,
in my mind.
goodbye.
Anyway, maybe I'm...
Everyone say goodbye to regular Yareli. She served us well, but now it's time for her to go into the depths of hell. Banished into the ether of the flesh dimension. What is it? I was hoping that you wouldn't bring this up. What is this butthole you're feeding? It's whatever. It's an alien creature that is doing this to my Warframe. Okay. Bye-bye, skater girl. Okay.
Wrong here, but there's no way in my mind that you deserve what is happening to you, because I don't believe that someone getting death threats is warranted for anything.
Yeah, I mean, I can obviously agree with the fact that him getting doxed and death threats and people mocking his ferret's death is an overblown reaction to him being a dickhead in World of Warcraft. But still, that doesn't change the fact he was a dickhead in World of Warcraft.
That happens in World of Warcraft. I just don't think that's like... I cannot envision a scenario.
I like how Pirate Software only speaks up in agreement when he says something that he agrees with, like, yeah, you're right, that is not fair, that's totally not fair. But with anything else, he can't give any nod of agreement or any sound of agreement. He's completely silent unless it's something that can confirm something in his own feelings.
In which those 2 points get connected. And at the same time...
I do understand the route that it carried, though, and I can't explain that. Anyway.
Yeah, so that's... So because I think that, like, the nerve that you... So what I'm getting is that you struck a nerve. You really...
He was a skater boy. She said, see you later, boy.
Pissed a lot of...
Enla's beginning to believe, okay, maybe I was too hard on this psychologist guy when I first started, okay? I apologize to Psychology Man, but that doesn't mean that I like him.
People off. And running away in a hardcore...
Haven't people been shot over WoW? Dude, there's not an urban legend, it actually happened. There's a story of a guy in Arcage who traveled to another country just to attack somebody over Arcage. Like, this shit, there are crazy people out there. This shit happens.
Like a hardcore raid that is wiping, I do not think is the nerve that you struck. Does that make sense?
What do we want to go with?
No, it was the fact that I was smug on the way out. Because I made the comment that I made was made with a smug face, right?
So he admits that he was smug doing it. Okay.
Because, like, at that point,
dickhead.
It was like the group had already wiped once. We were in the process of wiping again.
Go with Mirage.
Like,
you get another cookie if you can guess what color palette this Warframe's based off of. Most of my color palettes in this game are based off of other video game or media characters that I like. I bet you can guess, where is he? I bet you could guess... Where is he, actually? The frick? What the freak? Oh, there he is. You can probably guess who this is based off of. Looks like the Shocker? No. We were in the process of wiping again. Shut up.
Everybody who's involved in this is stupid. Why are you calling out just me specifically? I'm going to make a smug comment in response. And then it turned into, this is just this guy's fault.
But, like, I mean, sure, it might not have been solely your fault, but you definitely didn't help by being smug when everyone's already in the most sour of moods. You know what I mean? It just doesn't help.
Just my fault. Shouldn't have made a...
The more of that anger is probably going to be unfairly directed at you when you do that shit.
smug comment for it. Know that, obviously.
Know
But
that.
the response for this to be 100 days of,
You know this. You know that.
of this and all these crazy allegations being made against me, that's doesn't make sense.
So you made how did you made the smug comment on stream?
Oh yeah, no, all this was live.
Okay, so this was live, and then was there some kind of aftermath?
I want to see if I can
So usually
find the
when
clip
stuff
in
happens, it's
question.
like,
Hold on.
if things go to Twitter, that's when people, I think, really dig themselves into a hole.
1 second.
No, it didn't go to like I posted a post on Twitter saying, "Hey,
Let me see if I can find it. Okay, so is this... Hold up. I think I found it, Villa. I think I got it. It's this one, right? Where he's wearing a weird hat?
Boss is coming too, watch out.
Yeah, well, I got shield wall.
Is that him?
God damn it.
Run,
Just
run.
run. Can you target dummy?
Okay, I heard the just run.
God damn it.
Run.
Just run. Can you target
So he says run, 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 run.
dummy?
I can target dummy, yeah. Should I do it?
Just kill the massive. Yeah, target dummy. Kill the massives.
No.
I'll see how you...
Is that which one is? He's the mage? I don't know who the mage is. Is he the mage? Oh, we're looking at pirate's perspective. So is this pirate or is this pirate? I can't tell. Who's who? Okay, hold on. Okay, so obviously we're looking at it from pirate's perspective. I'm just trying to figure out which one of these is the streamer.
Boss is coming too, watch out.
Yeah.
So is it this guy?
Well, I got shield wall.
Because this guy doesn't sound like pirate.
God damn it.
Run.
Just run.
Hold on.
Yeah. Well, I got shield wall. God damn it.
Run.
So this guy on the left says run first. Hang on, let me blow this up. Damn it! I forgot. Hold on a sec. I gotta fix this. I wish I could walk you through it. No, okay, so you just gotta tell me, is he the blonde guy? Or the guy with the hat? I can break it down myself, I just need to know who's who. And I need to switch this over here. So if I edit this here, is that going to change it over here? No, okay, good. Oh, I don't want it... Oh wait, I do want it under the chat layout. Thor is the guy... Okay, so he's the one in the gray hat. Except that he sounds really nasally, doesn't he? The guy in the hat? That's why I assumed it wasn't him. This is gonna be hard to see with my fat ass in the way. Hold on. I'll move myself over here a little bit. Hat guy. Okay. So the guy in the left, like, says run first.
Just run. Can you target dummy?
So yeah, he said run multiple times. He decides to run.
I can target dummy, yeah. Should I do it?
Just kill the master. Yeah, target dummy.
All YouTube people look the same. Well, okay.
Kill the master.
Maybe they do.
Yes.
No.
Also, are you fine? Any grenades,
I got last
anything?
stand. You can just
Heal him,
kill
heal
them.
him, heal him, heal him.
Yeah, you just heal me. Just come back a little bit.
Boss is on me, sitting bear form.
Oh, he's at 1 HP. Whoa.
Snuppy, just run.
I can help a lot. Yep.
Pirate, why are you walking, bro?
What are you talking?
Yeah, I mean, like, yeah, at the beginning they said to run, but I'm pretty sure he just meant, like, back off a bit. Like, kite them a little bit. Yeah, he started gnawing on his arm. I saw that.
Heal him. Yeah, you just heal me. Just come back a little bit.
Boss is on me, sitting bear form.
Like, he's obviously in the clear here. Nothing's chasing him from what I can see.
Snuppy, just run.
I can help a lot. Yep.
He's still running.
Pirate, why are you walking, bro?
What are you talking about? Why am I walking? Look at my mana.
Oh, that was someone else talking. He ran back on... Yeah.
Come on, man.
Yeah, what, like, he's just, like, straight up out of there. They said to run, but then turned around to try and salvage the situation. Yeah. It was, that's what I gather
Kill
from
the
this.
master. Yeah, target dummy.
Like, they're all
Kill the
backing up
masters.
here.
Also, are you fine? Any grenades,
I got last
anything?
stand. You can just
Heal him,
kill
heal
them.
him, heal him.
Yeah, you just heal me. Just come back a little bit.
Boss is on me.
Also, how is he gonna heal you if you keep running away? Usually you have to stand still. That usually helps if someone's trying to heal you.
Sitting bear form.
Snuppy, just run.
In the business, we call this roaching.
Can help a lot. Yep.
Pirate, why are you walking, bro?
What are you talking about? Why am I walking? Look
This
at
is
my mana.
savageable. Come
Innervate
on,
you?
man.
Yeah, that's such a... What are you talking about? Look at my mana. It's a very, like... It's a very defensive response.
Just kill the mastiffs.
Innervate.
Innervate the
Nova,
healer.
bro,
Kill the
come on.
mastiffs. We got
He
this.
heals.
In the sense of...
War something.
Do you see my mana? What am I supposed to do for you?
Just kill the...
Yeah, that's not a what can I do for... Like, he tried to present it in the interview, like... He's like, I didn't want to start a fight. I didn't want to be rude, so I just said, well, what can I do for you? But here it's like, well, what do you want me to do for you? I'm out of mana. And he's like 1,000 miles away from the fight. Like, even if you're on... Like, obviously, if he was so much of the mindset of, like, it's just a game, it's just a character, if you die, you can make another one, why the fuck is he running? He wouldn't mind dying for the cause, then. He had 2 items to instantly restore his entire mana bar. Oh, no. I see a lot of, I see a lot of blue things here that could be... Oh, is that it right there? I see a big mana potion right there. Or at least it looks like a big mana potion. Literally a mana potion right there. He has 3 of them, it looks like. 3. And then like 4 love potions. I don't know what that is. Villa keeps trying to get me to play World of Warcraft with her. So... You know what it's like to run out of mana? You know you can just heal when you're out of mana with strategy. Yeah. Yeah. Especially if you're a sage. There are ways to do it. I mean, healers always keep health potions and mana potions for themselves. For that exact thing. Gunner potion?
The mastiffs. One shot. Okay, we...
More on the
pulled
way.
it
More on the
Run
way.
now.
Everyone else, like, I'm looking at the party here. Everyone else seems to have pretty
The
good
mastiffs can
health.
be-
And he's just sitting back here doing nothing. I mean, on one hand, I can understand, like, okay, like, it's better to help yourself first and then get back in there and help the party. But, like, you don't have to be, like, 1,000 miles away from the fight. You just have to be... Like, I don't play World of Warcraft, but I at least play other similar MMOs, so it's like, you just have to be far enough away I don't pressure you to play. No, 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 no. I don't mean it like that, Villa. I don't mean it like in a forceful way. I'm down to try it. I actually have the space for it now, so I'd be more than down to try it. Look, bro, he was scared. He was fighting for his... I understand that, but then he would go after the fact to be like... To basically mock these guys for being upset that they died. You know what I mean? But no, Villa, you're never being... No, you're never being, like, pressuring about it. If you need someone to be a tank, hell yeah. We can get a whole party going. The last time I ever touched World of Warcraft was when the Pandaria, Mist of Pandaria thing came out, and I tried playing as a panda for a bit, and then I was like, okay, I'm bored.
Nice Nova.
Dead.
Now we're gonna wait.
Nusara?
No.
So, one of them died.
Oh.
Okay, get out. Get out.
Run.
Evocation's on cooldown, man.
I can taunt last.
How much mana is
moment of
Ice
as well?
Nova? There's no that much mana.
Yeah, bro was just waiting at the exit. Noob mage, is this going sideways again? No, they killed him. Gems, mana pots, etc.
You have a boss in you. You called run.
Getting slowed.
Fuck.
He didn't call run, he just called, like... Yeah, he said run, right? But usually run means, like, back off. Like, get some distance, don't get hit. That's usually what that means in games like this. Free until level 20 unless it's classic. Well, I'd probably just play classic then. I ain't paying for that shit.
Wait,
anything for me?
I don't think... I cannot stun him. Also,
no,
are you good?
Just run out.
Are you good?
The
Also,
mods were fed $1.76.
Fuck!
They called run?
He's just staring at them. It's so awkward.
I ran, and I was out of mana. I don't know what the hell they were expecting, dude.
Yeah, like, he's already just, like, so defensive. Literally him. Door stand.
That does not make any sense.
It was more like run, stand, run, door, stand.
No. They overpulled 2 polls and the boss.
So I'm assuming he's muted right now.
Like,
Fuck.
No.
Oh no.
Also, hear what he said? Hold on.
They called run,
after,
I
like,
ran, and I was out of mana. I don't know what the hell they were expecting, dude. That does not make any sense. No. They overpulled 2...
I don't know what they were expecting. They overpulled. They fucked up. I was just doing the right thing and running away. But then in the interview, he's like, oh, well, we made mistakes. Bro ran and stopped like he was out of breath. Well, he was just standing there waiting. Like, he could have stayed nearby in case one of them needed backup or something, and then he could, like, pop an AoE or something from a safe distance. That way, he's less likely to be killed, but he's still helping, you know what I mean? Like, obviously he's gonna be 0 help if he's dead, but he's already being 0 help. You might as well do something, you know what I mean?
Polls and the boss.
Like, if it was me in this situation, I'd be like, dude, I'm sorry. I got really confused. There was conflicting stuff going on. I'm really sorry. Like, I'm really sorry you lost your characters.
Like,
fuck.
Not in that tone. I'd probably be more apologetic, but...
No.
Oh, no.
But just sitting there shaking your head like, huh, idiots. I don't know what they were expecting. When they're, like, mourning their characters. Endless gamer knowledge is coming into play. Holy shit, I just know games. Arcade and Final Fantasy XIV are very similar to this. In terms of, like, how tab targeting combat works.
I mean, the regular ogres can still be polished.
I wouldn't be smug, but I'd still talk shit. I mean, I guess? No, just say it's super deadpan. If I had been there, things would have gone differently. No, I'm just saying if it was me in Pirate's shoes and I did this, I would be apologetic, not smug about it. I'm not saying I would have done it differently, I would have been better at it. I probably would have done the same thing, honestly. Because I'm also a pussy who wants to self-preserve myself.
We just had the boss and like 5 mana.
I'd be like, damn, that sucks, son. My mana's back, though. Oh, guys! I just found I have a potion in my bag! That gets me back up to full health and mana. Isn't that crazy?
And 2 ogres. We could have polyed 1 ogre, killed 1, and then walked it out.
Yes.
Like, doesn't he have any CC? He could have helped with CCing mobs from a distance.
Literally, just even an ice nova would have been enough.
You guys pulled that when I had.
You instantly ran out, bro. You instantly ran. You didn't even look
As much
back.
as you're angry right now.
I understand that you're angry. Now he's putting on the, what's it called? The, like, tech support tone. Sir, I understand you're angry right now.
Of course I ran.
I'm not angry at all.
You overpulled 2 packs. You overpulled 2 packs and a boss.
Yeah, you overpulled.
Boss. I had 1,400 mana left. I had to spend all of that mana to try and put it on Blizzard to save you guys in the first place, and nothing left. You weren't paying attention to party resources. You overpulled, and you.
You see how it's all their fault. You did this. You fucked up.
Weren't paying attention to where the boss was. That's not on me.
I saw the boss coming. I don't know if we could like move back faster, but yeah.
Rank 1 Frost Nova too hard, I guess.
But there wasn't even like any like information. We
Yeah, just 1 Nova. Any Nova. I'm pretty sure what I was looking at in his pack was like 3 of those. I'm sorry you feel that way. The most dismissive thing ever.
Stuff. Do you see my point?
I mean, yeah. But, I mean, I called it the boss coming though, but at that point, maybe it was too late to move back.
Like
it's hard to argue that he was panicking too, because he was standing there for like a good minute near the door, like not doing anything.
Telling me like a rank 1.
Like, I understand button mashing when you're panicking in a fight. They had plenty of time to collect himself and like regroup and get back into the fight and at least like stay close so that he wasn't just completely running away.
Mage would not like at least to try Frost Nova there. Like you're not even like in danger.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm 100% in danger.
Me sitting like 10 miles away, I was in fear of my life as I watched that happen.
Like,
100%.
No, you're not.
No, 100% in danger. When your shot color says run, it's time to run, you run. That is how that works. You were the shot color, you called for run, I ran.
I'm not a shot caller.
And I was out of mana.
Actually, I'm a noob, bro. I
You
think I
called
have
the
way
shot.
less experience than you have.
Oh dear God.
And I can still see that I can at least use a Frost Nova there. Or at
Okay.
least
Oh.
try
Then
something.
go roll
You
a
were
mage
the
and do
first
it.
person that ran away.
But you try. It's not easy being a mage. It's not easy being a mage with multiple mana potions. It's just not easy. Does a mage in World of Warcraft have any healing spells?
And didn't
Like any self-healing abilities at all?
even look back. Literally.
This is the
didn't even
second
say
time.
anything.
I'm going to assume no, otherwise he would have used them, right?
This
You
is
could
the
have at
second.
least said like the
Wait,
boss.
you're
were
just
there.
gonna talk
You're just
over me?
yapping
Is that
about
what we're
He's just on his Sigma male grind set.
doing now?
Well,
You,
I'm
we're just gonna
giving you
talk
my
over me?
point.
Is that all? Is that all
I'm
we're
just
doing?
giving-
Oh my god, he's being such a bitch. Like, dude, you're like, it's crazy how in the interview he's like, I was just trying to be as non-confrontational and polite as possible, but here he's like being like the rudest person on the planet when like a wipe just happened.
You my points.
Okay. You done giving your point? You good?
Are you done? Are you finished?
Yes. I'm done.
Okay. Cool. You go roll a mage then.
I like the emotes in the chat. All right, you go roll a mage then. You see how easy it is to sit there and not do anything for a minute.
See you around.
See ya around. Jesus Christ.
Jesus.
I don't think that's.
Insane shit. No.
Mute him too. That's so disrespectful. I'm sorry it was you, but I only ran because I didn't want to see it happen. But, like, he has the audacity to go later and be like, it's just a game, guys. Even if you die, you can just make a new character. What's the big deal? But he is the one that ran for his life, like his life depended on it. But if it was such like a tedious thing, why didn't you just stay and help out? Why would you care if you died then? Why was it so important for you to save yourself?
That is outrageous, dude.
Outrageous.
Blame me for that shit. You make a bad poll.
Nobody was blaming you, really. I didn't hear anybody be like... Maybe people in the chat, yeah, because they're like... what do you call it? I don't know. I didn't hear anybody being like, oh my god, he just ran off. What, like, anyone in the team, anyway. It sounded like more people were just confused and upset that they lost their characters. And he immediately got defensive about it.
Make a bad call, that's on you, not on anybody else.
Actual finger wagging.
Donated $69.69
$69
to charity.
And it was a charity live stream. Oh. Oh. And 1 month away from Black History Month.
They give the $69.69 to charity. You're awesome as hell. Yeah, no. They pull that with the mage at no mana left, and they pull 2 packs and a boss.
Bad vibes indeed.
What the hell am I supposed to do for them? I could have Frost Nova'd, and the boss would still run him down and kill him.
But, so then why didn't you just Frost Nova then? Why didn't you just do that anyway? If it didn't make a difference whether you did it or not, wouldn't the best thing to do be to just do it? Better to try and fail than to not try at all.
It's not on me. Not at all. Insane shit to see that.
Okay, so now we have the context for that, and so listening to him try to reframe it here is, interesting.
Hey, this is all this stuff. I said in there, like, hey, this, everybody's
okay,
up, including myself.
That was
this
interesting.
What's going on.
Okay, this is way more engaging for me. I like gamer drama. Because then I can flex my gamer knowledge. I'm a pro at World of Warcraft, and I've never even played it.
The post, if
anyway,
pull it up. Let me go grab
back to this. Whoop. Don't tell me. Don't tell me he pulls up the clip already, like after I just went through it.
I'm not talking about the death threat, folks. The people who got mad at you at the beginning, what were they mad about?
They were mad that I was being smug. That was like the general.
I mean, if he means, okay, this is my autism kicking in, but if he means the very beginning, I think they were mad that he just ran off and didn't even bother to try and help. But I think it's understandable why people would be upset that you're being smug about it at a time like that. People will get over it, but if you're gonna act like an asshole about it, it's gonna be harder for people to get over it.
Initial catalyst for it. The problem was, what I ended up seeing is a whole bunch of content creators, because this is a content guild, they took a whole bunch of clips of me to make
Somebody's
it
hot, hold on. Somebody's hot micing. I love that in Warframe. I love that.
As possible, and then turn that into content all over the internet. And they kept pushing it and pushing it and pushing it. Since there's so many content creators pushing it at the same time to try and get as many views as possible, it pushed this narrative, and that spiraled it completely out of control. And when I say making content out of this,
so you didn't do anything to agitate the situation further, right? You definitely didn't go on to any live streams in the future and continue to make defenses for yourself that were entirely smug and self-centered. No. It was everybody else who agitated the situation. You didn't do anything, right?
One of those creators actually had his child on video with the face blurred out say, "Pirate software is a disgusting roach." Like, this is wild shit. That's not a small creator.
I mean, it's definitely a weird thing to have your kid do. I don't know why you so focused in on it, though.
It's like thousands of viewers, right? So you see this kind of shit, and you're just like, what's wrong with you, man? Like, why
What
are
the
you doing
fuck,
this? I
bro?
get it. That's why I put out the video of, like, anything for views. And it's like, dude, I get that you're trying to do this for views, but you're doing it to cannibalize people around you in the same space as you. That's not sustainable long term.
Not sustainable. Guys, it's just not economically, it's just not ecologically, like, efficient for you guys to cannibalize each other. Over a video game?
Maybe they don't care that it's sustainable, but that's fucked up. I don't think there's any other way
That's
to describe
fucked up.
that, is to
I mean,
try to
sure, yeah, the
cannibalize
death threats and the
creators
doxing and the swatting
is nuts to me.
is fucked up.
Especially because
But I think
that event,
I think people are allowed to be upset at you.
I was trying to do things like, hey, let's go make content with this other creator. I was sending our community over to other people. Like one of the people that actually
And I was just being so supportive and so kind during all of this. I don't understand why people hate me when look at all these good things I did.
turned around and just immediately tried to turn it into memes and views and everything like that and try and going on.
And everybody else was trying to just turn it into something bad. But I was trying to do the right thing.
We had the whole community go over there and gave him a level 25 hype train. Like, just, hey.
Who? Him who? Somebody, I don't know. Some guy. I don't know if it's one of the guys who died, but whatever.
You guys should support this dude. He's a smaller stream. He's got like 100 viewers.
Guys, look at the good thing that I did, though, that is completely unrelated to the reason why people are mad at me.
Support him, and everybody jumped over there, and it was like 20,000.
Listen, I had to run. It's not sustainable.
Immediately switches around and does that shit. And it's like, what? Like, what's wrong?
I mean, just because you do something good for someone doesn't mean they're obligated after that to support you in return or even like you. You can do something nice for someone and they can still not like you. Or have something negative to say about you.
With you.
What is wrong with
so
you?
I know this is going to sound weird, Thor, but like I'm getting some missing qualities here. Have you heard that
missing?
phrase?
No.
So,
yeah.
New to me.
Do you know what missing means?
No.
The missing reasons. So I mean, we can take a look at your Twitter post if like. So I mean, I think we've actually got a couple of options here. So like, I enjoy talking to you. I like you. I respect you. I think that
no, you don't.
streamers make.
No, the fuck you don't. Don't lie. Come on. You don't need to say I like you. You can say I respect you, sure. Don't say I like. You don't like him. You've only talked to him for like 15 minutes.
Mistakes. And at the same time, I think that something about what
I
you're
like you,
describing
dude.
feels like there's a chunk that's missing.
You could have just said, dude, all of that just to say I feel like there's some missing context here. You could have just said that, bro. Do you know what the missing is? The missing protocol? No, I don't know that. Please tell me, mythical, like, psychologist. What do they call that in the psychology field? You could have just said, there's some I feel like there's some context missing here. I feel like you're leaving out some stuff. Why does it always gotta be a thing with these people?
So
a fucking yap
It's
fest.
all disconnected, timeline-wise.
Okay.
I guess it's hard.
Walk
to
me
describe
through
each
it.
individual piece.
Guide
So the
me
event
through
inside
this.
of-
You are my Virgil, and I am Dante through the 9 circles of this wow hell.
That dungeon happened.
Being a
Then
quack.
Afterwards, I got brought into a call with the person who called me out. I left the call because he was shouting over me, and I was like, I don't want to deal with
Fair. I mean, fair.
this. I'm not going to have a fight with you.
Fine.
I don't want to deal with it. And I left. So that kind of made that more. And then content creators started to make a big deal about it. I started to receive death threats in the game from other players. And
death
I said on
threats.
stream, I'm going to start reporting people for doing this shit. I'm going to go after them.
You don't have to announce that you're doing that, though. That's just gonna make people do it more. What don't you get about that? You're agitating the situation further. You can just do that quietly. Most people just do that quietly and it eventually goes away.
Got clipped, sent out onto the internet. And then when people sent that out on the internet, they tried to say that was
Speaking
going
of
after other
eventually going
streamers.
away.
When in reality, I was going after the people who were sending me death threats, and the only streamers that I reported were ones that had done things like said on stream, I'm going to go to Pirate Software's community and harass him because I think it's good content. Saying that live on stream, which is like 2 or 3 people. And I don't think that's a
That was the
wrong
most
thing.
passive-aggressive set of muttering at each other I've ever seen. Well, I haven't seen it. I can, like, I'm assuming that if there was a bunch of yelling going on and it wasn't productive, I'd probably leave too. I'm just going off of, like, the way he describes it, because I don't have the actual... What's the word? The truth, I guess. The truth of the matter. I don't think it entirely matters either. There's like a laser beam. Oh, what the hell? Leave me alone. I'm just a boy. I'm just a boy with a dream. Ow!
To report, so they clipped that.
Yeah,
one,
surely that
and
won't
this all kind
backfire.
of got spread onto livestream fail and all these little pieces out of context. I get
Everybody's obsessed with livestream fail, dude. Yeah, they put it on livestream fail. Dude, I used to edit for a guy. I briefly edited for a guy that was obsessed with getting on the front page of livestream fail. He wanted nothing more than to get on livestream fail, and I was like, but why? Doesn't that imply that you're failing at something? I don't understand. I know it's like for the attention and views and stuff, but still, it was just weird. Beta shit. I'm gonna die! Oh, there's the spider. Why'd they make this?
I guess the basic way to think about it is, imagine you're driving your car, and there's a guy sitting in the side
Oh,
seat,
I love analogies. Alright, I'm driving my car.
and he handcuffs you and takes control of the wheel. And you just get to watch the car drive.
What?
And no one will listen to you saying, hey, I'm not driving the car.
He's basically saying he has zero agency in this situation, even though he literally... He literally brought attention to the fact that he was getting bothered by this. LSF is the Keemstar of subreddits. I mean, I know it's good publicity, but still, it feels like it attracts the bad kind of publicity. Like, you end up just getting, like, I don't want an audience that's from fucking Reddit. Like an LSF Reddit. That's the last kind of audience attention I would want as a streamer. Okay, everybody is going down. I'm here to save people. I'm a hero, I know. I'm so great.
This isn't accurate. They don't listen to that anymore. They just see your car driving in that direction. So they've taken full control of the narrative at that point.
Fuck!
And that's what happened on live stream, Phil.
Help
And we get that
me!
all the time now, too. So, like,
Thank you.
anything that I do on stream, this will probably be clipped out of context and put up on live stream, Phil, as well. I'm not really
Don't fucking worry about that so much, dude. Don't obsess hardcore out of, like, this is gonna get taken out of context, or they're gonna put this on live stream fail. It's like, just relax. Just relax. Relax, bro.
if something like that is. And they'll bring it up and go and do that kind of stuff. Yeah.
Processing.
Does that make sense? There's still more.
There's still more.
I would love to hear what else there is. And I think what bothers me the most about this is making sense for me on two major levels.
Okay.
One of which I think is... I'm just debating now for a second, because I think one of the things that I'm starting to hypothesize...
I am beginning to hypothesize! The hypothesizing is commencing! Processing!
I just really have to think about this.
Alright.
Could really
Ugh.
add fuel to the fire.
Oh my
so I
God.
have to think about whether I even want to mention that or not. So let's start with just getting more context.
This guy is an externalizer for sure.
Sure. So after all that live stream fail stuff went off, eventually it started to kind of fall
Okay,
away.
we're back.
But then anytime anything happened with live stream fail, anything, or anytime anything happened with OnlyFans, the guild, I'd get blamed for it.
OnlyFans.
They would think
Okay.
that they thought it was part of some kind of a narrative that I would show back up, and it was like a bit. The whole thing was a bit, and all the hate was a bit. And I was like, no, I don't want to be a part of this.
Then don't be a part of it.
You know, I got kicked from the guild. I don't want to deal with any of this. I don't want to be a part of this.
All right, end
and
of
then
story. Go do something
somebody
else.
DDoSed Blizzard in the middle of one of the OnlyFans raids to kill the raiders. So they DDoSed a multi-billion-dollar company, which is wild.
How do you know it was specific? Like, I'm assuming that whoever did this DDoS, like, publicize that they did it to kill the raid. I mean, I guess it's coincidental enough, but still. Sometimes that shit just happens, doesn't it? This is a good way to save your ass after firing off that thing. Anyway, I gotta get better at Mirage.
That's crazy to me.
That's
so they
crazy,
DDoS
bro.
that, and then I had a ton of people dive into chat saying like, "Oh, you did it. Why did you DDoS only?"
Why did you? What? And why are you taking those guys seriously? Do you think they're really making those accusations seriously? Like, there's no intelligent person that would look at that and be like, "Oh, you did this," unless they had probable reason to assume that you would. That's obviously like a troll accusation. Why would you give that any air at all?
And I found out Asmongold made a joke about that, and he was like, "Oh, it's probably pirate software," and it's like, no, that has nothing to do with me. And I said it on stream. I was like, you can't make those jokes. People believe them.
People believe them.
And it's not.
Yeah, but pirate software, it's just a game. Who cares? Who cares if people think you DDoSed a video game if it's just a video game? Who cares? Who cares if you got kicked from a guild? It's just a video game. It's almost like the only reason why it's just a video game is because you didn't lose something in that whole situation. That's why.
Most people realize that.
Where did everybody else go?
Just believe that shit.
They just believe it. No, they're believing it ironically because they know it upsets you. They're playing into it ironically because it upsets you, because it triggers you. It's not that they most of them don't genuinely believe that shit. That's stupid. What the fuck? Why would they make this?
And that's kind of where that's gone. Yeah. It's one of the most disturbing things that I've seen. And
one of the most disturbing things that I've seen? That's a tall order. You must not have seen much then. I've seen child murder cases way more disturbing than this. Like, this is the most disturbing thing you've seen. But 2 people wiping in a hardcore, like, permadeath video game is just a video game to you. But this other part of the video game drama is the most disturbing thing you've ever seen. Okay.
My chat right now, we're actually banning constantly. So this is definitely...
Why do you keep drawing attention to it, though? The last thing you ever want to do is draw attention to it when shit is going on. I know I keep harping on that. What a fucking sentence. Did I say something bad?
What are you banning people for?
People that come in and say, like, calling me a roach, because the act of running out of a dungeon is called roaching in the game. Still 100 days. It's been 100 days.
100 days, and they're still saying I'm a roach because it bothers me.
Spamming mana gem, which is the resource item that I could have used in the game at that time.
Yeah, but why didn't you answer those questions? Like, why didn't you? Why didn't you use that then? I mean, hindsight is 20/20, but still. I feel like he just wanted to preserve his character's life and he wanted to preserve his items because he saw it as like a no-win scenario anyway. So I'm assuming his mindset was, why waste items on it if they're just gonna die anyway? Or if we're just gonna fail anyway? I can understand the logic behind that, and I can understand why he would run in that sense. But that doesn't excuse how he reacted after everything was said and done.
See, they're just getting banned constantly. It's just like a constant stream of bans right now, and I knew that was going to happen.
How do you understand that?
Understand what? Oh, see, we're on the same wavelength.
Why that's happening so much?
What do you mean? I'm not sure I understand.
Yeah, I don't understand either, dude. Explain.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How do you understand why people keep showing up?
What?
You're saying it's happening constantly, right? You're saying that...
Oh, it happens if I talk about it. It happens if I don't talk about it. This is every day. It's just more right now.
If it's a damned if you do, damned if you don't situation, why don't you just do the thing that feels right to you? And if the thing that feels right to you is to not talk about it, then don't talk about it. Because if the same result is no matter which way you look at it, Then just go with the result that is easier on you. Like, for your mental, you could say. I wonder, can I pop out of my Warframe while I'm casting that? Because that would actually be very helpful in protecting me. Hi, Mitzi! This is such bad timing, I'm gonna die! Quiet, cat, I'm on the live stream.
Right. So
I need to get
understand that it
equilibrium on
happens
this.
every day. It sounds like it's like awful. I don't think you deserve this. At the same time,
If it's not something
I
you
think
can control, then fuck it. Yeah.
that if we want to, we can try to.
That's always my mindset of things, is like, why worry about something that you can't control? If you have no control over the outcome, then don't worry about it. Hi. Yes, I know you exist. Don't you worry.
To understand it.
Hi. She's like rubbing
that
up against my leg right
interesting
now.
to you?
Sure. I mean, I think
Is
I
that
do
interesting
understand.
to
I think
you?
it's
What do you
become,
understand?
I think it's become a popular thing.
I hate the way he's framing these questions. This would make my autistic brain go berserk. Like, I'm like, what do you mean?
I think that's really what it is. It's become kind of like a signpost in the
Open-ended
internet. Stop by and do this stuff 'cause
questions.
it's fun. And I get that. Like, I understand that. You know, it's... 'cause
Right.
For a lot of these people,
So-
they've never engaged with their community before. They don't know who I am. They're not really interested in who I am. They just want to pop in and say a thing and then get banned.
Then just ignore them. Then why do you get bothered by it so much? That's why they... I'm sorry, I'm gonna stop repeating myself, because I've made the point like 1,000 times.
That's it.
As if they can hear
And
me.
some of them are chat hoppers from other communities, from creators that don't like me from that event, and have created negative content about me. So they're doing that, and they come over from that community, and they think that that's part of it, you know? Or they want to be a part of that in some way. Some people describe it as parasocial.
Something I haven't heard him, like, say is that, like, I shouldn't have done that, or I should have done something different, or anything like that. Has he ever acknowledged in a situation, like, what he did wrong? Or has it always just been like, it's not my fault, it's not a big deal, they're the ones blowing it out of proportion, that sort of thing?
Within the community, but to be real with you, I think it's just people that want to be part of something.
I mean, true. He's not wrong about that.
Okay. Can you show me that?
I'm about to get
you
jumped.
Feel, okay, so like, is this what we're talking about today?
Leave me alone!
Like,
I mean, I guess.
Why are you asking this? He wouldn't... This guy. The way this guy asks his questions is, like, bothering me so much. Hang on. You're not gonna get me. Such a great way to cheese stuff. I just gotta use it more often. I don't know why Villa dies all the time in this game. It's so easy to... it's so easy to stay alive. Villa, why are you always dying in this game?
I mean...
You want to know how things are going. This is it.
Okay, so I think this has the potential to be great. And...
True, Pikachu, true.
The reason for that is, like, I think that there's a lot that everyone who is watching right now can relate to and understand. The thing that I'm concerned about is that I'm going to challenge you in some ways. And the main thing that I'm concerned about is how the way that I challenge you could be clipped out of context, misconstrued, used as evidence that Thor is the worst human being on the planet. Does that make sense? Like, I'm actually, like, genuinely concerned about that. That, like...
I almost get...
I didn't just die. I didn't just die. Hang on now.
Guarantee that it will.
Right, so then I think...
You just didn't need to throw that stray. And while she's at work, she can't even fight back.
Have to make a decision about... So I think that there is a way, I'm hopeful, but I don't know. I think there is a way that if we have this conversation, it can actually decompress a lot of the emotional energy that's on the internet.
I feel like, bro, this interview just made things worse. If I were to take a wild shot in the dark, I would assume that this made everything worse for him. I don't think this helped anything.
But I think
No,
a lot of...
talk about it. 'Cause,
Huh?
like, it's I'd be down to talk about it because the
Are you sure that you want to have this discussion right now? Bro, what do you think?
really changing anything.
Nah, actually, I'd like to leave now. Bye.
Like the route of trying to ignore it, route of trying to talk about it, route of trying to reason about it. We've done pretty much everything that I can think of at this point over like 100 days. And like I've sent over to Kronos.
Bleeding out
Kronos
200
I've
miles
sent him
away.
the
I can't do
tweets
anything
and
about
everything.
that. I'm out of mana. Fine, I'll try. Maybe you should be with the group, bro. Oh, that's the guy that's trying to extract. Pussy, you get what you deserve. You get what you fucking deserve. Whatever. We can leave. Whatever, we can leave. Oh, now suddenly a little bro doesn't want to leave no more. Or maybe he already left, I don't know.
Okay. Let me take a quick look at this. So, because I think this is like, I'm really sorry you're going through this. And I think that there's a lot that we have to be careful about. And also, I think the reason that we're here is to try to have some challenging conversations. So can I actually, while I'm waiting for that tweet from Kronos, I'm going to go grab an iPad, because I think drawing here could be helpful.
iPad baby. I think drawing would be helpful. What the fuck? I hate that sometimes psychologists and therapists, they just patronize people. Like, I get trying to connect with your inner child, but right now is not the time. Like, this isn't a real therapy session, my guy. You're just trying to figure out what this guy's deal is. You're not trying to, like... This isn't, like, a Rorschach test. How does this image speak to you? It's just like a dick pic? Now tell me, how does this image make you feel? And it's just a picture of a roach. Alright.
Actually, I need to find out if Kronos is here. Mods, in the emergency channel, is Kronos here?
Also, I'll change the...
Is Kronos not here? Here, I'm just going to send it to him. We'll just do this.
What do you see when you look at this image? I only died because I was tabbed out, okay? Don't judge me. Oh, I should probably, you know, skip the dead air.
I think you need those for context.
Okay, so let's take a look at that. And
I'm judging. You know what? Fair.
So, okay, so to start with, here's my response to the Dire Maul Raw. From my perspective, I didn't feel I could save anyone else with the resources I had left, even with the Mana Gem and Robe cooldowns.
Called it.
Since the call was to run, was made, I followed the call and got out as quick.
I mean, I could understand if the guy said run, but didn't really mean literally run out of the dungeon, and he just misunderstood that. But why can't you just say that? Maybe just say, I misunderstood it when you said run. Like, I misunderstood. I know he's just making excuses, but I'm trying to, like, apply something here.
Possible. In every other instance where stuff has hit the fan, a shot caller is called a specific target, and nobody died.
Bro said he's not a shot caller in the live stream. He kept saying, I'm not a shot caller. What are you talking about? And he continues to call the guy a shot caller. Sounds like I'm saying shock caller.
Okay. Yamato pinned the entire thing on me.
Yep.
Okay.
Yup. He sure did.
Okay.
It's not
Our
very
party went
nice.
wrong. Each person in the group made mistakes, including myself, to pin on a single person.
Oh, good. I should step out to at least get
okay,
this real
hope
quick.
It was worth it for you.
Ooh!
Okay.
Goody.
So this was live on stream, right?
Sorry, Mitzi. Oh, poor Mitzi.
Yeah, all of it was live.
She was sitting right by my
so
foot.
it was also
Hi,
live
baby.
who made the call to run?
Yes. Yeah, he made the call to run.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I can confirm that he did just go run, which I guess is technically a call to run, I suppose.
Okay, so it sounds like here's the hate raid that you're talking about. Okay.
Let me out!
So, thank you so much for...
We expected, and that's why I wrote in there, I was like, you know, those trying to defend me, don't worry about it. We expected that to last, like, maybe 10 days. The internet generally doesn't care about things a super long period of time. 100
How
days.
dare you? I'm sorry.
Yeah, so
in chat, like, spamming and getting
I
mad,
I
like,
profusely apologize.
You were right. This is wild. So we're gonna like try to understand this. Okay. So
We're gonna work through this together, Pirate. Don't you worry.
this is gonna be tough. Okay.
This
so
is gonna
let me
be
start
so
with this.
hard. How is it
So let's
hard?
say that you do something, right? Let's say you take an action in life.
Okay.
In the response, would you agree that the response that you are getting is disproportionate to the actions that you've taken?
Oh, I wish you guys could see her right now. She's so cute. She's so cute. What she does is that she puts her paws on my chair and she like stands up to like get my attention and stare at me, and oh, I scratch her cheek and it's so cute.
Would absolutely agree with that, yeah.
Okay.
You're so cute.
So let's
Doesn't mean I was in the right. It doesn't mean I was in the right.
Okay, so he acknowledges some fault here, but it's like, geez, it took this long. It took 100 days for you to get to that point.
I'm with you, okay? So
I'm
gonna
with
start
you.
with
I'm
us.
right here with
Huh?
you, Pirate. It's okay. I'm right here. Hold my hand. Hold my hand, Pirate Software. Hold my hand.
I don't think it's disproportionate on an individual level, to be clear.
Oh, baby.
I think each person individually that responds with that thinks that they're the only one responding with it, or that they don't feel like it's that big of a deal because it's just one person, and
Yeah,
they don't
sorry.
understand scale.
Okay. So I concur with that too.
I concur.
So let's start with a couple of like really basic things. So the first is I do not believe this is a judgment that I'm making. You're welcome to disagree, but I think the majority of people who are on
Izzy
the
in the
internet,
chat.
I would hope, can agree that something that happens on a stream involving a hardcore
Izzy, wanna
raid does not warrant a death threat.
I mean, most
axiom,
reasonable people
okay?
can agree with that, yes.
The second thing is that
I would hope so.
Oh, why is it all the way over there?
we think you're an asshole, that the amount of psychological punishment you are experiencing is at
Why is
this
he
point
so slow?
sufficient. So I would encourage everyone who
That's good, Villa. I'm
watching
glad.
this, listening to this, if shit gets clipped
For
out
when
of context,
Villa, I'm
and
about to
'cause
feed
I
Mitzi a
think this
treat
could,
on camera, so if you want to watch this stream back.
you know, go wahoonie shaped real quick. Please, if y'all are disseminating information about
And
this
try and aim it
conversation,
right.
please
There
include
it
this
is.
part, which is that we're all human
They're not
beings
going
who
to,
do
bro.
the best, generally speaking, that we can. Do people make mistakes?
on the
Absolutely.
couch.
Are you allowed
She'll
to
find
get
it.
mad at them? Absolutely. Should you do death threats? No. But also, I want everyone who is a hater on the internet to really stop for a second and think about what the hate does to you.
Stop
Right?
hating!
Like, you're hurting another human being, but
You're
like, for
hurting
what
him!
purpose?
Stop it! You're
Like,
hurting
I think
him!
it's just kind of, it doesn't make the world a better
Look, I
place.
get what
know
you're
that
saying. I get what you're saying, and I agree with you. But this isn't gonna help. This isn't gonna do anything. Mitzi, it's on the couch! No, it's on the couch, Mitzi. You know where it's at. It's up there. Now she's looking at me like it's my fault. Stop! Stop! He's already dead. Alright, Mitzi, watch me, okay? There. Good job. Good girl. She like ran so fast she nearly knocked the camera over. That was scary. It's all gone, Mitzi. Oh, I'll throw her another one. Hold on. Mitzi! Mitzi, want a treat? Oh, it didn't go down in... Okay, good. She got it. Good girl. Mitzi gives me life. She gives me life too. Smelling more. All done, baby. All done. All done. It's my apology for accidentally nudging her with my foot. She's not! She's not a chonker! She just has a big pouch! That's all. I promise you she's not fat. She's got a big primordial pouch because she's old. She's like 50 in human years right now. She's an old woman. She just has a big primordial pouch, that's all. Her weight is perfectly healthy. Trust me, I make sure of it.
The moment you feel like, oh, I want to put someone in their place. Like, you know, I'm like, he needs to be taught a lesson, he needs to be talked to, you know, he's like, oh my god, like, you did this. And I understand those feelings. I'm not even saying that those feelings are wrong.
Those feelings are
But
so
also,
valid,
like,
King. You're so
I don't know how else
valid.
to say this. Like, it, you know, it's just a bit much. I don't think it's actually helpful in the
We
long
know,
run.
dude.
You guys are doing all this crap to Thor.
Again, most reasonable people would agree with this guy that the harassment and the hate is, like, so disproportionate. Yes. Like, to this thing specifically, yes. Most times on the internet, harassment that people get, or doxing, or swatting, is 100% not justifiable when you look at it from a reasonable perspective. But this, like, saying this and, like, pleading to your audience to be like, guys, please be a little bit nicer, please. I'm sorry, like, I'm with you, but it's just not gonna do anything. You're just gonna, people are just gonna call you soy. That's it.
It's not clear to me that he understands why you're doing it.
Why
Okay,
are
and I
you
think
doing
that's
this?
the first place where we're gonna start. Does that make sense, Thor?
Yeah, no, I mean, like, I can understand being mad about it at the beginning. Like, I get it. Your favorite streamer's character died. You know, like, that's
Like,
gonna
I
make you
gotta,
upset.
you know.
I was smug about it at the time.
Uh-huh.
I get it. You know,
I get it.
made a mistake
And
taking a dungeon. The dungeon didn't go well. Everyone, like, 2 people died. Like, I
Okay.
understand being angry then.
Yes. It took you 100 days to acknowledge that, though, it seems like.
I don't understand thousands, and I mean thousands.
Thousands.
Of people 100 days later still on it. Like, that's
I'm gonna say it one more time, because you keep giving it attention.
that's really weird to me. That's not something I could get.
It's strange. It's really bizarre.
This is going to be a little bit tricky. I'm wondering if there's some way that I
Did,
can.
do you guys see if the
play
title
around with-
changed on the live stream or
Oh
not?
yeah, no, they're piloted.
I don't know.
That's okay. So I'd encourage everyone who's watching this right now to just give Thor a break for just a hot second.
Just a hot, guys, just take a moment.
And just don't just reflexively knee jerk like, okay, like we're gonna talk. Can you see this?
I can, yeah.
Okay.
It is now on stream as well.
Okay, let me see. Okay, so hopefully this isn't too laggy because I think I'm just doing a ton of screen sharing. And you.
My UI is not the best for this.
Okay.
Yes.
hold on.
Okay.
Then here's what I'm
Thank
gonna
you.
do. What I'd like you to do, Thor, because I think this is a bit too much for something going on with my capture. Okay. So what I'd like you to do, Thor, is pull up my stream and mute it, but watch the iPad on my stream. Can you do that?
Now just look at the iPad. Just look at the iPad.
Yeah, I could do that.
Okay, cool. Because when I screen share with you, I just start lagging too much. Or actually, maybe this will. Okay. So let's start with this. Over here is death threats.
Oh, what the hell is this? What are we doing
Okay.
right now?
Over here is your actions.
What are we
And the other thing
doing
that-
right now?
What I want to do here is like we're gonna use you as an example.
Yeah, he's kind of the focal point, isn't he? Of course you're going to use him as an example.
But I think that like literally every human being on the planet could benefit and is guilty of what I think you were quote unquote guilty of.
Yes?
So I think there's a fundamental thing going on here, which
No.
I think once people understand, my hope is that every human.
I know we're correlating right now. I just don't understand why it needs to be dumbed down this much.
Being.
I feel like this is so patronizing.
Watching this?
I thought so too, but now I'm just so fascinated by this. I'm more fascinated by the doctor than I am with the guy. Because this guy is driving me nuts.
I have a couple of goals. One is to hopefully develop a little
Internet
bit of
therapy,
compassion towards
dude.
you. But the main goal that I have here
I
is
get
to
like
try to-
I get doing this in regular therapy and actual therapy that you pay for, but it's just internet trauma. Relax.
offer some potential.
You're not getting paid for this. At least not in the traditional sense.
Because I don't know if I'm right here, okay? Some potential insight into the gap between what happened to you and the response that you receive. So the first thing is that this is disproportionate, right? So
yeah.
I mean, I see why he's going soft on him. I just don't think it's necessary. I know he goes a bit harder on him later. But it's just such a slog. I want to see this conclusion, though, that he gets to, though.
I can see that.
What they're responding to is something in here. In between your actions. Like, you're evoking a response. So here's your actions.
I just don't see why we need to visualize this.
And then there is some kind of equation that maybe has a...
There's some kind of mathematical formula here.
And then over here we end up with harassment.
Uh-huh.
So does this make more sense? Like, if we want to understand why this is happening to you, how this is happening to you, there is some... Huh? Hello?
Hello? Huh? What? Smiling friends moment.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, no, you're roboting out really hard. I think
I think he's the one roboting.
Ago.
Okay, so let me see.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Oh no.
Can pull me up on the stream that you receive, right?
Oh my god, we are actually doing a mathematical equation. I was joking.
Okay.
No, I can understand that completely.
So
I hate math.
Let's like toss in like there's another variable here which is like
I hate math.
There's another variable here which is like momentum.
Gamer speak.
There's another variable here which is like content creators hopping on. Content reactions, right? So each of these things is an amplifying effect. Agreed?
Yeah, absolutely.
So let me ask you, in your gut, do you think that this plus these things is sufficient to explain, not say that it's justified, but
Alpha no, my
explain
beloved.
what you are going through?
I don't think so.
I don't even think it's like he hasn't been stubborn on anything yet. He's just struggling to like understand this guy is like. It seems like this guy is more struggling internally with his own thoughts than he is struggling to like. Than we're struggling with this conversation. I haven't really felt a whole lot of pushback from Pirate Software yet. At this point in the conversation. It just kind of feels like... I don't even know. Like, it just feels like... He's just over-explaining just to hear himself talk. It's so unnecessary at this point.
Because I think the internet would have given up about it.
I completely agree. So I think there's a big variable.
It's too long-lived.
There's a big variable. You've tapped into something that people really don't like.
There's just an energy here. There's something happening here.
And here's what I'm kind of hearing. So I'm going to just like write some things out here, okay?
Okay.
So these are just kind of things that you've said. And I wonder if this will like, if something will click. Okay.
Now
so
this frowny face
first
represents
thing is that
you.
there's death threats. That's bad.
Bad.
Yeah.
Yes. Death threats
banning
bad.
a lot of people.
Holy
There
fuck,
is
dude.
Ghost dying.
Okay. Oh my god, dude. Gish Galley. Gitch Galley. It says Gitch Galley at the top here.
From like personal ownership over something, but I don't think I'm doing that, so I'm not sure.
Why do you say that?
Because you put I'm not over in the right side.
Okay.
Yeah. But that'd be the only reason for that.
Yeah, so I think I think your assessment is somewhat correct. I think there's like a couple of things that are like blind spots is what I would call them. So the first is that I've noticed that this is what's so tricky about this. I think that objectively you're correct. I don't think that anyone deserves the degree of harassment that you've received. I hope people stop. I really wish they stop, and I mean that genuinely.
I mean,
And at the
yeah,
same
that's
time,
fair.
I notice just the way that I hear you speak, I notice certain blind spots or narratives that are constructed.
Oh my god.
So the first thing that
I'm
you
nervous about talking about it. To be clear.
No,
Like,
see, if this, I just feel like this Dr. K guy is, if he was just more to the point and he was less like meandering about with what like the point he was trying to get across, this conversation would probably go a little bit smoother. There's a lot of like miscommunication happening here again. Like, fuck's sake.
It's a defense mechanism entirely because of the fact that this has been going on for so long. It involves all of my staff. It involves my family. It involves my general well-being. It involves my physical security at events. It involves all that stuff. And it makes me nervous to talk about it, so it's hard to articulate in a time like that without... I don't know. It's just hard to articulate. If that makes
Canis. He doesn't want to fuel the hate. No, I get that. He doesn't have to be like aggressive and confrontational. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying he has to like accuse him like, oh, you're being dishonest. I'm not saying anything like that. It's just the way that he's going about asking these questions is so in a roundabout way that it makes it difficult to understand what he's asking. I feel like especially in these sorts of situations when you're talking to gamers too, it's like maybe be a little bit more specific in your terminology and the words that your word choice. Try to like get to the point instead of like going like feelings and vibes and energy and the tone that you're really putting out there is just, it's giving me the energy of like of what you're trying to convey is not necessarily in a way in accordance with like your inner self, and we can try to work forward through this, and I'm just trying to process like in the most optimal way to provide for you this. It's like a lot of nothing. It's a lot of nothing. You're saying a lot and nothing at the same time. And I hate that. It's the most annoying shit to me. Okay, I say everything is the most annoying shit to me, but you know what I mean. I'm just exaggerating. Whatever.
Okay, so that begs two questions. One important one, which is, are you sure...
It's like, you don't have to say, well, that brings up two questions. And one of them is actually an important one. And I'm about to ask you the important question first, and then I'm gonna ask you the second question. Like a bunch of just that. A bunch of that. You could have just said, let me ask you a quick question. Can I ask you a question real quick? Like, hey, quick question then. Or, that brings up a question then. You know? It's like, be fast!
That we should be talking about it.
Well,
God.
No, it's not.
I'd rather talk about it.
No,
the
it's
way
not
that I
too
feel
late.
about it,
We
dude,
can
is
stop.
I
We can stop right this second.
I would rather talk about that, and
Okay.
the reason why is...
Yeah, that's fair, Villa. That's fair. I would assume that you put everything in the proper order to be watched.
It's because I find, and this is a very serious part, right?
This is the serious part.
I find that if you don't talk about this, it's not going to help other people.
Right, but you only really have to talk about it once. Once you've addressed it, then you don't have to talk about it anymore. If you feel that you've addressed it, and there's nothing else that you can bring to that discussion after that, then you don't have to keep talking about it. It's fine to, like, address it once just to sort of, like, quell the amount of people being like, he's avoiding it, he's not talking about it. I get that. But you don't have to keep talking about it.
Right, like, I get it. I'm going through it right now. But this is something I think
I
needs
get
to be
it.
talked about, because the amount
It
of
needs to be talked about.
hate and abuse that's going on from this...
See, it's not about you talking about the thing. It's you talking about how much of a victim you are now. And that is probably what's fueling a bit more of this fire. It's less about the initial thing that happened and more about your response to the hate. Because now, it's just a... What do you call it? It's just like a feedback loop, in a way. Where you just feed and then you feed and then you feed and you keep doing that. And then they start responding to how you're responding to the thing that they responded to. And it just loops back into itself.
Isn't just going to happen to me.
Okay.
I know that's
I don't think I have this
agree.
yet.
I think that you are pretty unlucky here. But I think
Unlucky.
you are the unlucky
Unlucky.
person who has tapped into something very fundamental in human psychology that has, like, triggered the shit out of
He needs people to know how indignated he is by people being disappointed in him. I kind of get that. I don't like it when people are disappointed in me. Nobody likes that feeling. But you gotta just kind of cope. You gotta find a way to cope.
people.
Likely, yeah.
Okay. So I want you to notice.
I would
just
like for
happened.
you
Okay.
to notice what just happened.
Okay, so it's now that you're insisting that we talk about it. Fair enough.
Oh,
I
that's so
said, "Hey,
satisfying."
I'm noticing something about your narrative, and what was your answer?
That I was like deflected.
What do you mean?
It's unless we're talking about something else.
No. What we just talked about. I said, hey, I'm noticing something about your narrative, and then you said what?
Yeah. That I was like deflecting or trying to push off blame onto somebody else.
Okay. Yes. And then
Dude,
what
I don't even remember what he said at this point. I don't expect pirate software to remember.
What did you say after that?
Oh my god, are we leaving or what?
Okay. So then what you said is the reason...
Because this guy talked a lot. And so this guy doesn't know exactly which part he's asking about. Because he talked a bunch. And so there's like many different points that he could be referring to. And Pirate has no idea which part he could possibly be referring to because he yapped so much.
The reason I'm doing it is because I'm anxious.
Why are you anxious? Oh, him.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah, 100%.
Right? I'm
God.
There we go.
I was about to
Right?
say, why are you anxious about it?
So the interesting thing is that, like, you're doing something really interesting.
Well,
Which
is it?
That, like, you provide a very logical reason, which is very compassion-inducing for why you are doing the thing that you're doing.
A plea to an emotional plea. We know.
Right? So, like, who in their right mind, when you say, yeah, the narrative that I'm creating is because I'm afraid for my physical well-being. Like,
yes.
How is that challengeable?
It's not.
Does it have to be, though? I mean, I get it's... I mean, like... I get he's probably saying that, like... I don't think he's 100% lying when he says the reason he deflects or, like, gets defensive right now is because he's anxious about that stuff. But, like, can't that also be true? That he can also, like, be stubborn, not want to admit that he's wrong, and also be in fear of his life, especially if he's already been swatted. I feel like that's a bit more understandable, right?
100%.
Yeah.
So I think what you are doing is something that is, I don't know what word to use, has a negative valence to it. You're doing something that's bad in the way that you respond to it.
What you're doing is bad.
Makes it unchallengeable.
It's bad because it's unchallengeable, but what if it's true, though? Like, we've already established that you agree that this guy shouldn't be getting death threats and shouldn't be swatted and shouldn't be doxxed over what happened. But if he says that he's in fear of his life because of those things, that is somehow bad, and because it's unchallengeable? I don't understand. Yeah, I'm just as confused as he is.
Like, you're doing this thing over and over and over again.
So I get the repetitiveness. I think what he's trying to say is that Thor is, like, appealing to emotion, like emotional manipulation, to try and get people off his back. Like, guys, stop doing this because I'm in fear of my life. I get it. What I'm trying to say is that that doesn't mean that it's automatically untrue, that he could, in some part, be in fear of his life.
Okay.
Right? So the way that you're...
That would be...
Huh?
negative about that, though?
What?
That's what I'm trying to understand. I said, what about that is negative?
That's a
in that
very
movie?
excellent question. So now we get to something
Excellent question. I'm so glad you asked
really
that.
interesting about human psychology.
Oh, good.
So if I'm pissed at you,
Instead of just answering the question, he just goes off into another yap fest. Jesus Christ.
you take away my reason to be pissed at you, what do I do?
What? But how does... What? I'm sorry. I'm just like, I am not following his line of reasoning at all.
You get pissed. More pissed.
Absolutely.
So is he not like, god damn it. Is he... fuck's sake. Is he not allowed to say that him being swatted and harassed is bad? I'm so confused. I don't... Okay, whatever. We're continuing.
So how...
So you're saying that...
You're not allowed to take away the reason that I'm mad at you. What? You're not allowed to invalidate the reason why I'm angry at you. What? I can see how this is free. Okay, I get what he's trying to say. I'm just not very good at articulating it either. So I'm not even gonna try. But I think it's kind of dumb.
Basically, it's created a bunch of anger. And then by having a situation and talking about it, and showing like, hey, this is what's going on, it's created a scenario where people are more angry because they don't have a vent. They don't have a way of getting it out.
That is where we're... Hold on. Let me just fix this real quick.
Oh, maybe I should put on Overguard. I keep forgetting I have that. Oh, I need energy.
I
Fuck.
wonder if you're going quiet again, so I just jacked you up.
Oh my
So
god, dude.
I think that is the first step to it, right? So there's something that there's something that people...
Yeah, I get it. I get what he's trying to do. He's just not doing it very well.
Deflecting is maybe a good word. There's something that you're deflecting.
Yes.
That then triggers people to like... Because they're not getting what they want from you.
And that's a bad
Does that
thing?
make sense?
Yes.
Okay.
But you preface this by saying that he's doing something bad. He's not giving them what they want, so that's a bad thing? I'm so confused, bro.
So now the question kind of becomes, like, I don't know if this sort of makes sense, but I think when I hear your story, what I hear is... And this is what's so tricky about it, is like, I think everything you said is logical, because you kind of base things on sort of proof, right?
What?
But I'm noticing that, like, the way that you accept...
Where did he get that conclusion? Like, I don't know if that was in something that I skipped. I don't know where he got that conclusion.
Responsibility is like 1% of what your narrative is. So you say that you were smug.
Yeah.
Right?
Right, but he didn't... Yeah, he... Okay, whatever. I'll let him finish.
And I think that
Let him speak.
Feels like a tiny, tiny, tiny part of your narrative.
So then why don't you just ask him more contextualizing questions or clarifying questions? Instead of just sitting here and being like, I feel like you're leaving stuff out and that's bad. Why don't you just say, okay, well, what did you say here? Who started what? What did you say when this person said this? It's like, why don't you ask those? Or better yet, you could just pull up a clip. You could just pull, like, you could do what I did and just pull up the clip of the thing that happened, and you can see it for yourself whether or not he's telling the truth. Wouldn't that make it so much easier and faster for you, too? Or do you just like hearing the sound of your voice?
I think it's only a tiny part of the narrative because it's the flashpoint. It's the moment that started, right?
Sure.
So it's hard. It's
Sure.
hard to make that larger in the story. But yeah, I was
No,
smart.
I mean,
was smart.
I think it sounds to me like, and like now.
I'm sorry. Like, maybe I'm just getting mad at the wrong things here. I'm not trying to, like, I can't believe I have to say this, that I'm not trying to defend pirate software. I just don't like the way that this guy is, like, conducting this.
I'm gonna say something that's like, this isn't, I don't know what better word to say. I think it's not the flashpoint. I think it's the fuel.
Okay.
Like, wasn't this supposed to be an interview anyway? Like, an honest conversation. It's not exactly a therapy session.
So you think that was a catalyst for something else?
I think you've...
I think it just goes to show how easy it is to get a license in anything.
This sounds judgmental, but I think the way that you responded in that moment, so you said early on, you made some kind of, like, joke. Right, where you, like someone said run, and then you said I don't want to be like I don't want to piss them off.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna make a joke instead of saying, "Bro, I ran because you told me to run."
See, bro, you could have asked this like 30 minutes ago. Instead of all of this with the diagrams and the mathematical equations, all of that just to say that, you could have said this 30 minutes ago. Why are you wasting our time?
You remember when you said that?
Yeah.
So I think that there's like little things that you're.
God, it took us this long to get to the point.
Doing that. So if I made the call to run, and then you ran, and then I was like, bro, why are you running? And then you say you made the call to run. How is that? Why would you not say that?
Yeah, that's a very good question. It's almost like I asked that almost immediately. It didn't take me an hour to get to that point to ask that question. That's the same question I asked like an hour ago.
Right, like the reason I'm doing this is because I was listening.
Jesus.
Yeah, no, legitimately, that's the one thing, and I've talked about this before, is like,
I
if I would have just
hold
turned around
on.
and be like, you...
I might need to take a small break here because Mitzi sounds hungry. They always stretch it out a lot for more ads. That could be part of it. Speaking of ads, I did not realize my video had so many fucking mid-rolls on it. Like, holy shit. It wasn't until Tarnished pointed it out to me that I had to change it manually. So, for anyone who got a shit ton of ads on my latest video, I apologize. Alright, I'm gonna head back to these guys so that they can protect me, put on some overguard, and go feed my cat. So hopefully they protect me like a little baby. Alright, hold on. Mitzi, are you hungry? Oh, you are! Are you hungry? You're a good girl. Alright, BRB. Why am I on the floor? How could this have happened? I was only gone for 5 minutes. I don't understand how this could happen. Why are my teammates so bad at this?
told us to. If I would have just said that, I feel like this whole thing would not have been like this.
I just fed you! Just fed you. She's back. Mitzi, why don't you come up here? Hang on. I need protection. Everybody just keeps harassing me and all I want to do is feed my cat! Come up here. You have a little, you actually just have a literal pedestal here, all to yourself, that you could use to get my attention. There you go. If cybernetics ever become like a fully fledged thing, I just want to get like a third arm so I can just pet Mitzi while I play video games. Why don't we have multiple arms? I just want to be a spider creature where I could do multiple different things at once. She demands more. Well, she wants attention. And she knows the best way to get my attention is to pretend that she's hungry. Because she knows I'll do it. Because she knows I'm a sucker like that.
So I think that the interesting thing here is that I suspect that there are a dozen...
Okay, I'm gonna try and stop complaining about how much this guy yaps, because I think I've made my point. And so if I keep complaining about it, that in itself is gonna get tiresome, so...
Other things like that.
I'm gonna try and ignore it for now.
So just the way that your narrative sounds to me, and let me know if like this is rubbing you the wrong way, or like you think I'm an asshole, or if this is like, please let me know.
Please.
But I think that something about this story has something that I would call the missing reasons.
Oh my god.
Okay.
We're back to this again. I just want to emphasize one more time that he brought up the whole missing reasons thing an hour ago, roughly, right? And instead of just explaining what that means, we're like here an hour later, and he's like, oh, that's what the missing is. And I'm like, what the... But you never really answered the question.
It's whatever it is, it's a blind spot.
Yeah.
Because like for me, I'm just like,
I'm
this
here.
was me being smug, and it exploded out of control. And for me on this side, it just feels like a lot of content creators leaped onto it because it got popular to talk about. It became kind of like an issue, and it generated a lot of views.
Yeah. So
and it just kind of went nuts.
And so I want you to just pay attention to that.
I'm not doing enough buffing.
Because you're doing it again.
You're doing it again. You're doing it again. The thing that I haven't explained to you that you're doing it again. Okay, what am I doing? Oh, you did it again. Jesus Christ.
Why did this blow up?
Oh my god. End me.
No. Why did it amplify? Who's to blame for the amplification?
The amplification I could generally say is Reddit and other.
Oh my god.
Like I feel.
Crash out, crash out, crash out. I might actually crash out at this guy if he does this again. Holy fuck. If I had this guy as a therapist, I'd get a second opinion. I'd be like, can I just get a referral to a different therapist? Like, holy fuck, dude. Does my insurance, like, I gotta check and see who else my insurance covers. Because this is a nightmare. If I had to do this in therapy, I'd go even more insane. I'd become even more depressed.
Very steadfast in that opinion on that.
I'm very lucky to have like a really good therapist who just gets to the fucking point whenever I talk to her about something. It's so nice. Apparently that's a luxury to have. Because holy fuck.
I don't think this would have reached the
Reddit
audience
moment.
that it did, or become as large as it was on the internet without.
Oh,
that.
now she disappeared.
So
okay.
Over 100,000 viewers worth of people.
Yeah, so that I think is 100% true, and is indicative of what the problem is, right? Because what happens,
I turn into Voss from Far Cry 3.
Every step of the way, you made one tiny mistake. But the way that you are reacting, I don't think a fire can get this big without a content creator's interaction.
Just say it. Just
and the
fucking
way that
say
you're
it.
responding to each of these situations is only fanning the flames.
But you haven't even described to him how he's responding to it. You're telling him it's bad, but you're telling him what he's doing is bad before you're even telling him what he's doing. You have to explain the what first, and then figure out the why after. You're trying to do it the other way around.
And I think, like, you're saying this, right? Like, you've tried everything. Like, you've tried...
I tried doing nothing.
You've tried doing nothing, you've tried doing everything, and nothing seems to be working, which I know seems like nothing is working, but if you are consistently getting the same result and you are altering certain variables in that equation...
Do you think it's maybe because he's altering certain variables that's causing this to happen? Like, again, it's like, if he's going to get the same result no matter what, then he has to stop trying to switch it up, so to speak.
And what that implies is that there's one variable that's not being altered.
Yeah, and that's why I look to the outside source.
But if you think about it, that is like two variables that are not altering here. Him and the audience. There's only, like, the audience isn't being changed as this is happening. I mean, sure, you could argue that, like, people lose interest and then more new people get interested in it, and that could be the variable that changes. But I feel like a lot of this, the majority are, like, some of the same people from the beginning to the end. See ya, Distression? Dude, same. I know I have to move on, right? I have to move on. I'm gonna be stuck here all day.
Because I'm like, I've altered the way that I interact.
But the outside source is relatively consistent, because people go through drama all the time. And maybe this is a leopards ate my face moment.
What?
Maybe this is a moment where I can say this now, and a month from now, when I'm in your position, I'm gonna be like, holy shit, was I wrong? Right? Like,
what?
Like maybe this is not the way, but. Your whole point is that the amount of hatred that you're receiving is disproportionate, not only to what you did, but is even outside of the norm of what other content creators experience.
Yes.
Like,
This is something you could have said half an hour ago. Thank you.
I've been through shit. I've had people get on my case and stuff like that, and then stuff usually calms down, right?
Yeah.
For most of us, we all get these kinds of problems where...
Now, what you could have asked him, you could have prefaced this, and then you could have asked him, why do you feel like it's a different case for you? Why do you suspect it's different for you?
People, like, are really mean to
But
us.
he didn't
I don't
ask
think they
that.
understand. No snowflake thinks it's responsible
And if
for
he
the
did,
avalanche.
he didn't ask it in a very clear way.
But what I
that
see
made
is
it
a guy
understandable.
who is- everyone thinks they're snowflakes, and you're getting swamped by an avalanche. They don't understand that. I think people on the internet don't now know how to understand it until you are on the receiving end of hate from thousands upon tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands, and people who are just piling on. Once the bully starts kicking you when you're down, the internet is like 1,000 other people who are like going to get in a lick because it feels good. And I think you're doing something that is like absolutely hitting a trigger point. And I suspect that what you're getting into, just with the way that you describe things, it's very much like I did this tiny thing, and then all of this stuff is happening to me that I don't have any influence over. And objectively, these people are wrong.
Yes, he is acting like he has no agency and that he didn't do anything to agitate the situation. We know.
I'm correct. And when someone does that and says, I am objectively wrong, I mean, I'm objectively right and you are objectively wrong, this is not what happened, this is what really happened, and by the way, all this shit is happening to me now, it's like a very, like, it's a very, like, you kind of get what I'm saying? I'm trying very hard not to say...
Oh, I know you're trying very hard, dude. I can tell. All cylinders are firing off right now. I can tell. The gears are churning in this brain.
Certain words.
I don't see it that way, though. Like,
I know
see
you
it
don't.
as, like, an objectively subjective that. I see it as... It's more of a deep emotional response from people that don't care about
Oh,
me,
it's so
or they don't care
satisfying,
about
though.
resolving the situation.
With the door
They
closed.
want it to continue. So.
Yeah, so
And,
I
like,
think...
I get it,
And that's when you ask, why do you think that?
but, like, I don't want to be a part of your story. It's like...
Right, so I think that's what's fueling the
Where is
flips.
everybody? I'm going the wrong way for
You
sure.
don't see it that way.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. I don't know how that...
Right, so
would.
so when
I mean,
when I
like,
lived...
why would you care for so long?
We'll get to that in a second. But
Why don't we get to it now?
I think that this is another thing, which is that you're thinking a lot...
The wrath of 1,000 autists.
Okay, so we're going to talk about something called mentalization. Okay? So when you imagine what is going on in someone else's head, I don't think you are doing nothing you're saying is incorrect, but I think everything you're saying is pretty incomplete.
Okay.
Right? So you're saying, like, okay, there's a parasocial aspect. You're completely right. Like, you're right about everything you're saying. I just think...
You're right about everything, but you can't assume that you're right about everything. Dude. What are you trying to say right now? This doesn't make any sense. You can't just assume that you're right about everything. But you are right about everything. Everything that you've said so far has been 100% right. But you also are not right. And you have an ego by assuming that you're right. The fuck?
The main mistake, if
you're
you
not
can call
allowed
it
to
that,
have a. You're not allowed to say it.
The process that is really getting you in trouble.
It's so interesting to hear you process this. Yeah, I mean, listen. I understand why people are mad at this guy. I understand that he agitated the situation to an insane degree. And he could have just... a lot of this he probably could have just avoided by saying sorry. And not being an asshole in the moment. But holy shit. This guy is pissing me off.
Is incompleteness.
This incompleteness. We need to address this incompleteness that you have. This is like... if Izzy was a guy. If Izzy was a psychologist.
I know.
Maybe not that bad.
I know. I'm like...
I mean, dude, I know. I know that there's missing context. I know that there's stuff I don't know about yet. And I know that he is kind of on the same page that I'm at. But he's like... it's just the way he's going about it. when he, like, there's so many better ways to, like, confront this. I will get to it, I promise.
99%
I will stop.
confident
I will try to stop complaining about this guy because I know it's just slowing me down.
that this is going to be very hard. And
Twisted. I feel like I'm being quizzed with one of those multiple choice questions where every option is technically... yes! That's why I hated those as a kid. I always failed tests like that because every time it was like, yeah, but these are all technically right if you think about it.
This is why you're in this situation, because this is like... it's like you're
Dude,
like...
I'm... holy fuck. Okay, I'm done. I'm sorry.
Is going on. I don't know. I've tried everything.
Cynthia?
What they're saying is just not true. The reason that I know that these people are not valid is because they copy pasta each other. Right? Do you see how, like, how much...
No, I think that's not everyone, right? There
Yeah,
are some people that are just upset.
Okay, Villa, feel free to tell me when I've heard enough of this interview, or if I should skip ahead. Alright? Feel free to tell me if, like, to skip ahead, like, ahead of something, or get to a certain part or something. You're having a blast? Okay, fair enough. So am I, but I don't want to bore people too much.
Which, that's not realistic. I'm a human being.
Hold on.
Crash out. I feel like I have already.
No, I don't agree with that.
That's good for you, dude. I'm so glad that you don't agree with it. Why don't you tell us about it some more?
You do, because there are some that have messaged me and stuff like that. There are definitely people that felt that.
Yeah, I know they felt that. But I don't think that you're an ordinary content creator.
What?
I don't think you're an ordinary human being. I think you're
What?
a superhuman being.
What?
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 Yeah. How do you think about yourself?
What?
I don't know. I don't, generally.
I think therein lies another problem. Right? So if you don't think about... I know it's weird, like I'm sending you a lot of weird stuff.
Yes, you are! What the fuck? Okay, so can I just move on in the interview? Like, is there more stuff in the interview, or can I just be like, I'm done with this shit and move on to the next video? What the fuck? How is this helping anything? You're giving this guy complete mixed signals and then you're blaming him for not understanding. He's being so confusing, and then he's like, see, the reason why you're confused is part of the problem. Like, God, I hate people like this. This reminds me, oh my God, this reminds me of my traumatic childhood, okay? But no, this actually reminds me of someone, like an adult in my life, that would be like, you're in trouble. Or like, you're gonna be punished because you're in trouble. And then I'd be like, well, what am I in trouble for? And they'd be like, well, the fact that you don't even know why you're in trouble is part of the problem. It's like, why can't you just tell me? Holy shit. It's like a battle of egos. There are plenty of fun stuff to look at, but you can just move on. I feel like what I'm gonna do for now is, I might come back to this at a later date. But I want to move on from this guy. This Dr. K guy, whatever. I'm sure he's a nice dude, but holy fuck. How did you get a degree like this? Why are you trying to, like, Why are you trying to play mind games at a time? Like, this isn't the time for fucking mind games, okay? You're just confusing the fuck out of everybody. Holy. When the credit card declines... Yeah, I guess the credit card declines, so now it's time to gaslight. Jesus. Okay, let me, go no relic. Oh no, actually, I'll just stay. Fuck it. I just have to choose something that I don't actually have. Ugh! God, they don't give you a lot of time. Okay, okay, back to the suggestions. We're gonna go down the list. Wow, that was hard to listen to. Okay, this is another one. My problem with Pirates software. Dude, I just learned that you can drag and drop a link onto your browser and it opens it. That's amazing. The more you learn. Wow, okay. So this is from Fearful Tears, not Fear Flutters. I don't know why I thought it was called that. Fearful Tears has a video called My Problem with Pirate Software. Oh, I think we're extracting, so let me focus on that real quick. Get the hell out of here. It's been chaos. It's making my blood pressure go up. It's not good for my mental. For my blood pressure. Where's the exit? There it is! Let me in! Why did they put this glass wall here? It just fucks with you. I'm definitely being really hard on this guy for not, and I don't even know him, but holy fuck. I'm just saying, if I had my first session with a therapist and it went like this, I'd be like, no, I gotta see a different therapist, dude. This is not helping. You are not helping me right now.
Has your YouTube recommended been bombarded by shorts from pirate software?
Yes. No, actually.
All the time.
I say yes just to appease you.
Recommendations from pirate software. And, you know, over time, I started watching them, and he's a pretty good content creator. He makes a lot of, like, sometimes just, like, common sense, like, life shorts.
Okay.
Like, the clips from his stream where he talks about life and gives a pretty good outlook on it. Or, more commonly, the gaming industry or the hacking community. He gives his good experience with it. Some anecdote that is generally very entertaining, and his opinion on it is generally very agreeable.
Okay.
And
the mouth noises.
He's a big voice on Twitch. He has like 2 million subscribers on YouTube.
Very
and
cool. Very
1 million
base.
followers on Twitch.
Cool, cool.
So he's one of the biggest voices for game development. And
I'm sorry.
The content creator space right now, which is very vital, very useful. I commend him for doing it. But I personally, you know,
Sorry, I'm so sorry. Now I can't unhear the mouth noises now that I've tuned into it.
I have pre-existing conceptions of this guy because I come into contact with videos in this content before.
He's only human. He's only human.
There was one reel I'll get into, or a short, sorry, a YouTube short. That he made.
Yeah, the microphones that are really high on the treble, they do not do you any favors if you're a mouth noise kind of person.
That I did not agree with, and on research I found him to be wrong on it. And I will get into that. Before that, I want to get into what is probably going to be even more important issue to a lot of people.
See, my therapist does that a little bit, Twisted, but only because that's actually important for me specifically to do, because I do need more time outside. I do need to eat healthier, so it's good to get those reminders. But thankfully, it's not the only thing we talk about.
Which is Pirate Software itself and the game they're developing, Heartbound. My first criticism of Pirate Software, of 2.
Heartsoft.
And the more important one, obviously, to most people, but not as important to me. I hold more personal stake in the other one.
Okay.
Is that, well, let me introduce you to them.
All right.
They're a 3-man studio. They have Jason Thorhall, director. The lead
That's
artist,
kind of a cool
Brady
name,
Shea,
Jason
and,
Thorhall.
Stain I think. So they had the composer and sound designer. 3 people working at the studio making this game, Heartbound.
Okay.
And Heartbound here, you can see, went on to Steam Greenlight back when I was a thing in 2016. This is when they had made enough of the game to put out a small little, you know, media release to say, like, you know, you want to support my game on Greenlight, and Greenlight it through Steam Greenlight, and it was. People, you know,
I do need to do a vault.
They were down to play it, and so it got greenlit. And then a few months later, it got on Kickstarter, February 2017.
So are we gonna get into like? Is this like about to be like a scam territory that we're getting
it got
into?
Funded pretty soon, and yeah, it made
Not doing the index.
In, I think, a day or two, and yeah, it went over to nearly 20K within even the next month that it was running. So.
Oh right, Syndicate missions. I forgot about that.
2017, they are funded on Kickstarter, and they have a beta on Steam Greenlight.
Okay.
Yeah, 2017 around March, the beta was already live.
It can't take this long.
Steam.
It really does look like an Undertale clone. Fuck.
And the game had been funded with 20K a few weeks after that. So March 2017, funded, beta is out. It releases into early access Christmas Eve 2018, with I believe the first 2 chapters of 5 planned chapters. So that's where we were almost 6 years ago. 6 years ago, in 3 months, it'll be 6 years ago since it released in early access with 2 chapters out.
Okay.
So they've been working on the rest of the game for those nearly 6 years, 5 years and 9 months. What has come out since then? Well, Chapter 3 is still not fully out. It is in the game to a certain extent, but it's not entirely finished. Now, I don't have personal stake in this game. I have not bought it. I have not played it. I've only seen gameplay and I've read about it, but it just seems very odd to me that in 6 years, a game that has been fully funded...
Yeah, it's a bit of a problem. At that point, once it's been funded, successfully funded, you kind of have an obligation to release it. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab some water real quick. Some ice water. It is hot in here, but I can't turn on my fan because then it would just blow air into the microphone, so... Streamer issues, am I right? It was a misinput! It was a misinput! You calm the fuck down! Depends on your metric for scam, okay. My threshold for what is like considered an outright scam is kind of a high threshold, I think.
Ready in as mode.
Like I've given, like in the past I've given money to like Kickstarter games that fell through, but I wouldn't necessarily call those a scam. They're just projects that fell through because that happens sometimes. You're pretty much just giving an investment into something that could succeed.
It is on early access, so it's basically, you know, pre-orders. Like the game is mostly paid for 6 years ago, and they have yet to finish even the first part of 3 that they were planning to release. Here's an update here. October 2023 says estimated release date for Animus Chapter 3 is now December 2023. Yeah, I can find this footage right here of a guy from 2021 playing Animus. He starts at about right here, and about 42 minutes in, it is over. Right here it says,
the game so
thanks for playing.
far.
They have added more since this 45-minute content
Okay.
here, but
Gotcha.
it does not seem anything was added here when they said they were hoping to release it. So, and it's been 9 months since here, and nothing's come out.
9 months. It should have been born by
and
now.
In fact, I want to go on to another point here. So in start of January 2022, they started doing monthly updates on their YouTube channel, Pirate Software. Because I guess by 2022 it had been 3 years, and the game Chapter 3 had not come out yet. So they started doing monthly updates. Started doing this January 2022. Well, at first it was Heartbound dev updates, and then it's changed to studio updates because they've become a bit less Heartbound focused. Start becoming a lot more studio focused about the Pirate Software brand, about the YouTube channel, about the Twitch. So right here we have
give him a chance. Give him a chance.
This is the
he'll get to the point. He's just giving us the ground.
He's
just giving us the ground right now. Giving us the ground.
20 seconds of Heartbound content, and then translation, other game, our ferrets, some snails, rescue operations, fundraiser we're doing. That's
just sounds like
20 seconds
too many projects.
Content batch where they delay it, and then the rest is about other stuff, and that's kind of how it goes.
Who the hell?
They did,
right.
Here in September is when they leaked the game schedule a bit more into the actual game development of that. And they say 74% done. This is September 2023. Now, September 2023, and the game was enough to have a demo, a beta.
I feel like if this is like, I don't know much about game development, but I feel like if I started a game project that people funded and it was like 75% done, which is like mostly done, at least like to a point where it's probably like fit to be at least released, right? And I'm not really planning on working on it anymore. What I would do is I'd probably just release it in a playable state, in a semi-complete state that's playable, and then just allow people to mod it, like be able to mod it freely however they choose to. And so it becomes more of a community-built game that way. At least then you're giving them something, I could be totally wrong, because I could be totally, like, ignorant of the process, but just from, like, an immediate, like, just an immediate thought, I guess.
On Steam Greenlight, late November, December 2023. So...
I'll find a good hallway.
That is not great. Like, this 97% Animus, which they said this in December 2023, it's still not out. I don't know how it's taken a year for 3%.
While you listen, understand that Pirate Software speaks as though he is an authority, the Lorax of indie devs. He hasn't even finished Heartbound, and the only game he's finished is a trashy clicker game. Okay. I like clicker games. Okay, got it.
Has been...
A lot of this I am assuming, is about his attitude about the whole thing.
Almost 6 years.
Something that people paid for.
This right here, this 74%.
Toby Fox almost exclusively made UT by himself with Temmie Chang as his artist. He did literally everything else. Yeah. I can understand that people get burnt out, though. I can understand people get burnt out from a project. But I feel like when someone has already paid you for it, there should be a bit more incentive to at least put it out in a playable state, and then allow people to do whatever they want with it. I don't know. I feel like when it's crowdfunded like that, it should be a bit more open source. It doesn't have to be freely open source or like literally open source, but it should be more like open to the people, I suppose.
74%. It's been developed since... It was by 2016, November 2016, it was enough to have a beta out. So we'll give it that. We'll give it November 2016.
Like, imagine, I mean, since it's basically an Undertale clone, imagine if Toby Fox, like, crowdfunded this game, because he did. He crowdfunded this game. Imagine if he turned around and was like, you are not allowed to make any modded versions of this game. You're not allowed to do anything like that. You're not allowed to make your own AUs. No AUs allowed. Like, you can't do anything that's outside of my creative vision for this, and you're not allowed to touch it. It's like, whoa. Alright, buddy. Jesus.
September 2024. We are coming up on 8 years. 7 years and 10 months. Give or take a few days.
I get so bored of these low-level Warframe rounds because there's... I gotta bring, like, Octavia or something because there's, like, nothing to do. Because there's so few enemies.
74%. That would imply 2.5 more years, more of an edge, over 2.5 more years for the rest of this development to do the 26% that's remaining.
All I know is that it's taking too long.
2.5 years more would be a 10-year development cycle for the game. It'd be 20.
I mean, I've technically, like, in the most technical use, the most liberal use of the term, I've made a game before. Like, I made a game in RPG Maker for somebody as a gift, and that alone required, like, months of effort for, like, something that takes you 5 minutes to beat in RPG Maker. And I had to, like, teach myself. It was, like, a self-taught thing. I didn't know how to do anything. I did a lot of trial and error, a lot of teaching myself new shit. A lot of coding involved, and I didn't even know how to code. And it's like, I get it. Like, with something that's more complicated than RPG Maker, I would assume that, yes, it takes time. Definitely something AI can be useful for helping out with.
27 by the time it comes out, early 2027. That's not good. That's very bad numbers.
EVE Online, I've heard all about that from Frederick Knudsen. It was a very interesting video.
With a 20k budget from the original funding? Like, and it's looking like it's going to take 10 years? Let's compare this to 2 other examples. One, we'll go extreme first. Extreme.
Can I skip this part? I don't really need to compare it to other... I already know it's too long. Whatever it is, it's too long. I already know that.
Game. And in fact, sometimes when he does stream, and he actually does some game development, he's not even developing Heartbound, he's developing another game, Block Game, which is a Minecraft MMO server thing.
Oh no.
Which is... I'm a hypocrite for saying this, because I work on several projects too. This is an example of one of them. But working on an MMO Minecraft mod when you should be working on like your
I didn't even realize my life
it's
support was failing.
designed to like run for over time. Like, you were constantly working on it. You're constantly adding content, and this is what he's spending time doing.
Yeah, mismanaging his time. Story of my life.
About this one.
Hey, Silver Fox.
And then halfway through, he plays games for the rest of the stream.
Maybe you can go over it another time. Oh yeah. I
Where's
mean,
Where's
I'm in it for the long haul today. I might as well. I don't stream very often, so might as well just go for however long I want to. I wasn't even planning on just playing Warframe today either. I'm just doing whatever dailies I can do, and then I'm moving on to other games. I got chores in Arcade I gotta do too.
I don't have the game, and I didn't buy the. I didn't like support the game. I didn't buy it.
You said this already.
But I imagine if you did, you'd be like, "Where's the game? I want to, play Heartbound. I want it to be finished, and it's 74% finished as of a year ago, and we haven't seen an update." And that
this is kind of just the inherent risk you run backing anything on Kickstarter, which is why I don't normally back stuff on Kickstarter unless I'm getting something immediate in return. Like, you're getting some kind of reward that even if the overall project isn't finished, you'll feel like you got what you paid for. Like, spend your money on something where you get something back immediately, but it also helps to fund something that you want to support, right? Like, let's say you support something and then they give you, like, a keychain as a reward for donating or something. Or, something small like that. It's like, okay, then you are literally paying not for the project but for the keychain, right? Something tangible like that. Everyone keeps talking about Helldivers. I get it, but I also don't get it. I'm missing out on all the Helldivers lore.
last year, we have not seen any updates about the video game besides the demo thing, which was 9 months ago. And that's what it seems to be. I'm not in Thor's head or anything. I don't know, but it would seem to me that game development's kind of on the back burner. He would rather be
Well,
working
yeah.
on his brand and his content creation around like game development as the industry, and like promoting it and talking about it and like streaming about it and streaming
Yes.
games and talking about like the game development industry from the outside, like playing a game and talking about that game from the experience of someone who has
Yes.
developed them. That's useful. That is good content.
Yes.
But
I keep forgetting that rant content is really wordy and yappy too, so I have to practice some patience and understanding.
it's good he's making this, but he's not working on the game that he was paid to work on. It is a second to his streaming career, it seems.
Ugh. Where's Subway Surfers when you need it?
And
For
again,
Super Earth.
Stake in the game, I didn't buy it.
Oh
or
my
anything,
god, that guy just got
but
blasted into oblivion.
I imagine as someone who did, it'd be disappointing. It just would seem to me that outside of maybe like the Steam reviews where some people are like, where's the game? It's been a long time. It's not out yet. Besides, outside of there, it doesn't feel like anyone's really talking about.
The amount of force my bow gives is like obscene. Where's like I'm trying to find another guy that my guy doesn't kill immediately when he shows up. Like holy fuck. Did you see that? It's like not fair. Okay, now it's not doing it, making me look bad. Oh, let's get the hell out of here.
This issue, my only ask, I guess, my thing I'd say is like, you know, return monthly updates. Just do more of them. Like this is a good way to keep
I'm
in
scrolled
in
down.
touch
No,
with
I'm
your
not. He
audience
is.
when you're not
It's
making
his fault, not
actual,
mine.
Like, you're not making video updates. You're not making game update like pushes, and you're not making
Put on
community updates
Family
the Steam
Guy.
page. Like, so. I mean, I just don't see why there's a reason why you stopped. Like, I feel like you should continue doing it if it's a good idea.
It sounds like he's just taking on a lot of different things.
And it would definitely help people keep track of the game, even if it's not take long. The updates alleviate that to an extent. Like you can accept the long development time if he's constantly keeping you like in touch.
Ow.
And you know, keeping track of a development cycle and like telling you, you know, here's what I did this month. Here's what's going on. And, you know, here's what I expect to come in the future.
Okay.
But alright, that is the issue most people would have a private server. That is the big issue. That's the issue where you can like genuinely like bring some like serious hard-hitting criticism to like the content as a whole and like, you know, the game development that has been taking place. But I have a more pertinent like personal issue with some of the content
Dan
that Pirate
Burst
Software
strategy.
Lord Jason has created.
Just
and has been
pirate
clipped
it.
and uploaded into a stream as shorts. They go viral. And once people watch them and go, I like this guy. He says some good things. And when you regularly make videos,
I'm
this is the
blanking
fault.
out. I haven't seen the stuff you're complaining about yet, Villa. This guy's just yapping. Just stop
Being a good
yapping.
content creator, when you regularly make hard-hitting, like real videos where you like talk about real issues and like have like a nuanced perspective on them and like it makes sense and you're very rational. By making this good content, they may not know that when you do make a subpar piece of content that has misinformation in it, they may not recognize it because they trust you. So months ago, one of my favorite shows.
Well,
of
I
all
just
time,
mean like
Mr.
Pirate Dan Burst's game. That's what I meant. Sorry, it was really not a good statement.
It's one of my favorite shows of all time. It's probably my favorite like live action show of all time.
Oh my god.
It's very good, and it gives like a very good. If you don't know what it is, watch it. But it gives a very good look into hacking culture. It's not like 100% accurate in all times. It's actually very like, you know, fantastical in some ways. It is meant to be a enjoyable story.
Villa.
About, like, this conspiracy and all this stuff. And it's very good. And he
Why
made
is this 35 minutes long?
a comment on stream that was then clipped and been put into a reel or a short called "Mr. Robot Sucks." That's
Okay.
As an OPSEC specialist, how accurate is Mr. Robot? I don't like Mr. Robot.
The show, yes.
Just gonna leave it at that.
Okay.
I don't like Mr. Robot.
Okay.
I don't like Mr. Robot because they took some information that they should not have taken.
What?
From a write-up that I did on some puzzles that I solved at DEF CON.
What? Okay. I don't like this TV show because they clearly stole my work. Okay. What?
And then they put him into an episode of the show. And I found out about it. And the only source for that knowledge was my write-up.
What?
Don't do that. You're bad, Mr. Robot.
What is... What?
Always. Yeah. Do you want to know what the solution for that was?
This is liquid
Do you wanna know
ambient.
what one of the solutions for that was? It was the Puzzle Master's personal cell phone number, to which he got thousands of calls. Maybe don't put things in your episode if you don't know what it is. Maybe don't do that. Idiots.
TLDR, Thor lied and spread misinformation to make himself look cool, but he lies every step of the way. There you go. Well, I want to see some of these clips.
Alright, and before we get into that, actually, while I was about to, I was like writing this video, like front-loading in my head, and then one day I got.
It's not your fault, Villa. It's
YouTube
this guy's
recommended,
fault.
Called Mr. Robot, and just seeing the thumbnail, I was like, he's talking about it again.
Okay.
And I already have my problems with this, right? This one, I will get to this. But then I noticed today, this is what, I saw this today, hours ago, and this is what made me record this video now, is I saw this one. And he just reiterates...
I'm just complaining to you because you're the only one I can commiserate with.
Essentially what he said there.
Alright, so the reason I don't like Mr. Robot. This right here is
Okay.
my write-up for the DEF CON 22 Badge Challenge. Went viral as hell inside of the hacking community. And it was because I listed out every...
I'm trying to find the correlation between, like, is there any correlation between this and Heartbound, or is this just like, here's another reason why I don't like this guy? Oh right, I forgot I'm not Titania anymore. Shit. Ow! Fuck!
Everything that we did as a team and showed the world the brilliance of Lost, who is the creator of these challenges. And the first thing you can see here is a number letter cipher. So 1 would be A, 2 would be B, so on and so forth. And you can see at the end of this, these last pieces of 1057.
Okay, I might need some clarification on this puzzle thing he's talking about. So did he claim to have made this? Like some kind of like... Is this an... Okay, is this like an ARG that they're talking about? This puzzle thing? What you take away from it is up to you. Fair enough. I'm just trying to understand, like, what it is they're even complaining about right now. I feel like an old person, just like, what is this? What am I looking at? I don't see what you're saying. What are you looking at?
Another job well executed.
Maybe this guy tried to explain it, but holy, like, I could not understand it. It's a challenge for hackers. Okay, so does he claim to have solved it or made it? And then he claims that somebody stole this, like, concept or, like, this game, like, the challenge itself and put it in a Mr. Robot episode.
1057.
Okay, so he claimed he was plagiarized for his solving of the puzzle. Okay.
Lost's name is 1057. He goes by Lost, and 1057 is his handle. That is his signature at the end of this. And now let's go to Mr. Robot's Twitter. Understand that this was the only place in the world that this was listed. Mr. Robot reposted this right here. That's that same string, but what did they leave off the end? His signature. This is the same as taking an artist and removing their signature from their piece of art. They made it public to millions of Mr. Robot fans, and those people went and found
Way back in 2016. This is old drama.
breadcrumbs that led after this, which led to Lost's personal phone number. He got tens of thousands of calls from fans of Mr. Robot thinking Mr. Robot was running an ARG, and I stopped watching the show as a result. And they never took it down. Absolute dog shit. Alright, so...
Thor likes to act like he is the hacker man. Okay, so he basically just has an ego about it. There could be many other factors in the whole Mr. Robot drama. That we don't know, but he just has an ego about it. An undue ego, probably. So I'm gonna skip around a little bit more so that we can move on.
Simply owns the rights to, considering he owns the conference. At the very that it was his personal phone that the number was connected to that was showed, and by the way, Thor includes this number in his write-up as well. The write-up that went viral in the hacking community. So, I mean, I guess he's mad that they doxed him better than he did. I mean, he even tweeted that in response to the puzzle being tweeted. he linked to it again. So I mean, it's not like he's also doing he's also posting the guy's phone number. He didn't delete it either. I mean, he also has this. He attached it to this. Even if this is deleted, you can still find this tweet also, where he leaks the phone number. So like, why are you mad? Maybe they did do something. They have a contract with him.
Okay, I think I understand. Bro's got an ego. Got it. Okay. So this is another one. I was wrong about Pirate Software by Grappler.
I was wrong about Pirate.
Next video.
I was wrong. I thought maybe because Yamato was annoying in chat, it put him onto a really strong defensive, and he couldn't admit that he was wrong.
They called run, I ran, and I was out of mana. I don't know what the hell.
Oh, what is he pointing to? Hold on.
They called run, I ran, and I was out of...
So I'm assuming that's some kind of like mana regeneration item or like a equipment or something.
Mana. I don't know what the hell they were expecting, dude.
But it turns out he's done it before, and we have video evidence.
That's not his name.
God damn it, guys.
Oh no, who pulled the ocular?
So one of you pulled the ocular.
Just to understand, somebody attacked a mob they were not supposed to attack, and that mob killed his entire group.
Okay, so they wiped.
That's the ocula. He's saying one of you attacked the ocula.
Okay.
Why?
Why?
Why would you do this?
How could they?
Now half the raid is dead.
So half the raid is dead because of this idiot who pulled the ocula.
Who's the idiot in question?
That's a good question. Why did they pull the ocula? What was the reason?
I swear to God, I'm gonna go back in the video and find out who pulled that damn thing.
It was him.
That is insane shit.
He's the one
You
who
have to
did
do
it.
better than that.
I mean,
I already
he's not
know the plot twist.
necessarily wrong. If you're pissed off that somebody can't follow instructions in your raid group and gets the entire team wiped, I can understand wanting to kick them out and watching the VOD to see who did it. Even though he was the one who caused 2 people to die in his WoW group, or not caused, but he was part of it, this is different.
Oh.
Especially if you're like the group leader. I can understand getting upset.
One of you attacked an Oculus and just wiped the whole party.
Yeah, one of you attacked the Oculus and wiped the whole party. How could you?
For no reason.
No reason at all.
And we just lost all of those materials.
Uh-huh.
But it's just a game, bro. It's just a video game. Why are you getting upset about it? You can just get those items again. What's the big deal? I don't see why you're complaining about it. I don't see why you're angry about it. Oh, it's almost like it's different this time because you lost something.
Because you're not paying attention.
How could they not pay attention, chat?
This is basic shit. We are not pulling
It's gonna be
those
him. I know it. I just know it. I
because
already
they
know
killed the
it.
raid.
If it's not, I'm gonna be
Chat, it's
disappointed.
basic shit. What's wrong with this person?
They're pulling only the humanoids that are dropping the actual gear.
Yeah?
Basic. I've been talking about this the whole time.
Guys, he's been talking about this the whole time. He's been telling them the whole time, and one idiot just can't follow instructions.
What does pull an Oculus mean? There is an enemy called Oculus. If you pull
Dude, there's a reason that he capitalized the L in his name. It is to emphasize that that is not, in fact, his name.
it does a conal effect that kills everyone looking at it.
Uh-huh.
Which is exactly what just happened. Because somebody pulled it when you're not supposed to. And I don't know why they did this.
Oh, is this this looks like a different game
not to do that.
entirely.
They've been told not to do this, chat. Why'd you do it?
Yeah. But they were tab targeting and just pulled the damn thing. But
Horrible.
seriously, if we have that kind of a mistake again, I'm disbanding the party.
Oh my god.
Because you guys cannot do that again. That is
can't do it
insane.
Actually malding.
Legitimately. There's no reason for that. When I say the whole group is moving forward, that means you are not pulling shit from behind us.
Yeah.
Yes. Slay Queen.
This is very, very basic. I'm not even being a dick about this. You just wiped everyone in the party and we lost tons of loot and stuff.
They
for
lost a lot
everybody
of loot.
involved. It's not necessary.
He is hype, man.
It's an alpha and we just lost 4 hours of
My god,
crafting
he's still whining about it.
They lost 4 hours of mats. That's a
On
lot
one
of...
hand, I get it. Because, like, Villa and I, we like to talk a lot of mad shit about some of the players in our parties sometimes in Final Fantasy XIV. I get it. We'll be like, what is bro doing?
Yeah, that kind of sucks. Of course I'm going to be a little bit upset about that. We lost 4 hours of progression in crafting materials because people weren't listening.
Yeah, that kind of sucks, and it makes him upset to lose 4 hours of progression. Just a side note, all the people crying, well, about the World of Warcraft part, about, yeah, they lost 2 characters, big deal, just go again. That's hundreds of hours of progress. It's okay and justifiable to be upset to lose a big character. Just a side note. If he's upset about 4 hours, it's okay to be upset about losing 200 hours.
Yeah?
Anyway.
Yes.
Side note, let's continue.
So yes.
Oh my god, my
Why
bow,
would you not
dude.
be upset about that?
My bow.
That's
Anyway,
insane.
yeah, it's insane. Somebody cost them 4 hours of work.
All because of one dumb fuck.
Huh?
I call
Oh!
Huh?
Because I was running at the time.
Okay, Thor pulled it. What? He cast ball lightning, okay. He cast an ability that went way out of bounds.
Sabu got left behind.
The ball lightning is way out of the group area where you're supposed to be
Sabu
going.
is not.
This is Thor's
paying
ability.
Uh-oh. Womp womp.
God
Who would
damn
have guessed?
Wait for it.
Sabu got left behind.
That's his lightning
Sabu
bolt.
was not paying attention.
Oh, that's
You
bad.
can see something's being hit over there. You can see something there in the background is getting ticks on it from damage.
Yeah.
What is the only spell hitting over there?
The lightning bolt. I don't even have to play this game to understand what's going
wait.
on.
Who cast the ball of lightning?
Oh my god. It was him.
It was actually Thor who cast
No way.
the ball of lightning.
Oh, I love that.
Wait. So the person he's been attacking this whole time
was himself.
The idiot who cost him 4 hours. The person who needs to get kicked. The person who can't follow basic instructions. If this person does it again, I'm dismantling the group.
Oh, the
Wait, it was
irony.
him?
Yes.
He did it? I mean, look. Okay, so he made a mistake. All right, you know what? You know what? Caught red-handed. I made a mistake. It is what it is. Say, okay, you guys are right. I guess he has to change his tone now and say, okay, my bad, guys. It actually was me. I'll be careful more next time. I'm not going to cast
I would be
balls.
so embarrassed. I'd laugh it off, but I'd also, like, a part of me would be so deeply embarrassed. If I spent all that time seething and malding and nagging, and then to look back at it and find out it was me all along, I'd be like, oh. Like, I'd laugh it off, but at the same time, I'd be so embarrassed.
Lightning into this area. Because, yeah, something might spawn there. That's what happened, right? Surely he knows.
Oh my god, Villa, do you remember that time we were playing and I forget what was going on. We were like fighting, it was like a raid boss or just like a regular raid or something. Oh, it was a regular raid. We were getting towards the end of it and we realized one of our party members was AFK and one person the other person in the party was like, "Can we please kick this guy? Can we please kick this guy? He's not doing anything. He's not doing anything." And I was like, "Okay, I'll try to figure it out." And I opened the thing and to call a vote kick for the guy, and I accidentally called a vote kick for the person that was asking for the vote kick. And we accidentally kicked him from the fucking thing, and I felt so bad. God. I felt, oh god, I tried to apologize, like I tried whispering him to apologize, but he had already logged out, and I was like, oh no, he's so mad. I'd be infuriated too. I was so distraught. I literally had like an oh no moment.
Says, yeah, oh, it was me, I guess. I guess I was in the wrong.
The lightning ball pulled.
God.
I cast lightning bolt before that Oculus appeared, and half the.
Because like the reason why I felt so bad was because I knew from his perspective, it would have been like he's the one that was asking to justifiably vote kick someone who's AFK, and was asking one of us to do it, and then we just kick him. From his perspective, I would know that would look like we were being assholes to him.
Raid was in the back because they pulled the wrong pin.
Accidental vibe check. So wait,
not
what?
at fault there. Before that Oculus appeared.
What happened, right? Surely he now says, yeah, oh, it was me.
So what he's gonna say after this is after he was shown, or at least told that it was like his, like he was the one at fault for that.
Yeah, I guess I was in the wrong.
The lightning bolt pulled. I cast lightning bolt before that Oculus appeared, and half the raid was in the back because they pulled the wrong pack. I'm not at fault.
Oh my god. Moving the fucking goalpost. But if you knew that ad was gonna spawn there, wouldn't you have, like, fixed your AoE accordingly? If you knew whatever the Oculus is, if you knew that thing was gonna spawn there, like, because you clearly know everything about this raid, right? That you guys wiped in. If you knew he was gonna spawn there, why did you shoot that lightning bolt in that direction in the first place? Why were you so reckless with your AoEs, if that's the case?
Wait. He's not at fault there, chat. Definitely not him. Definitely not him, chat. Wait. Excusez-moi? But wait, what? But didn't you...
God, I'm gonna go back in the video and find out who pulled that damn thing and kick him out of the raid. That is insane shit. You have to be better than that.
You have to be better than that. And then he finds out it's him. It's not my fault, though.
The lightning bolt pulled. I cast lightning bolt before that Oculus appeared, and half the raid was in the back because.
So I wonder if that's true.
I'm correct there.
I'm correct.
100%.
Oh my god.
No. Absolutely.
The ego boost. The ego boost. The ego boost.
When I cast the lightning ball, nothing else was there but the targets I was hitting, and the tank.
Yo, Twisted, post art.
Incorrect pack.
Twisted? You do art?
From behind our raid.
The pack pulled the wrong pack from behind the raid, chat. Obviously, it's the tank's fault.
Guys, that is not on me.
Not on him.
No. Absolutely not.
Absolutely
no,
not.
That's not at fault. No, when you split the party...
Does he go back and analyze this clip again?
No.
If you actually watch that clip, you'll see that I'm trying to tell them, like, what are you doing? Why are you pulling back there?
Yeah, what are you doing? Why are you pulling that pack? Nothing to do with the Oculus.
Yeah, no. Absolutely not.
No way. Absolutely.
Eric Cartman.
Absolutely not. I mean, yeah, it definitely has nothing to do
no,
with
I
the
know.
Oculus, chat.
I know, Silver. I know you're talking to Twisted.
So one of you pulled the Oculus. Why?
Why?
Now half the raid is dead. Was there a reason for that?
He sounds like a disappointed teacher.
Oh, I swear to God, I'm gonna go back in the video and find out who pulled that damn thing, kick him out of the raid. That is insane shit. You have to be better than that.
So let me go back. Hold on.
Cast lightning bolt before that Oculus. I call bullshit. Sabu. Got
way out of bounds.
I call bullshit.
Okay.
Because I was running at the time.
Okay.
So is that the Oculus?
Thor pulled it. What? He cast ball lightning. Okay.
Okay, he casted it.
He cast an ability that went way out of bounds.
Sabu got left behind.
The ball lightning is way out of the group area where you're supposed to be going.
Sabu is not.
This is Thor's ability.
So is that the thing that's being attacked that shouldn't be attacked? Because if that's the thing, if that's the Oculus or whatever they're referring to, trying to analyze a video game I've never played before, excuse me, then it was clearly there before he cast the lightning bolt. If I'm looking at the right thing. Oh no, it's that thing. I saw something else spawn over there. Hold on. There's something else that just appeared in the back here. It just disappeared.
Sabu.
So... So it teleported.
Sabu.
Whatever it was.
God damn it, guys.
Is that it? I'm sorry. I'm trying to hyperanalyze while also playing, like, getting felted in my own video game. That's why I brought this bitch. Let me just get the hell out of here real quick. Wee, this is so much fun. Uh-oh, I'm gonna die. Get me out of here! These maps are infuriating! There we go. Okay.
Wait for it.
Sabu got left behind.
Yep, I see
Sabu
it.
is not paying attention.
You can see something's being hit over there. You can see something there in the background is getting ticks on it from damage. What is the only spell hitting?
It looks like, it almost looks like an unfortunate, like really unfortunate timing. Right? Because it looks like the lightning bolt vanishes just as the Oculus thing appears. So it looked like in that frame that the lightning bolt was disappearing, the Oculus showed up. Yeah, he clicked on it, did he?
Damn it, guys.
Oh no, but he clicked on it after it already teleported to them. I'm assuming that it getting hit by the lightning bolt over there triggered it to teleport into the middle of the raid and wipe everybody. I can only assume that's what happened. So it looks like he targeted on it afterwards, when it already teleported in. Yes, okay.
Sabu.
So he clicked on it after it already spawned on, like, came in on top of them. Came in on top of them.
God damn it, guys.
Wait for it.
Sabu got left behind.
Okay. So I would chalk this up to this being, I mean, like, it seems like it was just a reckless oversight on his part. I wouldn't say, like, yeah, he absolutely fucked up, but yeah, him just, like, exploding on nobody when it was technically him that caused it. It's funny.
Out of the raid, that is insane shit.
Absolutely
no,
not.
That's not. Absolutely not.
No.
I'm gonna go back in the video and find out.
All right, so I see, I kind of see what's going on here.
I kind of see that as nobody's fault. It was just really, really unfortunate timing. That looked like kind of bullshit from what I saw. It looked like the moment it spawned in on the frame that the attack was, like, dissipating, it got hit.
When someone else did it, they deserve to be kicked out of the group, get a big lecture. But when he finds out it was actually him who did it, he's not wrong, everyone else is his fault. Okay.
Yeah, that's shitty.
Okay.
100%.
It shows his ego.
I think we see a pattern building up here.
Why the Oculus isn't a general
It's
problem
okay to be
is
bad at video games, absolutely. Alright, I'm gonna go grab... I know I leave a lot, but this is gonna be a long one. Oh shit. My package arrived. Oh shit, is that... Okay, I'm gonna take a very quick break, guys. Because I got multiple things I need to take care of real quick. Gotta grab something to eat, and I think I have a package at my door too, so... BRB. Once I find it. There it is. I'll put on some music too.
whispers in my head. What you gonna do? 선택의 기로에 난 지켜내려 해. 쉽지 않아도 진실한 나만의 beliefs. You know what they say, don't brag about what you have. Be careful and be humble, otherwise you should be ready to stumble. You know what they say, 자신감이 없니? 왜 당당하게 살지를 못해? Keep walking your way, don't look back. 너만의 길이야. Even when you fall, don't
Okay, I'm back. Sorry it took longer than I thought it would. I really gotta fix my mic arm. It's so annoying. It won't just face in my general direction. I have to angle it like a very particular way so it doesn't spin. Anyway. We made a sandwich. Wasn't that long? It was like too long. It was like 2 songs. OMG, it's our song. True. That's true. Where is it? There it is. I'll show you the herald of darkness, lost in a never-ending night, diving deep to the surface. Anyway, yeah, good shit. If you don't know what we're referencing, too bad. You don't get to be part of the joke. Okay, let's get back into this mess, into this filth while I eat. I promise I won't make too many chewing noises. It's soft food, so it shouldn't, like, interrupt your business. I'll put the mic away from me. Alright. Aw, man. Okay. I should make like a chibi, like, eating PNG avatar. That'd be fun. Low res. 0 effort. Where were we?
Because the Oculus isn't a problem if you have both of your tanks in the right location.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so now suddenly it's the tank's fault. Okay, I get it. He's an asshole who can't admit fault. Because he has a massive ego. Next video. Why Ashes of Creation is good and Pirate Software sucks at the game. So he's kind of a DSP person. I understand now. He's a DSP.
I've had a few friends ask me why I haven't been making WoW Classic content recently. And, well, creation is expensive, but there's nothing quite like a fresh PvP game, especially one that mixes the elements of a survival crafting
I
game.
want to play Ashes of Creation, but I'm like waiting for it to fully release. You know what I'm saying?
Like Last Oasis, with the RPG, character progression, and combat of World of Warcraft. Needless to say, I was sold. So I went and swiped the Debbie, got my access to the alpha, and began my journey into this janky, new age MMO. Through a few guild merges, I ended up in the Guild Federation on the Linux server. Instantly, I knew this was the right spot. Fed is full of gamers with similar backgrounds, and everybody likes the peddler of Nightmare, who many of you may know as Thor, or Pirate Software. Now, I'd seen this guy's YouTube shorts plenty over the past year. He's known for selling basic career advice as IRL hacks and exploits, while sharing his love for game dev and behind-the-scenes industry knowledge with his fans. He's nailed his niche as a peddler of knowledge. I generally like his content, and I never really had a problem with Thor, that is, until I witnessed how he reacts to competition in a video game. After an incident where he was forced to compete for mob tags like your average Joe in the game, he couldn't handle the heat and threw a temper tantrum, which resulted in him blacklisting the Federation and promising to, quote, wipe us off the server.
You guys are making a great showing for your guild. It's gonna be really fun wiping you off the server. Have fun with that.
It was at this point that my view of Thor started to shift.
I mean, to be fair, competing for mobs is AIDS.
In the following days, he began assaulting Lobby caravans and threatening to get solo players banned who lashed out at him when he zerged their caravans with 40 players.
How this would work.
Oh, hey, wait, this guy's gonna get banned from the video game. This guy said, "What is sexual about ferrets to you, my dude?" He's trying to say that like we're sexual because we're in a ferret rescue. I'm gonna report the shit out of this guy.
At first,
I'm gonna
I won't
report
lie,
you.
I was a little bit worried. He has all this clout on Twitch, 14,000 viewers on Ashes of Creation, far more viewers.
Yeah,
and
and then you
followers
realize that nobody takes him seriously.
than any other individual in the scene, and he could likely throw his weight around. However, those of us in the Federation very quickly realized that despite their numbers, actual Pirates players, including Thor himself, were not very good at the game. What follows is some footage of our engagements with actual pirates, who seem to have a false sense of superiority on the server due to their numbers, and their roach leader, Pirate Software.
Roach leader.
I pay $120 and have this guy tell me what to do.
One
Fucking
fight,
crazy.
he had like fought over mobs with the Federation and was like,
Ah,
"That's it."
so the clip came from Ashes of Creation. Interesting.
I fucking
We lost
going to
single-
war.
we lost
My ego burns.
I was wondering what game that was.
My ego hurts. Daddy.
If they want to be complete shitters, we'll wipe them.
He got so upset because they wouldn't flag. He's like, they're corruption baiting. They're corruption baiting. This is shit
Corruption
tactics.
baiting.
This is shit tactics.
Yeah, pretty garbage tactics, to be honest with you. Like, we'll fight them.
We'll
when
fight
they
'em.
stop being bitches about it. They'll cry in the
If you
forums
get
about it. They'll be
corrupt
like,
and kill them, it'll be, oh,
It
you
definitely
deserve
looks
Pirate
very
Software,
much
you
like
killed all of
Arcade.
us while we were farming.
it doesn't matter. What matters right now is that unless you leave right now, we're just going to kill your guild every time we see you. We'll hunt you in
What?
PvP. We'll make sure you don't get any of the endgame zones. That's what we'll do. I don't know why you've chosen to do this. You wanted to die on this hill, but you look like jackasses now. So that's
Oh
on you,
no!
bud. Figure it out.
Get him! Dark Runners, assemble! I don't miss.
Welcome
I don't
to
miss
Social
these
Sandbox
days.
games. If you act like a bitch, I'm gonna fight you. That's it. That's how this works in games like this. This is a social sandbox. Don't act like a bitch. It's not that hard to understand. Yeah, chicken shit.
I like a mobile mage.
It's not even 1,000 member strong guild.
Yeah,
We have
I
15,000
know.
members.
Don't worry, I know what's going on. I see PvP montages like
We're not
this
looking
all
for
the
issues,
time
so
in
get out of our
Arcade.
spawn location. Whispering me isn't going to change that, Rich. You've caused enough problems that we're putting your guild on the blacklist. By the way, I can tap faster than you because I have 3 gig up-down fiber internet. Good luck ever getting another one of these pulls. They made an enemy, and it's us, and we're the largest guild on the server.
Oh my
Which
God.
is really a big mistake. What I like to do inside of these games is keep people to a proper standard of etiquette. You ever
Yeah,
go
as
from
we all know, when the mechanic of the game is to compete for mob pulls, for like mob farming, obviously, the proper etiquette is to wait your turn. Except that's not how the game devs they designed it so you would compete over them and fight. This is exactly what it was designed for.
and disrespect you like that and act like a piece of shit and bring over tactics from there, no, you fight them. You're their content now, dude. That guild is 100% content for us now. Great. You have a God complex? No, it's not a God complex. Here, I'm gonna ban you. That's my God complex. Enjoy that.
Yeah, they keep pushing him back.
Please, be more of a bitch
Oh,
in the
they
video.
can't even
We
kill
will fight you
him!
more. It'll be the best.
They piled on. He can't. Is he like the mage? He looks like the mage because of the spell book.
Push. Keep going.
What do you mean you couldn't kill the cloth mage? What?
You've got him.
Push him. Keep pushing. Full send. Full send. Do not stop. Do not turn. Do not do anything. Yeah, wall if you can. CC's. Push. Keep pushing. Keep pushing. Keep pushing. Keep pushing. To the back line. Keep pushing.
Did you watch any of the
Good
Pirate
calls.
Software roaching content? Oh, dude, I know all the fucking lore, bro. I could write a
That was-
thesis on
that
it.
was just
Seen every
mean.
clip. Why do you hate that guy? He's on my server in Ashes, and he has the biggest guild on the server, and he, like, blacklisted our guild because we out-mob tagged him one time. Fucking hate that guy so much.
Honestly, playing as a mage looks pretty fun in this game. I don't know. This might convince me to finally try it out.
Fucking
It's just that it's expensive, dude.
turd, dude. He uses a voice changer too. He's such a pussy. Of his actual voice, it's so funny.
Does he?
Dude.
Does he actually, or is that just them shit talking?
Dude, like the fact that he. How's it going? And then when he talks on stream, it's such a deep bass. It's so altered.
amazing. It's our first time out here at Denver Comic Con, and there's so many
No way! What?
people, and they love the games.
No way he actually uses a voice changer to make his voice deeper. Oh, is he really Mama Maxing it?
Oh man, that was my favorite clip of all the clips. I mean, there's been so many good clips of him saying like, "A mage's job is to save the group. This is why you take Improved Blizzard, because it's so important." Like he's going down the talent tree. Like,
oh god.
Like, there were no sheeps going out, there were no blizzards going out. Apparently, he didn't have the spec for blizzard for slows, but like...
TB, back from the dead? What?
That's exactly why I run that spec. Because like, when shit goes sideways, you save lives, man.
Oh, 100%. And blizzard is like...
Yeah.
Absolutely goated. It's so good.
It's so sweet for me. We've just been, dude. He blacklisted our
He
guilds and
did voice
everything.
training
He has,
as
like,
well.
1,500 members in his guild on this server, and it's a small.
Dude, there's no such thing as second puberty. I'm sorry.
I can't believe
It's second puberty is a myth.
it's like super weighty.
My voice has sounded like this ever since I was 12 years old.
And we have like 300 members in our guild.
It just
and
doesn't
we just
exist.
turned around and we've just been butt fucking them at every turn. They can't run caravans. They can't do shit. Half their guild is
caravans
like quitting
sound
the guild, so
fun.
they don't have the tag on their name. Like,
What the heck
and-
did I come back to? No, we're just watching some good old-fashioned MMO drama. This is the kind of shit I actually get invested into.
He just quit and went and played fucking hardcore classic WoW and left them to their own devices while we're just destroyed.
Holy shit, so he went back to playing, so he talked all this mad shit, got his guild targeted, and then just quit and went back to WoW Classic? Oh my god.
Yeah, chicken shit.
Oh, Judgment just did 1,365.
Yeah, dude.
Why is this guy healing so goddamn much? That's really obnoxious.
So it's like some kind of archer slash mage thing. That's interesting.
You straight up can't kill a healer, can you? Game? No, you straight up can't kill a healer. That's crazy.
Well, yeah, because they heal. What do you mean? Like, look at this.
That's really...
And left them to their own devices while
Hang
we're
on.
just destroying them.
Yeah, welcome to PvP, Thor.
Yeah, chicken shit.
Oh, Judgment just did 1,365.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, I can see why he rezzed, or not rezzed, he healed so fast, because your attacks are so slow. There's a lot of downtime in between your attacks where he can, like, get healed.
Why is this guy healing so goddamn much? That's really obnoxious.
And you're just kind of single firing
You
a
straight
bow
up
at
can't
him.
kill a healer, can you?
You're not even trying, though.
Game?
That teleport was really cool looking. I don't know, this is convincing me. I might give Ashes a try.
No, you straight up can't kill a healer.
One day. One day.
That's crazy.
Please don't tell me it's a sub-based game. I'm gonna actually die.
I didn't expect that shit at all.
Nah. Like, for example, I play an Arcage. Like, Arcage combat is so AIDS. It's like, it's so fast-paced that you don't even know what happened, and you're dead, you know? Like, if you're not fast in Arcage, for example, like, you're just dead. You have to have, like, actual godlike reaction time to PvP effectively in that game. That was some of the slowest, like, 1v1s I've ever seen. So no
Wow.
wonder he was able to heal.
Wild, dude.
That mount looks cool. You can fly? You can fly?
Anyway, need some people. Let's go kill this guy.
Oh,
yeah,
you
clerics are
can
invincible
fly?
in PvP 1v1.
That's exciting!
I didn't expect that at all. Clear comms, please.
Clear comms,
We've got
please.
A mage in the water named
Guys, clear comms.
Fizzlefest. Fizzlefest is able to do about 3k crits. Looks like that guy's going to be your primary. Oh well. Yeah, it's gonna be a GG on this, likely.
Whoops.
Yeah. Fizzlefest is completely overpowered. Alright, so...
Thor, I just want you to know that we don't...
See, I don't play these types of games, so you explaining why he sucks makes it... Well, I'm glad I'm able to explain it in a way that makes sense.
hate you. It's a fun rivalry on the server, and I know you've been...
Yeah, that's what these games thrive off of. They thrive off of people talking shit to each other and riling each other up into rivalries and, like, making enemies out of each other. That's how these games survive. That's how ArcAge survived all this time.
Dragged through the mud over your WoW hardcore classic Newbury, which, by the
Newbury.
way, it's deserved. Bind polymorph, man. But seriously, keep your chin up and take the gut check. Sometimes...
Nice. I'm not good at ArcAge PvP, so I don't bother to, like, get into that as much. What I do like to do is all the Care Bear stuff, and what that means is just crafting, gathering, life skill stuff. Making money, trade runs. That's more my speed, honestly. Also, I think PvP in ArcAge is just way too fast-paced for me. I'm too old. Is that how COD's been going for a decade? Maybe, I don't know. I don't know, actually. It's a good question. Because, like, COD is usually just, like, a skill flex, as far as I know. Okay. So that's that, and the rest of these are harmful opinion videos, so that's the next thing we got. Next video. I hate pirate software from 2 days ago. I hate pirate software so much. Stop killing games. Are these all in, like... I'm assuming these are all in chronological order, right? No, they're not. So, are these in an order? Oh no, that's... Okay, I see. Hang on a second. I'm gonna find which one is the oldest one and then start there. So obviously, I hate pirate software. I hate pyro software so much. Pyro software. Then we got Stop Killing Games. 7 hours ago. Okay. So this one seems like the oldest one. Pirate Software's Fragile Ego is out of control. Yeah, okay. So this is the oldest one, and then we'll just go in order from there.
I'm not a big fan of pirate software. I should be apparent from every time I've spoken about him.
A ranting YouTuber that's actually in, like, he's got a nice voice.
My first real
I like his sunglasses.
encounter with him, apart from, you know, I'd see the shorts pop up.
I hope he doesn't
I'd be
mind
assaulted
reaction
by pirate
streamers.
software shorts. I never watch them. My first real encounter was when I saw
Because these
him
are gonna
talking
be,
about
these are gonna
Stop
be,
Killing Games.
god damn it!
Utterly unimpressed, especially when
These are gonna be a lot of his videos in, like, in order. So I'm gonna do my best to provide some, like, commentary and not just let it play. So I will do my best to... I don't usually... Like, I usually avoid reacting to this kind of, like... Like, I try to avoid reacting to other people's commentary content, because usually I have nothing to add. But we'll try. If I don't... If I'm finding that I don't have much to add, I might start skipping around a bit.
is it Ross Scott, the Accursed Farms guy, was describing why he thought they were likely to have some kind of success. He was simply describing politicians and how they behave, and then Pirate Software went off on, "That's disgusting! I have no respect for this, and I will not talk to him!" And
He does seem like a pretty melodramatic guy from all of the clips I've seen.
was obviously trying to suggest impossible stuff.
Please support the official release.
Look.
Yeah, go watch the videos yourselves, and then, like, go watch the video yourself, and then you can come back here and watch my reaction to this. That's the best way to do it. You can watch it again, vicariously through me, like it's your first time. I do it all the time.
Look, you can't just use the petition system the way it's intended to be used by constituents. You have to have a full, perfectly considered law drafted to send directly to the politicians. You can't just use the system as intended. Absolute dingus.
So wait, was Pirate Software trying to talk about politics?
Turns out he's involved with a game that was released that has, all sorts of online features, microtransactions, and whatnot. So,
Ashes or a different
that
one?
You'd have an issue with something designed to make it illegal to run games as a service. And
Oh, unless he's talking about like the clicker game or
such a
something.
way that you can just wrench them away from people. Weird, right?
Okay,
Very strange.
context. All right, thank you. That'd be great. That'd be very helpful.
Odd. There was the Roach controversy where he was being cringe in World of Warcraft and not dealing with embarrassment and shame very well. And now there is a fresh controversy that I wanted to talk about last week, but I was sick as hell, and I figured this might become a YouTube highlight. Hi, YouTube.
Hi.
So I didn't cover it last week, and it's already popping off. So I'm a bit late to it.
I'll be
But
popping
hey,
off
I knew
tonight,
it was
brothers.
happening last week. Private Parts.
11
days ago, uploaded a video called "I added."
Oh, okay. I thought he was making a. Okay.
Word to my indie.
There is a movement that is trying to lobby the EU called Stop Killing Games. It's about pro-consumerism and video game preservation. Yeah. Okay.
Game. He DMCA'd my game. This
What?
I believe is where it all starts. There's the
I added Pirate Software to my indie game, and then he Ooh.
Roach Wizard. See where he has.
Oh no! What? Oh no! Oh no!
We have a lineup of a few videos to watch.
So what you're witnessing here is a reaction to a video. All right.
We have a Pirate Software tweet to read.
Yeah, we did the thing.
And let's get going.
What is up, you dirty T-Gens?
We're doing
Welcome
it
back to
right
the
now.
channel. So over the past few weeks, there have been some new internet drama, and for those of you who are clinically on,
I'm missing one of the relics.
online, you already know what's going down with OnlyFans and Pirate Software.
Clinically?
Software.
That's new one to me.
The
I'm gonna take
indie game dev himself, who knows all.
I usually take Titania for these.
Taking over your YouTube Shorts algorithm.
Everyone keeps saying that, but I've never seen this guy in my algorithm. Like, I guess maybe it's because my YouTube Shorts are mostly memes and cat videos and anime recaps. I guess maybe that's why. But I never see this guy in my
What
shorts.
he's drinking has got to be the opposite of coffee. Why is he so slow?
Speaking of that, I need more coffee.
He's drinking a bottle of buttermilk.
Bottle of buttermilk. Sorry. I love British accents. They're my favorite.
An indie game, an idle game.
Why did he sounded so scared. I'm making up indie game. Did you hear that?
For y'all who don't know,
Oh my god, he's just like me! Dude, this guy also points out all of the unnecessary stuff to point out. I love it.
Indie game.
4 sets of chat and everything, and sans. Hell yeah.
This idle game is a parody of big name streamers. So, when this news happened, or this controversy, or whatever you want to call it,
Scares himself.
Happened, I decided to
10 seconds on characterizing a drama. Come on.
make a little character Pirate
Dude, I'm with him. If it's you can summarize it. You can.
like I did for Dr. Disrespect. So let's go ahead, deep dive in, check it out. All right, so
design reveal.
here's my little indie game.
Yay!
Character
What?
Select screen.
What a little
Here we
indie
have
game.
Irate
Cox. Oh, CQX like XQC. Dr. Diddles.
Oh, so is this another one of those like YouTuber games? Cutesy little YouTuber games?
Say this sucks ass, but the Dr. Diddles picture is on point.
Software or irate software, and
Is it even? I feel like it's generous to call it an indie game. It's more like a. What do you even call this like category of video game? Memer game, yeah, something like that. I don't know if I'd call it an indie game. I'd probably call it a memer game, something like that. I don't know.
The WoW community
Hot
has
fix.
this thing called
The other ones are pretty weak.
Get into a mission
Dr.
quick then.
Diddles and the picture is like
someone being a roach.
I gotta
or
go.
Or roach or whatever. roaching out. And what that is basically like whenever you go into
I'm
a
roaching
dungeon
out!
or into a raid,
run away,
and
save
you just
yourself.
straight up leave your teammates behind. You're a roach.
To be fair, I do that a lot in Arcade. But I mean, it's not like everybody's characters are dependent on it. Usually it's just a regular wipe.
Running. But
usually it's because there are no stakes
Pirate
involved.
Software here, you can see he's the roach that
To be fair, Pirate Software is like a weirdo, furry, scaly, whatever kind of guy. Have you ever seen how a cockroach gives birth?
Uh-oh.
Maybe it's like sexual harassment to call him a roach, because maybe he makes the connection there and it turns him on.
crawls all over
Huh?
Aswin Gold or Aswin Silver, and he has no mana.
I understand. Making jokes is hard.
Click on in, and there he is. Lo and behold, we have Irate Software, the mana
It's okay.
mage, or the mana roach. But all we did was.
Can you imagine having someone rip on you like this and reacting in any way whatsoever?
You know, I went to A Sprite, animated a little roach real quick, slapped him in here and gave him some voice lines, and let's see what he has to say.
Like there were no sheeps going
Oh, here we go. I was wondering where the... Here we go. I don't think it matters what tier we do.
Okay, the little mouth animation is pretty good.
Sideways, you save lives. Evocation's on cooldown, man. Do you see my mana? What am I supposed?
Can you see what might happen now? He's using the voice lines.
Yeah, so obviously this is like being... This would fall under fair use, in my opinion. Wouldn't it? What would Enlaa's meme name be? Jeez, I don't know. Yapla? Yapla? I can't think. Fuck, I don't know. Depends on the judge. I feel like at most this would like at the very least this would fall under like parody for when it comes to fair use, right? I mean, it's definitely it's honestly it's the same as like a commentary channel reacting to it's the same caliber as like a commentary channel reacting to something you say on one of your streams, playing the clip and then making fun of it while also having their own commentary like monetized. Like that would still be under fair use, right? Where are we trying to go for this objective? Hang on. It says get to the... Oh, they're leaving. Why are you leaving? Okay, fine, whatever. Maybe it's because of the hotfix. I don't know. I was like, wait a minute, we just started.
From him? Oh no.
Yeah, so I thought that was,
It does fall under parody.
I thought it was funny. I thought it was funny to put in. Why not? You know, this whole game's based
Because obviously it's transformative. It's obviously not it's not infringing copyright if it's completely transforming the purpose of, you know, the media, right? Obviously it's supposed to parody him and mock and insult him. And it uses voice clips from his content to demonstrate that. Oh, we could do it with just the two of us. It don't matter. It's obviously whatever this guy wants to do. I'm down. I'm game.
on making fun of.
What's wild is, interestingly, a whole bunch of other stuff that uses voice clips from him. Not struck. Not struck. That little...
Yeah, obvious. This is just like when Total Biscuit, way back in 2013, had that that drama with that game dev. It's like there were so many other channels that were showing off the game and like were monetized that didn't get struck, but because he was one of the only ones that was critical of it and a big channel, that was the only one that got struck because it was the one that was the most critical of him.
Remix I played at the start of the stream using some of these very clips. Now he might try and suggest, well, it's
I don't even
not
know
a
what we're doing.
commercial product, so
What are we
that's why
doing?
they didn't. I think Pirate hit this guy because he's small enough. I think Pirate Software is just a fucking bully. I think he could just do it because this guy is no one. I literally think that's all it is. He would do it to everyone. I think if he could get away with it, he would strike everyone who ever.
Well, yeah,
reacts
of
to
course.
anything he does in anything.
If it wasn't something that was so heavily frowned upon, yeah, a lot of people would do it. Most companies would do it.
That is in less than a dick-sucking fashion. But then he saw this guy and he was like, yeah, ooh, he's tiny. Let me shove him right up my ear.
Okay, alright. Alright.
Clap on my dick and squish him inside.
Oh my god.
Streamers, so.
Oh, what the
Got a
hell?
little Dr. Disrespect action in here.
Get the fuck off this game!
Yeah, see? He don't like being here.
It's so lame, but it's funny. I don't know,
And
man. I can't help
anyone
it.
who keeps up with internet lore, you know that Pokimane is not a fan of online gambling or gambling on streaming websites. So
Okay, I'm just gonna
you
leave.
can,
I think this is
play as
borked.
Pokimane and gamble.
I don't know what's going on.
Gotcha. Yeah, this is ass. But
This is ass.
And if slots
Yep,
aren't your thing,
yep.
play Plinko.
Oh, baby. No, I prefer real gambling. I just slam exalts.
I mean,
on
for a
PoE2.
meme game, it's really not that bad.
And then if I end up with anything decent, I hit it with the vault.
I'm gonna switch to a different game. I'm gonna switch. Might as well. There's a hotfix anyway. I know it's just like a quick hotfix and I can open the game back up, but honestly, we've been playing Warframe for too long anyway.
It's just no one making a little silly thing that can get a
It
chuckle
works.
out of me.
It's what the?
Well,
what the?
that's
Did
just
you
some
see
of
that?
the things you can do in idle streaming bonanza.
I feel like I flickered in and out of existence for a second. What the hell just happened?
We got the skill
Where
tree.
am I?
Idle streaming.
Got the skill tree you can check out.
Imagine feeling threatened in any way by this. Threatened,
True.
wounded, offended, man.
Out.
Thank you for the gift, syphilis.
Spend your skill points on it. Select different characters. I will be adding free.
Whose child is that? Stop it, child! How dare they show their child? How dare they promote their child on the internet?
That was real annoying.
That
I take
was
it back.
annoying.
The DMCA is justified.
I like this
I don't want to
guy.
hear kids screaming in any YouTube video.
Yes! Thank you! Holy fuck! Finally, someone who gets it!
DLC as time goes on. So we have 6
DLC.
characters right now to play as.
DLC, shut up!
Different characters to go play as, and
I gotcha.
Listen to their bad takes or
He's threatened because this guy will actually release a game.
whatever the fuck they have to say. But,
Yeah, I don't like it when, like, meme developers who cobble together, like, a shitty game. A shitty parody game that's meant for, like, YouTubers to play and get a laugh out of. Think that they're, like, suddenly, like, a big shot developer. Like, they're in the industry. Like, fuck off.
I keep getting told this game's gonna get taken down off Steam and banned and stuff, but I don't care. I spent a year working on
Okay,
it.
so I assume that it's not free. He's making money from it.
I have to see it through. Game will be
You what? What, for 2 hours a month?
released February.
Jesus.
There are 3 things I'm counting on for Steam to help me out with.
Uh-huh.
Alright.
And that is
Here's my
it's a new
roadmap going
release.
forward.
I'll be releasing on a discount. And
Oh,
then,
okay, so he is selling it for money. Alright. I don't know, like, do you think... I wouldn't buy this. Even if I was a fan of some of these YouTubers or whatever, I wouldn't buy this.
releasing
That's really gonna make you stand out.
during a idle game festival. So I got 3 things to help me out here. Hopefully.
I'm a big fan of idle games. I don't hate idle games. Also, I don't know why the fuck I'm lagging so much. Holy. What is going on? I'm sure it's like... Oh, you know what? It's OBS just taking up so much fucking space. Let me see if I can alleviate this issue a little bit. Also, I'm in a housing area that probably doesn't help very much. Let me get the hell out of here. Oh, this is trash. Oh my goodness. It's even worse now. I don't know why the game is running so bad. Honestly, it could just be because I'm also streaming at the same time. I'm just gonna have to put up with it. It's not a big deal.
Hopefully this
Stay out of
works out.
housing
But
zones.
if not, we move on to the next
Don't come
project.
to the housing zone
And
tomorrow.
I'm totally fine with just putting this to the wayside and just updating it as time goes on, adding new mini games and adding more people to play with. But I'm happy
This is the kind of stuff someone makes in a weekend for a game jam.
with it. I think it's
Yeah,
funny.
if Thor was
It
consistent, he would
was a
say
meme
he would
fucking
ignore it
idea
or say good
anyways,
job.
but
That's what
I'm
most people
excited
do.
for our next two projects, and
Because they know how to deal with the shit with grace. You know what I mean? Okay. Well, they God, how does this happen every time? Both of my characters get the same exact daily. It doesn't help anything. Fuck!
I can't wait to play or start making those. But yeah, that's it for the video.
Wow.
You guys take it easy.
I presume this part of the title was added later because it relates to his next video, which got
Frame drops
52,000
incoming.
views. Pirate Software DMCA'd my indie game and Steam took it down. Threatened to
Whoops!
sue. Now, I get the sense that Pirate Software desperately wants to look like a big man. The expert, experienced, strong big man.
It's one of those things where you could argue that technically he has the legal right to do that. It's just not good practice at all. But I think, at the very least, this guy who made this game would just be in the clear if he just took the voice clips out, at the very least.
Everything he does makes him look like a bitch. Everything.
True,
Everything.
though.
His method of making himself look like
Okay,
top
frames are
dog
better.
on the hierarchy
Yay!
is to underhandedly stifle any sort of attack on his ego, which makes you look like the biggest Care Bear bitch of all time.
Hey,
it's
as a Care Bear bitch, I resent that statement.
he not only wants to live in a hug box, but trap other people and crush them in it as well.
It's a good metaphor.
That's totally fine.
You're the only person Pally responded to out of thousands of people, I'm aware.
That's totally fine. You took the bait, hook, line, and sinker, because you're the most predictable person on the.
It was a bait. You got baited. Are you sure?
Oh, so they filed a DMCA.
I'm a genius. I trapped you into DMCA. Don't be private parts, please.
Yeah.
Claim. This is the.
Come on.
So.
You fell right into my trap.
Filed a false DMCA claim on my game because they assumed that the game on Steam had this content in it. It did not. It does not. In fact.
Why? I hate that.
Thank you. I also hate that. I like this guy.
I hate this guy. Children screaming, horrific slurping noises.
Just terrible commentary. Obnoxious commentary. It's like whatever the fuck Mutahar does. It's like, hoo boy, I'm being this way on purpose because I'm putting on a personality like I don't give a fuck. Hoo boy. When in reality, I care about my image a whole lot. Hoo boy.
Update for you. My game idle streaming.
It's just obnoxious. It's not charming when people do that. It's just obnoxious.
Taking down off Steam. Received a
Especially in edited content.
DMCA from Jason Thor Hall.
I feel like if you can do something about your video that can make it less annoying, you should do that. It's in your best interest to do that.
Ferrets software or Maldivius Fig Tree. So I created.
Oh, what? So that's what you were talking about, Villa? Because I was so confused about what a fig tree had to do with anything.
Created a Reddit post on LSF.
I was gonna ask, but
I knew I was gonna get a shit
I
ton
don't
of
know.
hate on
I got lazy.
It's Reddit. I always get hate on my on this
Wah,
game from Reddit.
wah.
That I should.
I always get
This
hate.
guy is all messed up. How do you lose to this guy? Because unequivocally, of course, Pyro Software has lost to this guy, but I hate him and he sucks.
Didn't do it. Yada,
In the
yada,
court of
yada,
public
whatever.
opinion, yeah.
Besides the point. Anyways, I'll bring it up now.
It's
All right,
his
here's
furry name. What? I thought... Because I had genuinely thought that somehow, like a type of fig tree from the Maldives was like relevant somehow to that. I wouldn't have been surprised. But yeah.
The post in question said he
Maldives
put pirate
nuts.
software drama
Know what I'm saying?
in his indie game. Okay. Now I posted this, meaning me. So I'll take the L for that. If you guys want to clown me for that, I already took.
Wah.
You know, people already.
Yeah.
6 upvote average.
I'm talking shit in here because I was talking in third person. Leave me alone. Fuck. Oh, here's the full clip in question.
Classic people pretending to be a third party posting themselves on Reddit. The most annoying thing of all time. Yeah.
Astroturfing.
Part of why Reddit is unusable.
Kid. Child.
Right, so that's what I got. That's what all this hubbub was about. 25k views.
Look, I get it. Vlad has a kid. Like, obviously, there are some things that are just out of your control. If you want to make content on YouTube and you have a kid, it's like you can't have both in 100% harmony with each other. It's just not possible.
Cool.
So I can't complain too much. But man, I hate kids.
How many downvotes?
Did bro just pronounce hubbub? Hubbub?
I'm sure.
No.
Plenty. 20% upvote.
I like this guy.
61 comments, 12 shares.
He points out all the same shit that I would point out. Just really, like, insignificant, irrelevant, little nitpicky details.
This is the most any of my... I'm fucking nobody, dude. This is fucking crack.
Can you please finish a sentence, bro?
You know what I mean? So, yeah, so I replied to, like, almost everybody in here, which...
Oh, Jason, all you had to do was do nothing and this guy is owning himself.
True.
All you had to do was show people this guy. All you had to... Don't DMCA his shit. Just go, hey, there's this freak on livestream fails. What's wrong with him?
So wait, he's DMCAing him in return? Don't do that.
He's pretending to be a third party.
Yeah, so I replied to, like, almost everybody in here, which...
Oh, I see. Why? Why would you do that, though? Why would you waste your time like that?
Jason, all you had to do was do nothing and this guy is owning himself. All you had to do was show people this guy. All you had to... Don't DMCA his shit. Just go, hey, there's this freak on livestream fails. What's wrong with him? He posted this. He's pretending to be a third party, posting his game.
I thought I missed the entire stream. No, this one's gonna be a long one. Because I'm feeling like it's gonna be.
Win.
Unless I suddenly get, like, a huge, like... I don't know, caffeine crash or something.
Pirate Software
I'm gonna be going for a while.
Could have won so easily.
You're probably not, probably not healthy, but it's all good.
Yeah, a guy who calls himself Private Parts on the internet is definitely healthier.
Alright, so a lot of the comments, people saying, like, using someone's likeness, appearance, voice, etc. without their express consent is an easy way to get yourself to, in your game and hide.
Here's a video of me arguing with Reddit.
Legal trouble.
Oh, shut up, you little bitch.
When it's in a non-flattering way. So the only thing I used
irate moldware
of his was his voice. The game itself, from my understanding, was transformative enough. I don't use his face.
I don't even give a shit about the legality because this is we're gonna discuss fair use. Yeah, it's not going to court, so who gives a shit? That's
I mean, yeah,
defense,
he's got a point.
right?
It's all about the online. It's all about the court of public opinion. Oh, damn it! It's Souls Ray. That means I'd have to take it somewhere else to trade it in. Shit. This is actually one of the first time, like, I rarely ever see this guy's content, or I don't watch any of his content, so this is kind of like an introduction for me to a lot of different things. Like this guy, whoever Private Parts is, whoever Pirate Software is, like... So I'm learning a lot of stuff today.
Let's talk about this as human beings. It's a bitch move to take down something using DMCA provisions.
Yeah, it's like... It's never gonna go to court, because neither of these people are that brave enough to take this to court and set a precedent, like a legal precedent. But in the court of public opinion, the moment Pirate Software DMCAs somebody, he's immediately, like, in the court of public opinion, in the wrong.
And it is in no way going to be taking money from you. You are taking it down because it's insulting you. It's an ego thing. You're not protecting your brand, you're not protecting your intellectual property to stop someone from making money off something. in a way that you would yourself. It is very clear you're being made fun of. Don't be a bitch.
I use a roach, which is what he was called during the WoW drama. The only thing that was used of his was clips that were out of context. Now, under parody, this should be okay, but a little bit.
It doesn't matter. It's not. This only matters if you're going to court. Stop.
Yes, I was in the wrong. So.
I mean, but how else am I gonna, like, dude? I know I did this. I'm defending myself here because I did this earlier. How else am I gonna flex my knowledge on copyright law if I don't bring up that it falls under fair use under the parody clause? Hello? I like being the smart one in the room.
We'll be using either AI, which probably still get copyright over, or I'll just voice act it myself. Or if I can find a way to get...
Or you could just take the audio clips out. I don't know. Make it easier on yourself, because you're still coming out of this as the good guy. Like, no one's gonna see you as a pussy if you just take the audio clips out. And, like, just replace them with cockroach noises. I don't know.
How do you lose against this guy? This is a guy who's gonna make a game where he pretends to be Pirate Software now.
Over the fact that I'm using...
Pirate Software could have crushed his soul so badly that he would just cancel the game himself and had no backlash.
His voice, perhaps. I know YouTubers get away with copyright strikes and stuff a lot because they're adding commentary to it. Perhaps adding...
Get away with copyright strikes because they're adding commentary to it. It's more of like an ecosystem and an understanding kind of thing. If someone struck me, I'd be screwed, regardless of whether or not I'm in the right and it's fair.
Yeah, it's unfortunately just how it is. Like, whether or not it's like, even copyright trolls, they get away with this shit, you know? It's just an unfortunate reality at this point that... Yeah, everyone agrees that it's shitty, but like realistically, not much can be done about it unless you want to spend like thousands of dollars pursuing it legally, which nobody wants to do. Or at least not many.
It's just that I think it's more the cost of doing that to someone, to your image, when it's typically another person whose whole business is their image. They don't want to eat that hit.
True, Jack.
Protects you really more than it actually being fair use.
Like a character on the side is actively watching the game in question and giving virtual commentary. Like,
virtual commentary.
Like the character itself is reacting to the content. Maybe that's a way over it. Any lawyers out there?
Okay, that's all Prime stuff, so none of mine.
Want to get in contact with me? I doubt
Go to
it.
Mary Noble.
Hit me up. You know, I'm open to suggestion on.
Warning: my game might crash.
Absurd commentary. Thank you, Maya. Appreciate it.
You're feeling a little bit better today.
A lot better. A lot better. You can probably tell by the fact that don't worry.
But other than that, if not, then I'm just gonna voice act it myself, or
by getting closer to here, speaking more quietly and more relaxed. That's all it is.
Do it. But let's see. Oh, so they filed a DMCA claim. This is so.
Dude, how many times is he gonna like say he filed a DMCA claim? We know. Am I going insane? You've said this like a million times already.
Okay, so they filed a
yeah. What the fuck is virtual commentary?
DMCA claim on my game because
he's definitely using EQ, but I don't think it's an EQ trick to make him sound that way because like people are saying, oh, I think he's cranking bass. Cranking bass just sounds like.
Yeah, sometimes people can just change their voice. It's crazy that they can do that. Some people can. I wish I could do that, so I didn't sound like this no more.
Ass? Really? I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think there's like a voice changer or he's using EQ to get it that way. It is true he does sound like ass and blown out, so maybe he is pumping bass a bit. You know what? To be fair.
Well, he absolutely is.
It sounds like there's an echo even. It does sound...
Sometimes that's just better for like... That's better though for streams if you just boost the bass. And honestly, I might have to do that more for my own streams. Am I even coming to this fight with the right build? No, but I'm gonna do it anyway. We're going in as a mage, buddy. I'll give you guys a little bit of an example. You could sound like Nerth. How dare you bring up his name? How dare you say his name? How do you know him? How do you know that name? Alright, boys and girls, here we... I'm kind of just trying to... It's a pug raid, so I'm just kind of trying to contribute wherever I can. The only reliable attack I have is like lightning bolt.
And the whole deep voice, or rather I should put it this way. Crank and bass isn't gonna make you sound like you have a deep voice. It's what has that,
true.
Like, that effect that like assaults your eardrums.
But Villa mentioned something about him having like vocal training. I'm willing to believe that. Want to get a shot in on these guys. Woo! Thank you.
They assumed that the game on Steam
Here's Nerth and immediately goes into where are they?
in it. It does not. It does not. In fact, I'll play a portion of the game now.
You send me back to an unpleasant time.
Alright guys, here's the current build of the game. Or the current demo.
Oh my god.
This is what was on Steam.
But he's not deranged in this way.
I'll be voice acting all the characters from now on.
So is Harmful gonna go over
like I said,
any Pirate Software stuff? Like any of, like if he has anything to say about it?
Now, stay tuned for the full release of the documentation and...
Of the documentation.
Tuned. What was he doing before all this? 12 kills on I Play Silver, Fortnite ranked.
Yeah, of course he was like a 30 view shitter. Aren't we all? Aren't we all?
Okay, bro.
No, there's one video on here that has no view. This is poor guy. Mood. I can relate.
Slow wing soda reaction? Is that? No, that's not Zero Doxy.
That one hurts my nose. Like, honestly, it's like...
Okay, I'm gonna go to the next video. I hate Pirate Software.
Ladies and gentlemen.
This one was 2 days ago. This guy pumps out content. I mean, I guess it's easy if you just do streams and rant content. I guess that makes it better. Oh, not the arrows! Archers are so broken in this game.
I have to be honest with you.
Damn, I'm catching strays here. What?
I am incredibly disappointed in
well,
Ross over
that doesn't count. That doesn't count. You became a 30 view shitter voluntarily. You had a choice. You made the choice. You took a brave stance. You said no more. I quit this life.
Arms. Despite his disarming Hyraxian countenance and endearing extreme conflict aversion, I can't let this slide. Let me show you.
Thor here has been the #1 voice on the campaign, and he's been lying about what it is.
Fuck you guys.
That's a bit loaded, though. In this case, I'm using...
Wait, who's this? Asmongold's uncle.
the second definition of lie.
Accursed Farms.
Terrible take, Ross. Your kind and gentle spirit has clouded your vision. It's clear, unless you're a total sucker, that Pirate Software was doing the first. 2 points here. Firstly, while my intro criticism is a joke, I do genuinely think if you're going to be dropping accusations of lying on someone, it's gotta be that they're deliberately practicing deception. This second definition thing is a bit slippery and doesn't them. Starting with the one I think is the most fun. So, in a very tiny nutshell, Stop Killing Games is what it says on the tin.
Okay.
They don't want games to be snapped out of existence when publisher support ends. There are multiple reasons for this, but in the case
yeah,
of
so very like pro emulator and stuff like that. I get it. Like very like Nintendo is really bad about that. Like just let people preserve their games. Wait, why did I fucked up, didn't I? Why the fuck am I here if I didn't pick up the weekly? I need to go back to Marianople. I'm so stupid.
Petitions to governments.
That is true. Of course it's true.
They want live service games to have some kind of end-of-life plan. When they shut down, they don't want it to just evaporate. They want it to be...
I've always thought about this. It's like, what would happen if Steam suddenly just disappeared? They had no, like, contingency plan. They had no plan for everyone to save all their digital products and their games. What if they just went offline and it's like, oh, sorry, all the games that you had on this platform, gone. everything, your entire collection over decades, gone. Like, what would... And I'm saying, like, if they didn't have, like, an exit plan, you know? Yeah, that would be disastrous. Do you think, like, some people would just, like, they would just decide to isekai themselves if that happened? You know what I mean?
Something. Specifics.
Like, that shit's a big deal in this day and age.
Left to be negotiated. In other words, they want to mandate that going forward, games have some sort of contingency plan to prevent
I want to
them
figure
from
out how to make my microphone quality as good as this guy's.
being wiped from functioning.
To be fair, my microphone is like... I want to say I've had this microphone since like 2018, 2019, so it's kind of old.
Existence, if they're at risk of that. Now here's the fun part. Did you know that Pirate Software, before even looking at it, guessed correctly and was afraid that that's what it would be? On April 7th, months
Oh wait,
before,
hold on.
they don't want it to just evaporate. They want it to be something. Specifics left to be negotiated. In other words, they want to mandate that going forward, games have some sort of contingency plan to prevent them from being wiped from functioning existence if they're at risk of that. Now here's
I was
the
way
fun
too
part.
close.
Did you know that Pirate Software, before even looking at it, guessed correctly and was afraid that that's what it would be? On April 7th.
I feel like whenever I'm streaming, I get like deathly afraid that I miss like context. So the moment I don't know what someone's talking about, I like panic. I'm like, wait, what is he talking about? Wait, what? I just have to trust the process a little bit and just trust that I'll understand in like at least a minute.
Months before he published his first video about it, he was asked about Stop Killing Games.
Check out Accursed Farms on YouTube or his website Stop Killing Games.
So I'd be really interested in looking into this. The thing that I'm worried about at the outset is wanting to put any type of legal framework together to force studios to have a contingency plan for games that are live service games. This is the concern that I have.
Months before he made his first video, he stated fundamental opposition to any law mandating any kind of Plan B for live.
I suppose so. I mean, like, it'd be a really difficult thing to enforce on games, though, because I feel like that would just... I don't know. I mean, I get it, but at the same time, it's like, what are the logistics of that? How would you enforce that sort of thing? You know? Alright, back up, back up, back up, back up.
Service games. He is fundamentally opposed.
Like, I guess you could say that there has to be a law that, like, if you're gonna shut down a game entirely, that you allow people to, like, make private servers or some shit like that. I don't know. I can see something like that, where it's like, you're no longer making money off of this. At least allow people to play this for free in other, like, allow them to have the means to play the game in a different way that doesn't have to be managed by you. I can see that.
To the petition in its essence and at its core. He
Hold the
states that he
door!
will be looking into it.
So I want to go research it first, because everyone's been talking about this.
And elaborates on why he's against any kind of mandated contingency plan.
Okay.
Because I don't want, and this is the real one, I don't want the government telling indies that they have to have their live service game stay online forever.
This would be less about indies, though, and it wouldn't be about forcing companies to keep their games live for like, indefinitely. I don't think it'd be anything like that. It'd be something more akin to what I just said, right? Because that seems more reasonable than what he's putting forward. Second off, you can punish devs for not complying by cutting off federal funding. There's federal funding for video games? In the EU? Since when? Government-funded video games. Now that's a new one. Oh! I'm dead. Bro, I'm dead. I got decimated.
I don't want that. Nobody wants that. But
Well,
when
yeah,
I'm
he's
talking about-
obviously just going to the most extreme and unreasonable outcome to make it sound utterly ridiculous. Wasn't that argumentum ad absurdum or something like that?
At a legal setting to force
One of
people to do
those debate bro jargons.
You're generally moving in that direction.
He's scared of the slippery slope. It'll go in the direction
Really?
that
I
people
did
will be
not know
forced to
that.
keep their games online forever. Specifically, he says he's scared for the indies.
You get a whole lot of these problems.
I mean, I'm like, I know about like government funded games like anti-drug games and things like that. Wasn't there a game that came out recently, like last year, that was funded by the UK? And it was some like stupid millennial game that nobody liked.
Where there's like smaller games.
It was just dead on
everybody's
arrival.
Focusing on the big juggernauts. They're like, what happens when World of Warcraft goes away? I want to play World of Warcraft. But you're not thinking about how this could impact everybody in the space.
Yeah, but there would be checks and balances for everybody, right? It's not going to be a one-size-fits-all sort of thing. It would never be like that. That would be dystopian.
Titans.
Dustborn, yes, that was it. Thank you.
Get to the man, and they forget that, well, the man...
Yeah, that was the first time I ever heard about, like, a non-PSA type of video game being funded by the government.
He's not the only man on the board.
Agree or disagree, noble enough? Worried about the costs this adds for the little guy might stop people from making live service games when they otherwise would. So over the next months, he goes off, does what he said he'd do. He's going to look into every little bit of Stop Killing Games.
Okay.
A whole bunch of stuff.
Really, a true deep dive by a master.
And before making his first video about it, he certainly saw Ross's Europeans Can Save Gaming video, because he quotes it. In that video, Ross compares the loss of games to the loss of films.
And now, most films of that era are gone forever. That's very similar to what's happening to video games today. It's just a terrible practice for everyone involved.
Multiple of the examples on that page he pulled up to show us what we've lost and what we lose are MMOs or otherwise online multiplayer games.
I knew I was gonna crash at some point.
Further to that, he claims that the initiative
This game just can't handle PvP.
Microtransactions.
This would also apply to free-to-play games.
Apparently, Jesus Christ, it's gonna do this every time the game loads. Sorry. Apparently, a solution to this would be to just uninstall and then reinstall the game. But it's like, I don't want to do that. I want to play the game, not fix the game.
Contain microtransactions. Because if you purchased a microtransaction as a good, then the game is made unplayable, well then you just lost your goods.
Man, I used to be all about, like, video game industry, like, I used to be, like, really caught up on this, like, discussions about the, video game industry, like, back, like, 10 years ago. This is me catching up on a little bit of that. Like, Enlaa, you told me about that one game Holokoshi's name is based off of. Yeah, Holic. Imagine if you could boot it up and show me it and we could play. I mean, yeah. It probably didn't age well. I mean, Crazy Tao... It was a magical, like, couple of months when I was able to play Crazy Tao again. That was a really old, like, Chinese MMO from 2009 that was totally obscure and died quickly. But man, like, when I heard that there was a private server that was up for it for a couple of months, it was, like, so nice just to be able to play and also be able to access internal files of a game that I remember from my childhood. Like, it is a great experience to be able to do that. But yeah, I think preserving any kind of media is always a bonus. I hate, like, the idea of lost media always makes me sad. Why did I log into this character? This is the wrong character.
Initiative is clear and is reflected.
Toontown? Yeah, that's another example of a revitalized game. I liked Toontown when I was a kid.
In the petition's text. Given that he must have seen this and more, I think it's pretty bizarre that his very first comment on the initiative, in his first static video on it, is this.
The reason why I have a problem with Stop Killing Games is specifically it starts the wrong conversation. If we're trying to kill...
Especially MMOs, especially MMOs and video games where, I'm trying to think. I'm trying to, like, avoid dying and talk at the same time. Especially ones where it was, like, way before, like, the ability to record gameplay was widely available. Like, I remember back in 2007, 2008, 2009, it was impossible to record something on you had to pay for stuff. You had to pay for programs to do anything in a decent quality back then. Like, I just remember the struggle it was. And so, like, there's so many games that get lost to time because nobody bothered to, like, record it or document it. And, like, forget about streaming. Streaming video games wasn't even a thing back then. You know, so many things get lost to time when that happens.
Putting together a live service game, pitching it as a single-player experience, and then taking away support in the future, this ain't it.
Correct. It ain't. And it's not meant to be. But he later further asserts that that's its supposed purpose.
Doesn't call out the specific practice that this is supposedly trying to defeat.
It cannot be claimed.
My bro
with
put an
any
entire
credibility
PowerPoint
that
presentation
he believes
together.
what he just said.
Adventure Quest is another one of those games that's still going. It's just not the same. It's not the same one that I played. Like, even games that are still going, there might be versions of it from the past that are no longer accessible. Like, the Adventure Quest from when I was a child is like, you can't play that anymore. And I think it's unreasonable to expect every online game have like a snapshot in time of each like version of it and maintain that. Like every time they want to update, they gotta make like a new server or something. That would be unreasonable, obviously. But there's gotta be some attempt at preservation. I think it's because even the companies that develop these games or publish these games, they don't consider how important these things might be down the line. Like, oh man, we're just getting fucking slaughtered out here. I think about, like, a lot of stuff that in the moment you may think is so insignificant might become, like, so invaluable later on in time. And you wouldn't even consider it. Like, for example, Yapfest incoming. Sorry about this. I recently, like in the past couple of years, for the longest time I've been touting around this bag of tapes, like just mini DV tapes, and I was unable to access what was on them because I didn't have a camcorder to play them on, and I didn't have like any kind of playback machine to play them on, and there's no kind of like digital adaptation for these sorts of things. It's not like anyone's made like a device where you can pop in a cassette tape and then it just boop translates that to digital. You know, there's nothing really like that. Because who would take the time to invent that for something that is so what's the word? Antiquated? Like limited in its usefulness? Like the market for that is very low, obviously. So no one really takes the time to look into those sorts of I don't know, conversion devices. So everyone has to kind of make their own way around it, I suppose. But, so I've held on to these tapes because I knew one day I'm gonna be able to have a way to access them. I just need to preserve them until then. And I did that, and then one day I was on eBay and I found someone was selling a mini DV, like a VHS playback machine that uses like analog, like you can use an analog converter to connect it to your computer and play it on there like a projector. And I was like, holy shit. And it works with mini DV tapes. So I got it. It worked. Like how, oh my God. I can't, like, I bought like 2 camcorders before that from eBay that were not guaranteed if they would work or not. And they both like crapped out and I couldn't get anything out of them. I could see, like, for one of them, I could see what was on some of the tapes, but I couldn't really, like, preserve them in any meaningful way. And then one of them ate one of my DV tapes, so that is just gone forever. Anyway. Oh, what the hell? This is me panicking. I pressed the panic button. I could have helped, but I panicked. Anyway, trying to keep this story brief. But yeah, I got this playback machine. This was like, I'll say 2 years ago, okay? But it was before I started streaming, I'm pretty sure. But, But yeah, I got it, and the way I had to do it is that I had to open it. I had to open it up as a video source in OBS, and then screen record it through OBS, and then edit the resolution like in like Adobe or something. So it was a bit of a workaround way of doing it, but I ended up getting it done. But a specific example I have is that for some reason, my like 12 to 13-year-old self, just for some like autistic reason, I decided to videotape my the screen on my MP3 player at the time, and just cycle through some of the song titles that were on my MP3 at the time, which you would think is such a pointless thing to record, right? And it is. In like on paper, it's so pointless to record that. It's like, why would I even record that? But for the longest time, I had this MP3 player, and I was like, there were songs that I had forgotten about that I just could not find on YouTube because I couldn't remember the title of the songs. Yeah, Mitzi's here. And so I was like, well, I get, like, I had vague ideas of what those songs were, but a lot of them were, like, in Japanese or something, because I was a big anime nerd back then. No, I had an MP3 player. My mom had the iPod. My mom got the cool things. The cool new things. But... Sorry, Mitzi really wants my attention right now. Hey, what's the matter? Hi, yes, I love you too. And so that was another issue I was having, where I just couldn't find a lot of the old songs that I used to listen to all the time. And then I came across, like, while I was like going through these tapes and digitizing them and converting them, yeah, like converting them to digital, I came across this one where, for some reason, it's just me randomly cycling through this shit for no reason. And, like, I was sitting there, like, amazed. And I was able to find so many of the old songs because now I had the title for those songs. It was so, like... It was like a message from my past self, like, hey, you'll need this one day. And I'm just like, what the fuck? It was so bizarre. But it's like those things that you take for granted that, like, one day, it's valuable. Child, you knew you would go searching for copper and instead find gold in the future. I guess. I don't know. Like, I can't even fathom what my mindset was at the time to even bother. But, like, I'm glad I did. All of a roundabout way to say that preserving things is awesome. Bam. Okay, that didn't help. Run! Run away! Run! Everyone back! Back! They're coming! Oh god. I feel so naked without my stealth ability, dude.
Is true.
I miss being a dark runner.
Willfully deceptive. He was lying. Pirate
anyway.
Software is a liar. And why would he lie? Because he knows exactly what it is. He knows exactly why they're doing it and what they...
I still have all those tapes, by the way. I don't want to throw them out until I'm confident that I have enough copies so that even if like a something gets damaged, those tapes aren't just lost forever, I guess. I'm like so scared of like losing those like tangible memories. Anyway.
I mean, months ago, he was scared that was the case. He wanted to smother it in the crib. He knew it had barely any chance.
Dramatic
it's
language.
It's not his fault if it fails, but it is his fault it has practically no chance. Now, if he destroyed something he didn't like honestly, fair play, respect, but he didn't. He instead decided to employ a more effective tactic. And what tactic is that exactly? Well, iDub should look into this, because this is a genuine example of what concern trolling actually is.
Really?
Instead of tackling what he disapproves of head-on, Pirate Software has constructed a fake problem. To be clear, he addresses issues he has with end-of-life plans for games, but
is that really what concern trolling is, though? I always thought concern trolling was just you, like, pretending to be concerned about a genuine issue. Like if someone was, like if someone on live stream was like abusing alcohol, like concern trolling was you just like being like, oh, I'm worried about you drinking, you're gonna die of alcohol poisoning. But like you're not actually saying that stuff because you're concerned about him abusing alcohol. You're just saying that because you want to like upset him or mock him or something. I thought that's what concern trolling was. Anyway.
Tens, that's an accidental side effect of them messing up the initiative, instead of it being exactly what they're trying to get. This framing is incredibly important and powerful. It allows him to present his arguments against the initiative as evidence and proof that they're doing things wrong, instead of as his opposition to their movement.
That's another thing I hate about ArcAge PvP. Once you're stunned, like that's it. You're gonna be stunned for like the next 5 minutes unless you die.
You see, he's here to help. You want to do this thing, but the initiative won't get you that.
In the niche cases where a studio is trying to sell a game as if you are buying it or purchasing it or using that language specifically and they give you a live service game instead, I agree that should change. That language should change. You are not purchasing the game. You are not buying the game. You are paying to have a license to a live service experience. I get that. Is that what this is doing, though? The initiative is not trying to call that out specifically. It's trying to say that all games need to stay in a functional, playable state, which is not calling out the language that is being used to manipulate the player.
But I didn't get that from this. Not at all. It just means they want to have a contingency plan. That doesn't mean force companies to run the game for eternity. That's not what that means. Literally, League of Legends, you get stunned, you die.
Call that out specifically.
See, he's not actually against what they really want, and he's on their side. They're just going about it the wrong way. The great gaming authority is correcting some people who are misguided. That's what's really happening here. He just thinks they should be more specific. Except that specific thing is not what they're trying to do. And he knows that. Perfect little narrative, nice little story for his audience to pick up and propagate. Disingenuously present a false story when you know the true one, because it will have the effect you want. Pirate Software fully understands this tactic and hates when it's done to him.
This strange idea that somehow that one player was a mysterious figure that no one knew who he was is kind of stupid bullshit. It's just propaganda at that point. Big mean Mr. Streamer.
It's propaganda!
No, dude, everyone knew who he was. He was the mayor instead of me for a month. And he acted like a jackass with the title. It's concern trolling is what it is. That's exactly what that is.
Yep, and it works, doesn't it? Works real well. Very effective to add that extra layer of obfuscation. You're not just clashing, the clash itself has been warped.
Ah,
such
goddammit.
that before you can fight back, you have to straighten out what's real. Imagine an alternate reality, where Pirate Software brings his true concern.
Final Fantasy XIV would be interesting as a single-player experience. You already sort of can. Well, that's what they're designing it to try and be more like. The past couple of years have been them trying to add more content or more ways to play the game solo. I mean, I'm pretty sure you could play almost that's why they added the trust system, for example. So you can play with NPCs as your party members instead of other players.
The ones he'd previously stated. Instead of presenting his issues with the...
I would argue, that you can play, 90% of Final Fantasy XIV single player and not have any issue.
End of life stuff, as if that was an unintended side effect of what they were really trying to do. Instead of repeatedly stating it's vague, he said it's precise but broad, which is different, and that he's worried what will end up happening will impact indies, and it's easy to guess it wouldn't have been as impactful. Even the focus on the little guy would make less people care, and to a lesser degree.
Trying to PvP at 20 frames per second is not easy.
His video months later, he went with this.
And I've got a pretty decent computer.
Every studio needs to run their live service game indefinitely or not want to run one at all, then no one's going to run them. And we're going to miss out on adventures like...
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure that's not what they're saying, though. It's just one of those things. He's dishonestly presenting the premise of the law, right?
Like Final Fantasy XIV.
Over those months between his stream and this video, did he change
Yeah,
his
it's
mind
like
about
that.
the everyone wants to stick it to the big guy, but please think about the little guy's argument? Or did he realize that would make his self-interest too apparent and be less rhetorically effective? Probably more about, they're coming for your Final Fantasy, hitting better than, they're coming for your Realm of the Mad God Exalt. Something to think about, though. As someone who's
They are coming for my Final Fantasy,
I
though.
love the art of just lasering in on something you don't like and hitting it as hard as you can. Watching these videos videos when they first came out made me...
It's like he's pinpointing the most dystopian possibility that could come from a law like this, and then making that the entire premise of the law, when that's not true.
Feel such second-hand embarrassment. And I'm glad there's a reason to talk about him again, because there are a couple little bonus nuggets I didn't touch on before that are pretty funny. Under his first video, he pinned a comment with an FAQ. One of the things he addressed was why he wouldn't
Oh my
talk
god,
to
they
Ross.
are insatiable.
Was, I think his position is disingenuous due to his comments about how this could be pushed through government. Here, he's referring to Ross's list of why he thinks the initiative could work, including that politicians like easy wins, and so on and so forth. But what he was doing is the literal opposite of being disingenuous. Disingenuousness would be him pretending he didn't believe these elements were at play, to deceptively provide a picture of the situation he didn't believe was true. You're criticizing him for being excessively honest and open. You're attacking his character wrong. And then, after trying to attack Ross as a disingenuous person as a justification to not talk to, platform, or engage with him, Pirate Software had the audacity to write in the description of his follow-up video, "No, you will not silence me with personal attacks. Fight the argument I am presenting." Another thing he hates happening to him, but understands, is effective. Now, to be fair, this second video is better. He provides some novel arguments, and quickly watching it over, I don't see anything that I could call a lie.
God damn, this guy's
but it
tanky.
absolutely outs him as a fifth columnist.
And the last take that I got from this is, and it's the most reasonable to me, this is an initiative, it's not a law. Why are you upset? Just wait. I'm not going to wait. And the reason I'm not going to wait is because I see the start of this conversation not making sense. It's not including the actual developer side of the conversation.
Well, that would make sense. He's almost 7K.
The trials and problems that this could arise inside of the gaming industry for people who are actually making the games you play.
Yeah, because it's consumer advocacy activism. They're fighting for their interest.
Ooh, that's a mouthful. Consumer activism, whatever.
As they should. And they should as hard as they can. Hey man, I'm a carpet salesman. Before you go and haggle with these other carpet salesmen, you should really consider their feelings. Make sure your starting price is low enough to be real comfortable for them. I'm sure it won't go any lower. Correct response to that would be, fuck off, shill, as it should be. Here, Pirate Software tries to paint Ross as not the guy to talk about this. But while my position is anyone can talk about anything, if there were a person who should not talk about this, it's the game dev being cheered on by the industry.
I received hundreds of comments from developers thanking me for putting it out.
Yeah, I bet you did, right? Anyway, let's wrap it up by looking at some new stuff. Pirate Software responded to Ross's recent video on Twitter. I believe he's now deleted it, but of course, the internet is forever. Supper, Cursed Farms. I put out 2 videos disagreeing with your initiative 10 months ago and haven't talked about it since.
Pay attention to me, pay attention to me. I made a video on you, I made a video on you.
Pretty much true, but that's because Ross is a softie and let you get away.
We could. I mean, we definitely could, Villa.
With that shit for
I don't mind doing that.
far too long. For instance, this stuff absolutely warrants a clapback.
Oh shit, now this is actually really dumb. It's used car salesman garbage. This is shit. It's shit. Not only do I not want to back this, I'm going to actively tell people not to.
I wanted to go and check it out for myself, see the context of these statements, particularly the used car salesman one, because I was curious, but I couldn't find which VOD it is. The video he's reacting to went up July 31st, but there's a gaping hole in Pirate Software's livestream archives between the 29th of July and the 14th of August.
How suspicious.
A salesman and
suspicious.
a car in the transcript of VODs after that point, but I'm not finding the clips. In any case, since Ross has receipts, there is certainly more than just those 2 videos. So the "I put out 2 videos disagreeing with your initiative" line is a bit misleading, isn't it, buddy? He continues, "Now your initiative has failed and you're blaming me for 33 minutes of the hour-long video covering it.
Jesus
There's
Christ.
a bit of blame, and a bit of blame is deserved, make no doubt."
Not only do I not want to back this, I'm going to actively tell people not to.
Just in those 2 videos, or do you mean some of your streamer buddies as well? We'll never know. Anyway, while there's some blame, Ross was addressing statements he should have addressed directly earlier. Your community is out in force, shitting up our streams and socials with hate messages, threats, and snide comments. Well, you set that tone in the apparently now deleted VODs.
Oh, I'm
Not the
slow,
threats, of
dude.
course, but just report that shit, whatever. Since you're so set on cutting up my responses into pieces to try to make me seem unhinged, I'm going to drop my videos here to show the actual context. I disagree that's what he was doing, but since we're all about transparency here, can I have those VODs? Or are we going to pretend now there were just those 2 videos? There's also a massive pinned FAQ on the first video. We all knew this, but YouTubers don't write, do they? Massive. Come on. To quote back to you, if you're going to hate me, at least hate me for what I'm actually saying. I've seen the videos a couple times each now, and I don't think he perverted the meaning of anything. That's your party trick. The only engagement I've seen
I love all these
that is
metaphors.
level-headed has been from Lewis Rossman. This might not be deliberate, he might just not remember. But what happened to Asman? In the FAQ, you recommend his take as well. For context on what I'm thinking, a little while ago, people got mad at Pirate for collabing with Asman. Did he bitch out of saying his name because of that? I'm fine talking to people that are level-headed about this. Ross is the chillest dude on YouTube. I can have a conversation, but to be real...
Ah, yes, the classic. Paint your opposition as unreasonable. Does the trick every time.
Every time you've been involved, your orbiters turn shit toxic instantly, and it sets me off.
It's because their audience is toxic. That's why I'm not going to talk to them.
And it's shit to deal with for anyone on the other side of the argument. Oh, his community's so nasty, they make snide comments. How do you behave? How are you talking towards Ross and his stuff?
Eat my entire ass. The level of stupid that I just had to receive was like sitting on Twitter for 12 hours. This shit sucks. That's a really stupid-ass move. That's an incredibly stupid-ass move. I think this is ass. This is complete garbage.
Doesn't sound very level-headed to me.
I dropped the mask entirely.
I've dropped the mask. I mean, at least he's honest.
They can eat my entire ass. The whole thing. That sounds stupid as shit.
Yeesh.
You would ban you from your chat.
True.
I don't want to hear anything about decorum from you. Why do you think I haven't talked about this shit in 10 months? Because you said everything you wanted to. May I have an example of what you would have said? Why do you think we auto-mute anyone bringing it up in chat? Because you a bitch. He says because it's been rage bait and shit-flinging the entire time. Your own Reddit had people openly talking about causing drama in our community to try to stir up more support. Oh, so it happens anyway. I still disagree with your movement for all of the reasons I stated. That's unlikely to change, and at this point, I'm more than fine with that. Stay frosty. So I guess ultimately, Pirate Software is a poor, battered victim of this horrifying beast. Clearly, the violent rhetoric Ross is known for.
He does look
has
pretty
sent
scary,
his
not gonna
audience
lie.
into a blood frenzy, and being a giant loser is the only way you can keep yourself safe. You know what I think? You're not scared to talk to him because of his audience. No, people like that would have swarmed you no matter what when you took the side you did. No, I think you're scared of talking to him because in conversation, it will be impossible to dodge how much of a prick you look like.
Yeah. It'd be impossible for him to dodge, like, all the stuff that he left out dishonestly from the argument. Alright, next one! I hate Pirate Software so much!
Time already, because Pirate Software has decided to continue actively being a silly little boy. He has made a couple of statements and, for once, not deleted them. Been reading through all the posts against me over my stance on the Stop Killing Games initiative. That sounds really exhausting.
That was your first mistake, yeah.
You should watch my video. I just talk about your conduct and rhetoric, and incidentally have to mention your stance. Tons of people calling me a liar, or that I misrepresented the initiative. 'Cause you are, and you did. We'll get to his strategy of dodging this soon. Also, lots of content creators dogpiling on this to get their pound of flesh. Boo-hoo. Invoking the language of harassment.
Yeah.
Dogpiling.
Well, that seems like to be his motif.
They're covering a guy who was trying to get attention for his take negatively. But it was 10 months ago. If one of your old videos popped off because people loved it, you wouldn't be crying. Let's dig into what I actually did and said. Don't worry, buddy. We will. I put out 2 videos on August 6th and August 7th, 2024. Now, that's true, but he also did a lot more than that. He has actually talked about it on stream a bunch of times. Here he is with the page up on the 19th of July. And we know he also streamed about it sometime after July 31st, because Accursed Farms has clips of Pirate Software reacting to a video that was released on July 31st.
This is shit. It's shit.
Yeah, I remember that.
Not only do I not want
I
to
saw
back
it
this,
like 2 minutes
I'm gonna
ago.
actively tell people not to.
In my previous video, I said I couldn't find that VOD and suspected he'd deleted it, but now I can confirm that he absolutely did delete it, alongside the other streams he was talking about it around that time.
I went through the Reddit for their initiative for that, and there were a number of posts in there that were people saying we should keep baiting him and attacking him, because if we do that, he'll keep talking about it, and then more people will sign the initiative. They were planning that shit. And those threads
It was... Oh my god.
There. They're still up. People are still talking about that shit on there.
They were
instead of that,
conspiring
I just
against
deleted
me.
all the VODs where we were talking about it. I kept my videos up and I walked away.
Who knows what was said to thousands and thousands of people on
Oh
those live
my
streams.
God, they're
What we
all
know
being
he did
decimated.
say, though, is counter to the image of himself he's trying to present right now. He wants to portray himself as the level-headed guy, beleaguered by rude trolls.
Yeah.
When his now hidden VODs showed he was talking like this.
Eat my tyrants. The level of stupid that I just had to receive was like sitting on Twitter for 12 hours.
Let's dig into what I actually did and said. He says, from a throne of deleted VODs. He continues and
Oof.
says, many people have not watched the videos he made. Yeah, and even fewer have had the chance to look through those VODs you deleted to see what you were telling thousands and thousands of people. Anyway, many people have not watched them and are just calling me a liar or attacking my character. Who? Throbbing Pepe69 on Twitter?
Kinda, yeah. Like, outside of the... most of the stuff that he points out that is like the unreasonable stuff, or the conspiracies, I guess, they're from like the peanut gallery of people who most of the time they just say shit for the sake of saying it, right? Like, you can't take what those people say so seriously.
Monetization on these videos is disabled, so no, this is not some ploy to increase revenue. That is an insane thing to have to defend yourself against, and he really doesn't have to. But if he does, it serves to characterize his detractors, right? This is the kind of person he's dealing with. He has to...
Because, like, oh, he paints it as like, oh, all of them are making those arguments. See how ridiculous they're being, when it really is just like one random guy that he honed in on.
To say that, I just care about this subject and have rightful concerns as a person working in this space. I wouldn't have anything to say, but he had to say rightful, i.e. justified concerns, didn't he? Bro, one of your takes was that you're scared that if SKG is successful, the government's gonna enslave game devs who've made live service games and force them to work on it forever.
I don't want the government telling indies that they have to have their live service game stay online forever. I don't want that. Nobody wants that. But when you're talking about a legal setting to force people to do this, you're generally moving in that direction.
This guy wants to talk about delusional perspectives, while seriously floating the idea that there's a chance the EU would legislate to make it so that if you're an indie dev and make a live service game, that's it. That's your life now. Get in the server maintenance cage. He then moves on to tell us what he actually said in his first video. As with his claim that he made 2 videos, all of this technically true, but that's not all that was in the video. He has chosen to omit the #1 misrepresentation he made. Accurate statements don't cancel out misrepresentations unless they are directly addressing that misrepresentation. If I made a video where I said, Pirate Software killed my dog, and he's a game developer, people get mad and I respond and I say, well, here's what I actually said. I just thought people should know that Pirate Software to push it through.
If you're going to be setting precedent, if you're going to be putting forward something that you want to start a conversation to eventually become legislation, and these are the reasons for it, not only can I not agree with the initiative, but I can't agree with you. And I think that the tactics that you're using here are really disgusting.
He called Ross's description of how things are disgusting tactics. When it's not something he's doing, it's something he's describing that would be in play regardless of the gaming-related initiative being proposed. Correct or not, it's what he believes. If he decided not to say that when he thinks it's the case, for the purpose of providing a different appearance of his campaign...
I don't really have much to say about this. I mean, he's already kind of just saying all the things that I would say if I were to watch this, so...
games, and had a few words of his own to say about the government.
The moment you have the government step in and try to regulate this shit, it's going to be awful.
Yeah, but they already do that for a lot of aspects of video games. Like, I guess, in a way, what's one more? Like, what's more to add to the pile? And again, it's about how they're restricting and regulating it, not about what, you know?
If you think the government can manage anything, you haven't been around long enough.
So now the argument is government bad. Government bad. I mean, I agree, but also it's a dumb argument.
Legitimately. That is a terrifying prospect. Letting the
It's not... What?
government get into video games is a...
They already are, though! They already are! They already regulate a ton of stuff about video games. What do you mean? They're already here, dude.
Terrible goddamn idea. Awful idea. You need to get through a couple more presidents before you realize that shit. That is an awful...
Once you've lived as long as I have, maybe go through a couple more presidents before you're allowed to speak on politics.
Direction. Keep the government out of games. No,
They're
thank
already
you.
in games! They've been in games since the 80s! What are you talking about?
His real position? Or is it just another fake one he thought would be more effective in the moment? And this is the guy we're supposed to now believe is concerned about the disparagement of lawmakers. Seriously though, he was kinda based in this stream. Bit hypocritical because apparently he doesn't consider government force being used to protect intellectual property as the government being in games. Wonder why. But check this out.
If you want to petition a studio to then have that game released as a live service game with private servers on the outside, you go right ahead. You get the government involved, I am not on your side. I am not on your side even a little bit. Government can stay the hell out of games. Yeah, I told you before, I'm not a fan of the government. There's a reason for that shit.
But, like, we can't just let people, like, trick and mislead and deceive people either. He's taking, like, such an absolutist approach to it. They have to be involved in some way. Otherwise, like, if there are no regulations at all, that's just a breeding ground for, like, scams and dishonest tactics and promoting bad shit to kids and shit like that and stuff that we really don't want. If government is just completely, it's just anarchy. Pure, like, video game industry anarchy. And we don't want that either. There has to be a balance. Die, bitch. One thing that's nice about this is I have both a healing weapon and a mage weapon, so I can switch between healing and... Anyway, let's continue.
Keep them out of games. Stay out of games. No. They can't manage shit. They've never been able to manage shit. I don't...
Yeah, who's gonna tell them? Who's gonna tell them about the rating system for video games?
want them in games. You don't want them in games.
If he's not lying about his feelings here, then literally everything else he's said is a deception. Every last thing he said in his videos, every last thing he's saying in tweets, totally disingenuous. He would be arguing against it no matter what, because his real problem is any government involvement whatsoever. The arguments he's presenting are just whatever he can scrabble for without having to let you know he's this cucked bitch libertarian too scared to state his real position. Unless it's a few hours deep in a stream and he thinks outsiders won't see it. Holy shit! This is more pathetic than I thought. Pirate Software said this.
To say that the government just doesn't care and this isn't
Guys, just a little bit of a sidetrack here. I got water purification tablets to see if that would help with my mold issue, possible mold issue. And this warning label on the thing gives so many mixed messages. It says, warning, hazards to humans and domestic animals, causes substantial but temporary eye injury, harmful if swallowed. And then later it says, remove, insert into contaminated water, and then mix well for at least 10 minutes, then allow to stand for 30 minutes before drinking. The water is now ready for drinking. Like, wait a minute. I don't understand. What are you trying to tell me here? Good thing I got poison control on speed dial. God damn it. This warning, this product may fucking kill you. I know you can chlorinate bottles and stuff, but I don't have, I don't have the right kind of chlorine to do that. You need a very specific kind of chlorine to do that. If you don't, you could end up, really harming yourself. Yeah, get fucked, idiot! I got fucked. Which way, VTard? Mold or chlorine? No, it's not about the chlorine. I don't mind chlorine. I just don't want to get fucking poisoned by bleach! Fuck's sake.
win and we're going to get it through is disingenuous. You're talking about a multi-billion-dollar global industry. To think that the government isn't going to be meticulously looking through this and looking for flaws and holes is absurd. So I don't think that's honest at all, and I find it disgusting.
Like 2 weeks after saying this.
The government can say the hell out of video games. They don't even know what the goddamn internet is. And we know that because when the Congress was talking about it, they called for nerds to explain it to them on the goddamn Congress floor.
You wash it out afterwards? It doesn't say that, though. Does it? Because if you purify the water that you have, and then you're supposed to wash out the water that you just purified, and then fill it up with more... Mitzi, I need you to calm yourself. I need you to calm your tits, okay? Jesus Christ. Mitzi. Hi. Hi. That doesn't make any sense. You're not supposed to wash out. I'm not gonna drink the chlorine. Fuck's sake. Okay, Mitzi, I need you to move, please. Okay. So Mitzi, stop! She's like knocking shit over now. 21 pilots, this shit. Tablet size. Yeah, so 1 tablet is for a 2-liter bottle. It doesn't say anything about whatever. You know what? I'll worry about this later. Oi. Well, if I suddenly end the stream, you know what happened. I'll be sure to turn off the stream before I die.
Do you really want that shit in video games?
This guy was practically calling the government retarded. Granted, he was talking about the US here, so maybe he thinks the EU and UK are run by gamers. But Jesus Christ, do you mean anything?
Apparently the tech division is, like, run by a bunch of people playing Minecraft. Ow! I've never seen this pirate guild before. They must be new.
Thing you say ever, or is it literally always just what you think will work? Sorry if you feel a bit blue-balled.
No, these purification tablets, I mean, I suppose I could use them for cleaning the bottles. That makes sense. Yeah, I see what you're saying. That's not a bad way to use it. That might actually be the way I use these. I just saturate it in water purification and then clean it out. Right now, I just don't have the right kind of, like, I have bleach, but I don't have bleach that... Oh, for fuck's sake. Leave me alone. My horse! Okay. I think this raid is pretty much dead in the ground. A lot of these are just now, like, skirmishes. Little tiny skirmishes. Everyone's just trying to get their kills. I can come back later and finish my weekly later. I still have chores to do, so... Yeah, okay. Bye-bye. Let's go do something a bit more calm. No, I did a bunch of research, like, a couple days ago on some of this water purifying stuff. And I'm trying to go about it in the most cautious way possible. Especially when you're dealing with, like, fucking chlorinated stuff. Oh no, it's not black mold. It's actually something called white mold. It's something that is more often just, like, grows in water. Straight up. It's definitely not black mold. That's not what I'm getting. Anyway, sorry, we're way off topic.
Because you were expecting a step-by-step through both of his tweets. But I'm disgusted now. I've lost my appetite for this kind of cringe. Let's finish by briefly scanning his second tweet. He starts with name drops. Just talked to Charlie.
Of course. Yeah, of course.
Just drive Hayes for a bit in DMs. So this is going to be about that conversation, yeah? You ought to be careful saying, I talked to so-and-so, and then just stating a bunch of stuff, because it makes it sound like they're co-signing it, or that they advised you or something. And this is the summary of that.
That is kind of passing off a little bit of responsibility for whatever you're about to say onto them to be like, whoa, see, they back me up. Or, you know, cups. I mean, yes, you have a point.
That really doesn't seem to be the case.
But the point of me reaching out to him was to talk about his refusal to acknowledge that he did, maybe unintentionally, misrepresent Stop Killing Games, and it led to a just shy of 2 hours, like, circular argument that ultimately got us nowhere. He was more focused on his qualms with Stop Killing Games, and really liked to challenge me to prove him wrong about some of his hang-ups.
Yeah, of course Charlie's involved.
And when I would mention, like, the behavior...
I used to really, like... For those who haven't heard it yet, I used to really like Moist Critical's commentary. I used to really respect it a lot. And then after a while, it just got so, like... I got really annoyed, especially with how he was going about, like, feminist shit. Like, when he was covering... There was a craze for a while with a bunch of, like, anti-feminist TikToks, or, like, pro, like, grind set, you know, women are just objects, sort of, like... mentality on TikTok. And there was a lot of young men making TikToks like that. And instead of just seeing it for what it is, instead of just seeing it what it is, just a bunch of like immature guys just spewing bullshit on the internet, he was like, this is dangerous rhetoric to women as a whole, like so disrespectful to women everywhere. Very harmful stuff. And I'm just like, dude, relax. Holy fuck. We don't need you. Alright? You don't need to white knight for all the ladies out there. We'll be fine. Like, geez, a couple of guys on TikTok saying edgy, like, misogynist stuff isn't gonna, like, undo 100 years of, like, the feminist revolution, you know? It's not gonna turn back the clock 100 years. Fucking relax. Like, that's when I really started to get annoyed because of how, like, exaggerated he was acting about it.
Aspect like, hey, you did misrepresent it, and I'd give him a timestamp. He'd then instead say how I'm wrong for thinking that he misrepresented it. We got nowhere.
This tweet doesn't seem like a very natural outcome of that. That he talked to them doesn't seem very relevant to him simply repeating himself again.
Yeah, here's what I'm gonna do. That's actually, you know what? You gave me a good idea, Tarnished. So I am gonna put like 2. I have a water bottle here that I haven't drank out of, and I'm not going to. But I'm gonna put like double the dosage of like water purification in it. And Twisted, you're a woman? But I thought your name was Toby. Anyway, I'm gonna stick that in there. Let it saturate the water in there. Let it get all over, let it coat the bottle, and pour it all out, rinse it out, and then fill it with regular tap water. My tap water is relatively safe. It just has a lot of like heavy minerals in it. And then see how that goes for the bottle. I think, yeah, it could just be the bottle that needs disinfecting, not the water. We'll try that.
To be fair, it's not all simple repetition. He's got another new real reason.
Listen, we're hour 6 into the live stream. I'm just gonna be yapping about shit and saying dumb things.
He made those videos. He only made it because you're retarded. And it was his duty to improve public knowledge. Because you thinking game dev is easy makes game dev hard. Which is funny, because this guy doesn't even understand apologies. If you're mad at me for being a dick to Ross, I get it, and I'm sorry for that. What? You're sorry to the general public?
Nice. You're sorry that they got mad about it, not that you did it. Yeah, sorry you feel that way.
for being a dick to Ross, or you're sorry you made people mad. You don't have to apologize at all, but what the hell is that? This guy's a total social media fried freak. I've had enough. Like I said.
Okay, so there's one more. I don't know. I might just skip. That. Because as interesting as this debacle is, it's right now it's just lobbying. It's not anything that's going into law. Probably not anytime soon. So it just kind of shows how much of an ego he has about, like, he thinks, you know, because he makes like clicker games and he has an unfinished indie game that he's never gonna finish, like he's an expert on this shit. Everyone go to the comment section. Yeah. I got one more of those comments yesterday on the Birdie video. Just like, please stop misgendering Birdie. Please. It's like, I already did. Numbnuts. Jesus. Attention span. 0. Alright, so per Villa's request. Well, it wasn't really a request. It was more of like a, I wonder if you'll do this. I'm going to go back to the interview. And we're going to continue on there.
What? Yeah.
Where we left off.
How do you think about yourself?
Right. He said, what did he say again? Sorry, go back.
Because there are some that have messaged me.
Yeah, let's remind ourselves what this psychologist said.
Like that. There are definitely people that felt that.
Yeah, I know they felt that. But I don't think that you're an ordinary content creator. I don't think you're an ordinary human being. I think you're a superhuman being.
Huh? So you could argue that the only reason he's saying this is to try and gauge Pirate Software's reaction to someone telling him that? Because my reaction is, what the fuck are you talking about? But he might be saying that to try and see if Pirate Software would be like, yeah, I am a superhuman. Yeah, I'm not just an ordinary human. You could argue that he was saying that just to see if Pirate Software would agree with him and then get him in a gotcha or something. I don't know. But dude, this isn't like an interrogation room, okay? We're not here trying to psychoanalyze this guy. Like, Jesus Christ. Why are we out here trying to play mind games? It's so annoying. Jesus. I know I've been saying that a lot, but yeah, it's mad annoying.
What?
Yeah. How do you
Sorry, Discretion.
I don't know. I don't, generally.
I think therein lies another problem. Right? So if you don't think about... I know it's weird, like I'm sending you a lot of weird stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Right, so I think that if...
Sending them mixed signals and then blaming them for being mad about it. I'm mad at this guy all over again. No, Dr. K wouldn't be that mean. He's being genuinely kind. What? Then why would he say something so retarded like, I think you're superhuman? Is he just dumb? He doesn't genuinely think that. No way in hell he genuinely thinks that about this guy. Just from talking to him for an hour and 17 minutes and not knowing anything about him. How is that being kind? Telling someone that they're superhuman? I don't get it.
If you don't think about yourself on a regular basis, the version of yourself that you will have on your mind that then projects out to the outside world is not going to be an ordinary human being.
What? If you don't think about yourself enough, the self that you're gonna project out there is not gonna be a normal self. I don't want to see the other Dr. K interviews. I want to see you crash out. Fuck, man. I don't have any energy left in me to crash out, do I? Okay. Give me a second. I'm gonna go get some unpurified water. Just real quick. BRB. Mitzi. Hi, Mitzi. I know. It's been a long stream. Love you. Love you. Love you. Hi. You're okay. For Mitzi. And clear off her spot so she's got some room here. Mitzi! Come here. Name your price, VTard. God, you've already given me like $10. It's already generous enough. Look, you don't gotta bribe me. Maybe, I don't know if I'll do it today, because it's gonna take me an eternity to get through just this interview, right? Interview, in quotations. Mitzi. Here. Up here. She's so slow. Did you guys know that a cat's processing speed is slower than regular animals' processing speed? Cats process decisions at a much slower rate than any other animal. Take my word for it. Don't do your own research. Just believe what I'm telling you. I'm definitely right about this. And not just regurgitating information I heard from somewhere else. Yeah, for cats, the lights are on. Well, I think, okay, the way I heard it is that they're processing. Can you say that again? The way I've heard it is that the speed at which cats process decisions is slower than average, like, for humans or animals, because most of their thought process goes into reaction speed. Because they react to things so fast and their reflexes are so fast, that makes their processing speed lower and their decision making slower. That's why a cat will sit there and fucking take like forever to decide whether they want to go outside or stay inside, or go on the wheel or stay off the wheel, you know? Or come up onto the couch or stay off the couch. Yeah, I'm definitely curious about this Dr. K guy. Like, I'm no psychologist, but I don't think you have to be a psychologist to, like, say that some of the shit that this guy is spewing makes no sense and doesn't seem very productive. All I'm saying.
I think you project exceptionalism.
The fuck?
I'm
How did
not
you
sure
get
I
that
understand,
impression?
but-
Yeah, I don't get it
but-
either. I'm just as lost as he is. I don't... What?
I can understand that. So I think that this is going to be a situation where it's going to be very hard, and I'm going to do my best.
Oh,
So the
he's
first thing is
so
I'm not-
patronizing, dude. So patronizing. I know it's hard for you to understand. I'm gonna go very slow so that your tiny little inferior non-psychologist brain can understand. Okay. But we're gonna take this one baby step at a time. Okay.
Right. But I think that there's something about the way that you construct narratives. There's something about the way that you are objective.
And you
but
got this, you got all this from him just telling one story where you don't even know any other part of the story. Where your only source for the story is him. And you got all this just from that. Okay.
People are subjective.
I
How
don't
do you
think
know
that's
that
always
you're not the subjective one and they're not the objective ones?
How do you not... What if, like, you're just crazy? Have you thought about that? Have you thought about if you're just wrong and everybody else is right?
I absolutely am subjective. I don't think that that's the case.
It sounds like an oxymoron. I am absolutely 100% subjective. Objectively subjective.
At all. There's no way that everything that I say is objective. That would be ridiculous. I think that would be absurd.
And if we go back and listen to the conversation that we've had from now...
How about you go and listen to, like, the actual, like, game? and hear what they were actually saying. Wouldn't that be more productive and helpful to you?
Yeah. Would we be able to predict that's the way that you feel about yourself based on how you've been talking?
Are they going to?
I think the answer is going to be no. Right? So when I ask you, why do they feel this way? How do you know that they're wrong? You say, well, objectively, you rely on proof. And if you're dealing with people who are mature enough, then they understand that. But if they're people that are younger than you, that means that they don't, that these young kids nowadays are not proof-oriented. There's parasocial, and
I might have missed that, or I might have blanked out around then. I don't remember him saying that, but he is agreeing with it, so he might as well have said it.
The tricky thing about this is that you're not wrong.
You're not wrong. It's just that you're not allowed to just assume that you're right.
So I would agree with every single one of the statements that you've made. But I think that
it's a defense mechanism for that. 100%.
A defense mechanism meaning what?
No, it's a defense mechanism on my end. And the reason why I did that is because it's gone on too long. And it's gotten to that point where it's hard for me to have a response that is not an emotional response. Like, we talked about this before, is like, whenever I feel like I'm having an emotional response, I just stop and I walk away for a moment, come back to it. But with this...
I mean, we've seen that that's how you process everything, considering that's how you play your MMOs as well. If things get a little too tense, you just walk away.
Getting back into that old habit of, like, I need to deflect this, I need to diffuse this, this is kind of a wall in front of this, I don't even want to... You know, and you just kind of put it up there and walk away from the scenario. And that's literally what that is, which is, here's my evidence, take it away.
Kitty.
And the reason why it ends up being, here's my evidence, here's how I feel people are, this is the objective fact of this, is because we've had...
This is so infuriating. When I give Mitzi the space to receive attention, suddenly she doesn't want it anymore. Fucking hell.
Tens of thousands of
cats, am I right?
Bringing that up, and it's just turned into like a callus, if that makes sense.
I think it makes a lot of sense. How are you feeling about this call, by the way? Like, is this okay?
We need an emotional check-in. How are your vibes right now?
Okay.
Yeah, no, this is
so I think this is what you're. So here is what has contributed to the situation, which doesn't mean that you did something wrong. I don't think you're bad or anything like that.
Yeah, even though what I said, I don't think you did anything wrong, but here's why what you did just now was bad. You just did a bad thing, but I don't think you did anything wrong. Oh my god. I don't think I forgot earlier, he kind of went into this whole diatribe with, well, I feel like you just did something bad right now. In this. And then all of a sudden he's like, you didn't do anything wrong. God, I hate parenting like this. You didn't do anything wrong, but I'm gonna punish you anyway.
But I think that this tendency to walk away from your emotions and lean into logic, I don't think works very well.
So, what? Is the argument you're trying to make is that he's too logical? And that's why he could be wrong? Wouldn't that mean that him being more logical about these situations would be more correct? Because if he were able to look at it from an objective and logical perspective, that would be better for him, because then he's not blinded by emotion. So why is that a bad thing? Is it just bad because it upsets other people? Is it bad because other people don't get the emotional response out of him that they're looking for? My tired ass heard vibe chicken, not vibe check-in. Nice. I just don't understand the reasoning. On one hand, I get why he might be saying this, but unfortunately I have to make a lot of inferences, because like this guy doesn't make a whole lot of sense on the surface level. But maybe with like the logic stuff, he might be referring to like the incident itself with the game, when the guy, like, as if he looked at it from a logical point, like, well, they were in the wrong, I was in the right, I was told to leave, so I left, you know? That's obviously, that can be like, that could be too logical. You know, where it's like, okay, maybe it's time to show a little bit of sympathy because your teammates just died. So maybe have a little bit of empathy for your teammates that just lost everything. You know, even if it wasn't necessarily, even if you don't think it was your fault, you just need to have a little bit, like, I get that. But I don't even know if that's what he's talking about here.
So I think, like, remember how we said that something that you're doing about the way that you respond to this is like triggering people harder.
Yeah, he's talking about how he responds to the drama itself, not about the actual catalyst. What? So I don't understand his endpoint. Is he saying it's a bad thing to be logical about it?
Angrier and angrier and angrier, they're not letting up. Whereas like most content creators,
yeah, guys, you have to think about the feelings of the trolls. You have to consider why they're so upset with you. I mean, none of the things they do is justified, but also like you're probably doing something wrong, but you're not doing anything wrong, but you might be doing something wrong, but you're not. But you did do something bad. But I agree with you 100%, but you also might be wrong.
People basically move on to trolling someone else. So anytime a content creator, you know, like reaches out to me and they're like, hey, I'm really struggling, I'm like, the best thing that you can do is wait till they move on, because the internet is an ugly mob, and this is the other thing that you're running into, which we haven't talked about. I do think that what you project is exceptional. And one of the things that the internet...
So is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Absolutely loves is to take an exceptional person and make them bad. So we love tearing down people who are good, and we love redemption arc.
So now you're saying that what he projects is exceptional in the good way, and that they just want to tear that down? I'm so confused.
As human beings. Right? There's like, this person thought they were the best.
Is he trying to say stop being exceptional?
Thing since sliced bread, and we're gonna fucking tear them down. I've been on the receiving end of that a lot.
I can imagine.
The flip side of that,
I think that makes a lot of sense. And
sure,
I don't think of that about myself, like at all. Like I'm constantly going over anything that I can do right, anything that I can do wrong. I remember all of my own mistakes and beat the shit out of myself for them whenever I do that. Just like
a little dramatic.
I feel like a lot of people do.
I believe you do that for the stuff that you are aware of.
Well, yes. Duh. I'm not gonna beat myself up over something I didn't do. Or I don't remember doing.
I mean, you
can't do it otherwise, right? Like how
things that I'm aware of, for sure.
100%. So I think that
I don't think I'm better than other people. I do think that it's funny because you.
I don't know. You might.
You key on that. There's a lot of people that brought that up, and it's like I never said that I was.
You don't have to say that you're better than other people, but like you can carry that attitude, like you believe that you're better than other people. It's that thing where he's like, well, you don't have to. I never explicitly said that I'm better, so. How could I possibly have this arrogant, egotistical attitude if I've never said that I'm better than everybody else? If I've never literally said it, you can't say that I have an ego. Okay.
But you'll see there's a number of people that are in there that are getting like banned for this shit right now. It's like they come in and they're like, did you know that he worked at Blizzard for...
How come, why does he keep like bringing up the fact that they're getting banned for it? As if like that would back up his argument of... See, it's wrong because they're getting banned for it. But like you pick and choose what your audience gets banned over. It's not the same for everybody. So it's not like it really backs up your like moral argument to say, well, they got banned for it, so as if it's a way to hint at the fact that it was wrong. Like, why else would they get banned for it if it wasn't wrong? Why would they get banned for it?
7 years, like, yeah, that was my career, and I'm proud of that. So of course I'm going to talk about that because it gives context to talk about other things around the games industry, which is what we do on the stream.
Yeah.
So I think sometimes the things that I talk about in regards to those types of things is misconstrued as arrogance or boasting, when in reality I'm just trying to give context.
So that is the problem right there. So I want you to listen to this phrase.
Okay, lay it on me.
Sure.
This gets misconstrued as arrogance, but in reality, it's this.
Yeah.
That is...
Wait.
The most arrogant statement on the planet, bro.
I mean, is it not possible for confidence to be misconstrued as arrogance by some people? he's trying to argue that just because people's perception of you might be arrogant, that means you are, in fact, objectively arrogant. Like, I don't know, like, let's say you post your art on Twitter, and you're very confident in your art, and you love the stuff that you make, and you're like, this is my favorite drawing, I love this drawing so much, I feel like I'm pretty good at art, I've gotten really good at art over the past couple of years, I like where I am at my skill level right now, I'm so good at art. And then people say, wow, that's pretty arrogant of you. And it's like, no, they're just being confident. Like, yes, this guy in particular, yes, he definitely exudes a lot of arrogance, for sure. But, like, just saying that confidence, or like, well, it's not even really confidence, it's like, let me go back and rehear that. Let me go back.
Regards to those types of things is
arrogance is blind confidence, that's true.
Misconstrued as arrogance or boasting, when in reality, I'm just trying to give context.
I mean, there's a flaw in his logic there, but I think the guy's exaggerating when he says it's the most... Saying you're not arrogant and saying that people are mistaking you as arrogant is the most arrogant thing ever. I don't know. Feels, I mean, on one hand, you could argue he's like the pirate software is basically saying, I'm not acting arrogant or egotistical, I'm just correct. Which is fair enough. It does come off as egotistical when people say that. But what if they are sometimes? What if it is just them being correct? Like, I don't know. It's... Alright, but go ahead.
So that is the problem right there. So I want you to listen to this phrase.
I'll let him explain his perspective, because for all I know, I could be wrong.
In reality, it's this. Yeah. That is the most...
Aw, thanks, Villa.
Most arrogant statement on the planet, bro. Like, tell me I'm wrong.
Okay. I don't see it that way, but alright.
Right? So... Oh, yeah, so... you don't see it that way. You're wrong.
No.
Right? No, it's saying I have a different opinion. I don't see it that way. My perspective on what you just said is different. That is not him saying you are wrong. Slow your roll, dude, relax.
I'm right. So you're subjectively, you're thinking you have blind spots. You're wrong.
What?
Like, I'm objective and you're subjective.
That's not what he said, though.
No. This is not the way it's perceived. This is really the way it is.
What?
I think that turns into...
What is he talking about?
I guess...
I can't even, like, start to understand what he's trying to convey right now.
Conversational PvP, for the sake of it, if that makes sense?
Absolutely. It absolutely turns into conversation. That's what you're doing.
What? Saying I disagree is not trying to provoke people. Oh my god, I'm sorry. I just this guy, this fucking guy. Both of them like piss me off.
Doing this for context?
Yes, when you're saying other people get it wrong and here's the reality of it. Like, go back and like we...
Yeah, but that's not what he said. Like, just then. Like, god damn it. I fucking know.
Rewind the stream and just listen to the structure of your sentence.
That is me being adversarial against people that are trying to make it out like that is an arrogance thing, that it is a boasting thing, like I'm trying to push somebody else down.
Well, good. He can recognize that, I suppose, but, like, then don't do that. If you're getting adversarial against people just for, like, maybe misunderstanding stuff or seeing stuff a different way, then yeah, you're gonna agitate people. Vac! This game is Arcage. Hello.
That is absolutely being adversarial against that kind of speech. 100%.
I'm not. I don't think it's. So I think there's a construction in your speech, and
it's not the fact he's saying you're wrong. It's how he says it. I kind of understand. So it's the way he approaches it with a mindset of, like, there's no possibility that I'm wrong. You know, it's not arrogance, I'm just right. Like, I get that. I get that. I just don't like the way that this other guy approaches this at all.
There's a theme.
And, like, I feel like he could have helped him understand this, like, how many minutes ago? And it was just such a roundabout way to get there.
If we listen, I know it's kind of hard, but...
I know this is hard for you, only because you're making it hard, dude.
You do things that are objective, right?
And subjective. No, human.
Imagine trying to, like, imagine being, like, a client that's just, like, severely depressed, trying to fucking navigate this shit.
Which ones do you represent? Which ones do we hear when we hear you talk?
I'm not sure I understand.
Yeah, I don't understand either.
So, for example, if we were to code statements as subjective...
Enlaa, I just think you don't like anything aside from Mitzi. Maybe. Maybe I'm just a whiner. Maybe I just like to complain.
...or objective. Okay?
Okay.
Like, so coding a subjective statement is, let's say,
That's
like...
so valid.
I'll just give you an example. You know, why are people getting mad at you? Or you said something about, you know, I rely on proof. So if I were to code that...
It doesn't mean you don't.
I know.
I feel like somebody could take it that way, but that's not
No. That's I'm not going there. So if we were to code that, that gets coded as objectively, right? That's an objective statement.
Okay, sure.
So here's a subjective statement. I feel like this is unfair.
Yes.
Okay.
Have you said that at any point?
Yes.
Over this conversation?
I don't know. There was something about that yes that was very cartoonish. Yes. I see what he's trying to say. Because he presented his perspective of, like, what is going on, like, his summarization of events in an objective way. I mean, like, sure, but most people do that, don't they? Like, sure, you could argue that when I summarize something, I'm not gonna constantly be like, well, I think this happened. I think this happened. I think this happened. Well, I feel that this happened. Usually you're gonna say it as this happened and then this happened and then this happened. That's how most people summarize events that happen. Even if they're wrong, even if it's just from their limited perspective. Even if they're leaving things out. Bro said yes like he was trying to lie after being caught doing something he wasn't supposed to do. Yeah, it was a very odd yes. I don't know, I think Doc is, like, reading way too much into it. I mean, on one hand, yes, he's only telling the story from his perspective, and it's possible he's leaving stuff out, but this guy is, like, digging into the wrong part of it. Can we get some Subway Surfers? Hell no. I mean, this kind of is Subway Surfers. What, you don't like me jumping around? I am the Subway Surfer.
I feel like I have said that because I was talking about the response is not proportional.
See,
there we go. That's hold on. No. That's beautiful. That is
beautiful.
Like,
okay, what do you say?
That at any point?
Yes.
Yes.
Over this conversation.
Hold on. What do you say that was so beautiful?
I feel like I have said that because I was talking about the response is not proportional.
There we go. That's.
I feel... So what, because he didn't say, I feel like it wasn't proportional. That was wrong? Does that mean you have to approach every time you give an opinion about something, you have to say, I feel... Like, this isn't... It's not like I'm gonna get sued for defamation for saying, this is wrong. Instead of saying, I feel like this is wrong. God, this guy.
Hold on. No.
I'll just let them talk. Like, I know I'm, like, hyper-analyzing this guy purely because I'm annoyed with him. So I need to, like, dial it back.
It's beautiful. That isn't the response is not proportional. That is not a statement of subjectivity.
But you can assume that it is because it's based on his own personal feelings about it. Most people would just reasonably assume that that is a subjective opinion about it. Even if he doesn't say, I feel or I think. It doesn't matter. Most people would just assume, well, yeah, he's saying that because he feels that way.
It's a statement of fact.
It's not, though.
Do you understand how I'm...
Yes, in a literal sense, sure. But, like, why are you reading into it like that? Is this that hyperfixation that autistics are always talking about? Maybe. Might
I guess
be.
I can see that. I mean, like, that's me making an objective statement when I guess somebody else could say, no, it is proportional, you deserve this, sort of a thing. I guess the thing is I just don't agree with that stance, so I state it in the way that I do, right? With that. And I don't know if that's wrong, though, because I feel like there's a limit that seems sane. And by sane, I mean correct and, like, not...
Absolutely, man. There's absolutely...
Just let him finish, at least.
A limit that seems sane.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be different for everybody.
No.
Whatever their version is.
No, it's not. Because you didn't say there's a limit...
Jesus, okay, hold on, what?
Seems sane.
Yeah, and that seems stance, so I state it in the way that I do.
Sorry, I'm, like, genuinely trying to understand this.
Right, with that. And I don't know if that's wrong, though, because I feel like there's a limit that seems sane. And by sane, I mean correct and, like, not...
Absolutely, man. There's absolutely a limit that seems sane.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be different for everybody.
No.
Whatever their version is.
No, it's not. Because you didn't say there's a limit, because you used the word sane. Sane is like an objective thing, right? Sane is like crazy.
I mean, I guess. I guess my interpretation of what sane is like someone who has both feet in reality. But even then, what does that mean? Because sometimes reality itself can be subjective. I don't know. What is reality?
Insane versus...
We should ask the AI.
Sane. That's not a subjective thing. That is an objective kind of assessment.
Maybe.
Right? So, like,
I don't
if
know.
we say that someone is insane, we're not saying...
I'd have to see a couple more philosophical discussions about that.
That they're subjective.
What does it truly mean to be sane?
Insane. We're saying that they are objective. Like, those words are about an objective dimension.
But I'm not sure I understand the direction of this.
Yeah,
and
me
I
neither.
think the reason why is because when I'm talking about these things of an objective stance of this is too far, is because the statements that people are making are really fucked up. Like, I do think that it is correct to make an objective statement to be like...
So I'm sorry, is the psychologist just, like, tone policing him? What is going on right now?
You shouldn't be sending me pictures of my house from Google Maps.
I agree. I
don't think that's wrong.
So, great. So let's take a step back for a second. Are you sure this is okay?
Yeah. No, okay. I guess...
Oh, wait, but hold on. Does he think it's okay, or is it okay? Is it subjective or objectively okay? We need to be on the same page here, real quick.
I just don't understand the direction of subjectivity versus objectivity.
I'm with you.
Like...
So I'm
no, you're not. If you were with him, you would stop and change direction.
So let me be explicit. So remember, this goes back to what you are dealing with is disproportionate, right? So there's a variable that's missing. Something about the way, and now I'm making an objective statement, okay? It's not about blame. This is about assessing the way that you are existing on the internet and the response that happens to you. There's something in here objectively that is disproportionate.
Yes.
Okay? And this is completely, and even if we say, oh, here's the reason and you're to blame for it, I don't think that there's any reason that we can come up with that justifies other people's behavior. Does that make sense?
Yes.
On some of these cases, yes.
Yeah, okay. So...
Yeah, I think there is a limit.
Now what I'm trying to get into is precisely this, which is your and sounds arrogant, but I'm going to say, so it's...
Oh, wait, what? You're about to say something that could be misconstrued as arrogant, but it's just you saying a fact? It's just you saying, giving context? Sorry, go back?
Which is your... And sounds arrogant, but...
This might sound arrogant, but it's just me giving context. Hold up?
I'm going to say. So it's clear to me that you have blind spots about this. Because something about the way that you are navigating, you have a rubric for how you interact with people. And something about that rubric is fucking triggering people. So what...
So, and that's his problem?
What we're trying to do...
So it's his fault that people are getting triggered? And, like, I don't understand this line of thinking.
So how did you feel when I said that?
I thought it was funny because, like, I guess for me it's a...
Hypocritical, perhaps?
Kind of a dumbing down of the scenario, right? Of like, yeah, it's triggering people, but it's so much more than that, but yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Them to do things that I don't even understand the reasoning behind it.
Me neither. I'm lost.
Right. So I think the end game that I have here is to hypothesize what could be responsible for that gap. So in my experience, when something like this happens,
I don't get it. I just don't get it. I don't even know what gap he's talking about. The gap in the narrative? Because the gap is just that there's like, this whole line of questioning started because he suspects that there's context missing from the way that Pirate Software told the story to him. And instead of just asking clarifying questions, we've gone on this whole, like, psychoanalysis trip. And it's just like, holy fuck.
Happens to someone like you.
And the game crashed. God damn it.
I think you it sounds like you made a smug comment and you ran away from the raid. It's a fucking hardcore raid. So I don't know what people were expecting. You know, like when you play WoW hardcore and you raid, sometimes things go bad and people die.
Yes.
Like that's just what happens in a WoW hardcore raid. Like what were people expecting? But I think what you're tapping into some energy that is like that I think you're blind to. You don't
but you can see it clearly, yes?
Understand it doesn't make any sense.
That's why you've been so good at articulating it for the past hour and 30 minutes.
And my point is that the reason it doesn't make sense to you is because of the way that you are looking at the world. Which is that if you pay attention to your statements are coded very objectively. And so then what happens is once you start looking at the world in terms of proof or not proof, I don't know if you're right, I don't know if you're wrong, but the question then becomes, how do two people that think that they are both operating based on reality, who disagree, how do we patch that up? How do we...
I don't know, you just agree to disagree? Like, why are we even on this anyway? What is this solve for him specifically?
Bridge that gap.
I mean,
I don't know. You could start by asking a fucking question. So how do you feel so far, Enlaa? I feel annoyed. This is rotting my brain.
Generally what I see with that kind of stuff is you... the way that I like to do it is you kind of present evidence and stuff, you talk about it, you find out if you were right or if they were right. And sometimes you're both wrong, right? Like it just comes out
well,
to that.
or in Pirate Software's case, you can make an assumption and then be proven otherwise and then shift the goalpost to make it still somebody else's fault.
Learn something, you move on. Sometimes when it's like...
Instead of moving on.
I find it to be disingenuous, right? And I will use that as an objective term.
Yep.
I find it to be disingenuous...
But you said that objective thing in a subjective way. Because you said, I find that to be disingenuous. That's actually subjective, mister.
Person come in that is not interested in a
Oh, we're not going to tone police that, are we?
That just wants to cause a hateful situation.
Absolutely.
Right? And that's most of what I'm getting with this. And when they can't get me, it makes them angrier. When they can't hurt me, it makes them angrier. When they can't do anything about it, they can't shut down the stream, it makes them angrier. We get tons of people that'll come in and say things like, people still watch this guy. It's like, yeah, we still have a massive community. People love, hanging out here and doing stuff. So, like, I feel like when I make those objective statements, it's because I go, this is how I have this situation for communication. And if your only reason to be here is to cause problems, it's not going to be compatible. But if you want, and I tell people all the time, it's like, if you want to talk about this, we can talk about it.
Yeah, but it depends on what your criteria for that is. If you just decide that everything that is critical of you is not productive and you just ban everything, then yeah, like, you're gonna, because like it's like the I forget what kind of argument it's called, but it's just basically just moving the criteria for what is considered like unreasonable criticism, or what is too mean and what isn't, just based on your own personal feelings. And then you're just like, well, that just isn't productive, when it was just the most basic criticism ever.
But if you're just here to copy paste something off of Reddit, cause a scene, and then get banned, like, we just don't care. I'm just gonna ban you.
Okay, so I think what makes
That's why
this
I'm objective about that, if that makes sense.
Yeah. So I think what makes this really challenging is not that you're wrong. I think what makes this hard is that you're right.
Okay. All right. Go on.
So, when you're wrong, it is easy to show a correction. Right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
When you're right, but incomplete, it becomes harder to show a correction.
Okay, so what is incomplete then? Because he keeps saying that there's something missing, but then he doesn't elaborate on that at all.
So like, let's say that I'm trying to think of an analogy. It's like, if I develop a product that is...
that seems to be pretty common on the internet these days, Villa.
That is successful.
Not saying it's acceptable. I mean, people should conduct themselves better all around. But, yeah, it's like, it's nothing new.
That happens to be successful. It is way harder to understand how that crap...
Yeah, mana gem is not harassment, it's laughing at a bad play in a video game. Yeah, it's like, be mad at the people who absolutely take it way too far. Like, people who swat and harass and stuff like that, who are, like, very clearly taking it too far. But people just making memes about it, like, even if it's embarrassing to you, you just gotta, like, take it on the chin, man. I don't know. Ignore it. Like, I can already, like, I see the, like, the baseline of what this guy is trying to convey. He's just not doing it well at all. He's trying to convey that you're doing something to agitate them to continue to harass you instead of just allowing them to move on. Like, either someone is bringing it up and then you react to it, or you bring it up and then someone else reacts to it and then you react to them, or you have an emotional reaction to the people in the chat making mention of it, or you're you're making very overt attempts to silence people, or you're making emotional pleas like, guys, stop, my life is in danger, like just drawing attention to the fact that it's bothering you. There are things that you're doing like that agitate the situation further, that encourages people to continue to badger you about it and to continue to harass you. That's all this guy has to say. I get it. But holy shit, like... Jesus. Jesus, shit.
Crappy.
Fuck, shit, Jesus.
Does that make sense? And I'm not trying to analogize you to a crappy product.
Analogize.
I'm really just using this as an example of I mean, I love your content. Like, I really do. I think you're a great guy. Like, I don't...
Has this guy even seen an ounce of this guy's content? Well, for one, he tried to get the streamers that criticized him banned off Twitch for making fun of him, saying they were inciting the harassment. One streamer wore a roach costume. Yeah, it's like, it's stuff like that that agitates the situation further, because it invokes I've said this about the Izzy thing, right? It invokes the Streisand effect. When you are trying to, like, overreact to get things removed or taken down, or things like that, it's going to incentivize people to go out of their way to seek more of it, or to spread it around more. Because they know that you're going to really desperate means to try and silence people. And that is one thing that the internet really, really hates, is when someone is trying to silence their ability to say things freely. Even if it might be offensive, even if it might be, like, hurtful, you know?
I don't think you deserve this. I'm in your corner, okay? But
stop it. Stop it.
You see what I mean? I'm just using that as an example of, like, if you make a crappy video game, right, and then, like, people play it, that doesn't make the video game good. And trying to explain to someone, hey, I know y'all think that Oblivion...
It sounds like he's calling him a sore winner. Kinda.
Is an amazing game. I'd give
I
it
see
a
what
10
you mean
out
by
of
that.
10. But Oblivion is the start of the decline of the Elder Scrolls series. Oblivion is the first step in the wrong direction to what ended up as Starfield. That is something for a lot of people to have difficulty understanding. Right? Because Oblivion was a great game. It's a 10 out of 10. But if you want to really understand the glory that was Elder Scrolls, you have to play Morrowind. And
chat is very divided on this topic.
The chat is wrong. Like, they're wrong. It's okay. Sometimes I get to be right and they get to be wrong.
See, I can't tell if he's trying to just, like, make a point, or if he's genuinely saying that and he has zero self-awareness at all. That's how, like, autistic I'm being about this. Fuck's sake.
What?
It's a very objective statement.
Absolutely, right? So, and how do people respond to that?
I mean, it depends on the context. Right?
Yeah, it absolutely
I think that
depends on the
there are
context.
moments where you can make statements like that and it's funny. It's
Yeah,
seen as
so
jest.
so I think what makes this hard in your situation is that everything that you say is correct. I just think it's incomplete.
Okay, but what is the missing part then?
So what I'm basically getting a sense of is that you tend to, since you move away from some of this, like, emotional energy. And you
Emotional
lean in- So
energy.
the first thing that happens is once you suppress your, like, emotional circuitry, your emotions
Suppress
still
your
influence-
emotional circuitry. Oh, look at my pause game is on point today. Look at this. Oh wait, that's the wrong thing. There we go. Look at his fucking eyes.
your logic.
Okay.
Okay.
I can see that. I think in times of deep stress that gets more so.
100%. It gets.
Oh, I am with you all the way,
right?
girlfriend.
So it's not that the emotions stop.
Game switch.
It's just that we start dissociating from them. Dissociation doesn't mean shut down. It means unaware. And then
Wake
what
up, babe.
happens
New
is the
reaction image
emotions will
dropped.
Shape our logic. And it's not that they're illogical. It's that it becomes more selective.
Sure. I can see that. That makes sense.
And so I think what's
Oh,
going-
I see. Okay, discretion. You asked ChatGPT, what is reality? Okay. So apparently this is what ChatGPT has to say about this. What is reality? Quote, according to ChatGPT, so don't take this as fact. Reality, this is because I said ask the AI. ChatGPT says reality is one of those deceptively simple words that opens the door to deep philosophical, scientific, and even spiritual questions. At its core, everyday definition. Reality is what exists, independent of our thoughts, feelings, or perceptions. It includes everything that is physically present, the world around you, other people, events, objects, and so on. That's all there is to it. The problem is that everybody's perception can be different. If reality is based on what your perception is, or what is present to you, that means everybody's reality, it could be warped by mental illness. Your reality might actually just be completely warped by mental illness, but that is still the reality that you perceive. So, my definition of what is sane is a little bit fluid. And I guess it depends on what the general consensus of what reality is. I mean, like, if we had, like, so reality sucks, got it. There were other definitions, but I didn't care to get those. Oh, fair. Yeah, but I mean, this is just according to ChatGPT. Everything AI says is made up. But yeah. I think we have to define sanity just based on the general consensus of reality. Are roaches inherently cowardly? Yes, but not in a moral sense. Damn, AI be smart. Okay, anyway, sorry, back to this.
Going on is like the story that you tell me has what I would call missing reasons. So I know that's confusing. There's a great post about it that I think a therapist made many years ago. But sometimes when people tell stories and like bad things are happening to them, they are leaving out things that evoke the response of the other people. So when you tell a story that other people are just like crazy and it's the internet and it's parasocial and people are reacting, there's something missing there. I don't think you can evoke.
Yeah, take a shot every time this guy says that there's something missing and then doesn't explain what is missing.
I mean, it's very possible that you are just incredibly unlucky.
And then doesn't do anything to try and clarify, to find, like, doesn't do anything to try and find the missing piece. He just says something is missing and then keeps walking. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's really helpful, dude.
I don't think that is...
That's like a therapist being like, you have anxiety. Okay, well, how do I fix that? That's for you to figure out. I'm just here to tell you you have it. Wow, thanks. Gaming time again.
A good attitude to
I don't
take.
think it's good to script you. No, I think that removes any chance of fixing that. Yeah.
I suspect that there is something around your smugness. I suspect there is something around.
Well, duh.
The way that you perceive yourself as ordinary, but you act anything but. Maybe even some degree.
Yeah, it is kind of a psychobabble word.
Like, I don't think that's objectively correct. Like, I think you're exceptional. Like,
what?
If we look at human beings, I think you're exceptional. Like,
is this an everybody special thing? Shut up.
Range of various things, you are not ordinary. If we look at the bell curve of content creators on Twitch, you are not ordinary. So
I would say in terms of that maybe, but like I just feel like a normal dude.
Yeah,
I feel like a normal dude that sits in a chair for 12 hours a
day. I think that makes a lot of sense. I think there are parts of you that are, and it sounds like you sometimes push these away. I think there's a lot more there. So you said, I feel like a normal dude. I think that makes sense. But I think there's a lot of feelings there about being a normal dude that maybe are not super conscious.
What are you talking about? How does any of this solve the missing piece dilemma? I know he doesn't actually, like, the way he carries himself would lead you to believe otherwise, that he thinks of himself otherwise. I get that. It's just like, oh my god. Taking forever just to get to the point.
Okay.
Right.
I'm not sure I understand.
Okay.
I think that's kind of the point. Yeah.
Yeah, so and the challenge that I have is that I'm making statements that are unfalsifiable.
How?
Right? So if I say subconsciously you don't think you're a normal dude, how can you ever disprove that?
I don't... Sorry, I'm sorry, what?
I'm making statements that are unfalsifiable. Right? So if I say subconsciously you don't think you're a normal dude, how can you ever disprove that? So this is one of the frustrations with my profession is that sometimes people like myself will make these statements, right? So I do this carefully, where like I'm not saying this is correct. I think it's worth.
He's definitely disarmed me. I have no idea what to say. I'm speechless. How can you, like, this is like getting into philosophical territory here. How can you prove you are sane? How can you prove that what you're saying is right? You know, how can you prove the sky is actually the color that it is? How can you prove any of that? What if it's, how can you prove that all of this just isn't an illusion? Got him again, boys.
While for you to explore.
Who knows, maybe by the end of this, he'll bring it all together in a really masterful conclusion. I'll be like, holy shit, that was amazing. He really threw me for a loop. But man, he got there in the end. If that doesn't happen at the end of this, I'm going to be so pissed.
How you construct a narrative. What people, and this is where I think what happens is when people react to you, you look at the objectivity. I think that's a mistake.
What?
Because nothing you perceive will be objective.
What? I mean, yes, but like, what? Don't perceive people objectively. You really gotta think about people's feelings. What the? Okay? Yeah, I'm just as confused as he is.
The human brain is not capable of objective perception, by definition.
I do think there is an objective reality. And I do think that's something that there is value in striving for in many situations, because something I don't like is perception is reality. And I know that...
Oh, that was the thing that we were just talking about. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
That perception is reality for the grand majority of situations. It has nothing to do with the objective reality of what is truth of the situation, what actually has occurred or anything like that. It's how do I feel about what occurred.
But how do you know what just happened actually happened? How do you know your memories of an event aren't fabricated? How can you prove that something isn't something?
And that's something I've always felt. And that's kind of like a big thing for me, yeah.
Great. I love it. I agree.
I love that for you, dude. Yes, you're so valid, queen.
With you 100%. And I would love to talk about that with you. Maybe today, maybe on a different day, just about the philosophy.
Yeah, he's just a petty egoist. Why go this deep? It's like, geez.
Side of it. But I think that my point is, so you're right. So, like, there's an objective reality. Agree. And
Wait, so you agree? But you said earlier... What did he say earlier? Sorry, hold on.
Always objective, don't lie.
By definition.
I do think that...
brain is not capable, as to you... You look at the objectivity. I think that's a mistake. Because nothing you perceive will be objective.
Nothing you perceive will be objective, but then he just agreed with him that reality is objective. What are we aiming? What is the point? You can't even stay consistent with yourself, dude.
I think the disconnect is this. When I talk about something and I say it with, this is what happened, that's from my perspective. And I think maybe I'm not doing enough in terms of explaining this is from my perspective, this is how I feel about it.
You just used missing reason correctly there? What in the fuck?
Yeah.
See, did I? What did I say? I've already forgotten, dude.
Not what you should be doing. So I think this is key point. This is exactly it. So I think this solution space seems hard for you to...
He's trying to induce schizoid symptoms in him.
Grasp. You shouldn't be further explaining yourself. You should be further trying to understand.
Yeah, you need to understand where the doxers and harassers are coming from. You need to really understand their perspective. No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't.
Why people feel this way about you.
Yeah, sure. On one hand, you could say maybe have some self-reflection. Maybe self-reflect and try to see it from their perspective as to why what you say might come off as arrogant or egotistical or things like that. Or your actions come off as petty or, like, extreme or anything like that. I get that. But... the way he's presenting it makes it sound like he's just not considering the the troll's feelings. Like, when he gets trolled, he needs to consider why they feel the way they do about him and why they feel like they feel the need to troll him. No, he doesn't. He just needs to ignore it. Stay safe, move on with your life.
Right, so this is not about what is objective. It is about what someone else's subjective perception of you is.
But you just agreed with him that objectivity, or like reality, is objective. But now again, you're saying it's not objective. It's now again, it's subjective.
Insight into how you were perceived.
I know! Why couldn't you just say that like an hour and 30 minutes ago? Like, fucking hell.
Which in turn will give you an insight, an ability to bypass your own cognitive biases of your own perception.
What the fuck?
So if I want to understand what I really am...
I get what he's trying to say. I really do. I get he's trying to say that you should probably try to look at these things from the shoes of the people that are giving you genuine criticism. I think that is what the main point he's trying to make deep down. The people that are giving him genuine, honest criticism, and not the people that are trying to troll, dox, or harass him, or swat him, the feelings and perspectives of those people doesn't really fucking matter. But if there are people that have genuine issues with you, crash out, crash out, crash out. Okay, hold on. But if there are people that have genuine issues with your conduct, or people that you've slighted, maybe like your guildmates or something, you need to approach that from, like, try to have some cognitive empathy and try to place yourself in their shoes and try to see, oh, well, I would be upset with me because of this, or I would perceive this as this if I was in their shoes. He is trying, he's trying to tell this guy to have some cognitive empathy, but he is going about it the completely wrong direction. And just going into La La Land. Holy fuck, I'm so confused.
I have a certain amount of information from myself, right? This is what
What the fuck did you just say to me, Tarnished?
But then I have another very valuable piece of information, which is things other people's perceptions of
God, after this, I'm like, I might, like, if I want to do another Dr. K stream specifically, like, Villa, if you can find one that you think I'll, like, another Dr. K interview you think I'll be interested in, like, pick one that you think, like, really would stand out to you, that you think I would personally find funny or interesting, and next time I stream, I'll look at that. Hopefully I can do it this week, but I just don't know, man. I'm so tired.
Now, this is where things get really hard, because...
Oh, go on.
People are sending you death threats. It becomes very difficult to get a reasonable perception of who you...
Okay, I see what he's trying to say. He's saying that what Pirate Software is doing mentally is saying, oh, well, because this subsect of people are doxing and harassing me, that means all of the criticism is invalid. And he's saying that mindset is harmful because that prevents him from being able to look at it from somebody else's perspective if he just puts them all under the blanket of doxers and harassers because they're evil. Why can't you just fucking say that? You could have said that an hour ago. For me, you could have just said that like 7 hours ago. What communities you find interesting they have notable creators at the helm? Oh, give me a list of some content creators, streamers you like or dislike. I mean, I suppose if that's the way to go, I can always just kind of look through his, like, portfolio of streams or whatever, and see if one sticks out to me that I might find interesting.
You are from...
For me, it's more about, like, the substance, not necessarily the person at it, like, at the helm of it.
A heavily biased individual, right?
Yes.
So,
yeah, no, it's impossible.
Yes.
I get that. So not impossible, right? So this is where it's really interesting, but sometimes the people who hate you the most can still be very valuable information about how you exist in the world.
I agree with that. No,
right?
I super agree with that.
And the classic example of this is like in a relationship where there is one person who is narcissistic. So anytime we're dealing with narcissism, it becomes really hard for that person, like, this person will perceive other people as hating them. I think this is...
I'm not as good at this. Don't worry, I'm not either. Which is why I ask other people to do it for me.
Or anything like that. And I think that there's a difference between a narcissistic family member who believes that I lost weight to make them look bad. There's a huge objective gap.
What?
Yeah, so I lost weight. So I feel insecure about... Person A feels insecure about their weight. Person B loses weight. Person A gets mad at person B for losing weight so that it makes them look bad. That shit happens. I think there's
weird as shit.
It's a wide gap between
weird.
death threats that you're receiving, which I really do hope stop.
Yeah.
But my point is that I think the mistake you're making is that you say I'm smug, and then you go on to all of these other issues, whereas I think you're really downplaying, whether consciously or unconsciously or whatever. Maybe it's even objectively correct. I don't know. All I know is that when you do that, people are not going to be happy with it. And when they respond to you, we're not talking about right or wrong here. We're talking about efficacy or not efficacy. Trying to understand where they're coming from with their complaints, as opposed to... So basically steel-manning their argument instead of straw-manning their argument.
Okay.
What?
No, I mean,
right?
I think the thing is that that's what I tried to do in the beginning.
What?
And I've not done that since. I think it's been... I think I stopped doing that about 30 days in. I tried to sit down and talk to people about it. I tried to ask people,
he used the word, he said the N-word, he said the N-word, he said the N-word, he said the dark word.
Each time that I tried to do that, like I said, the callus kind of built up.
Hey, Enlaa, you might have a stream that proves therapy does work on narcs. That's neat, huh? Oh yeah, this definitely worked, dude. This is definitely helpful. I have a feeling. Oh, doesn't. Oh, I thought you were being 100% sarcastic. No, I like, you don't have to correct that. I think that still works.
Would end in just screaming the same thing over.
Thought you were just being funny.
And I haven't been able to get like a valid, real conversation out of it. I think the biggest thing is that I've only been able to receive really polarized responses. I either get people.
But you only seek out the polarized responses, though. You're not seeking out the measured, actual criticism. You just dismiss it all as all under the same boat of just harassment and mockery. Like, I don't know. Like, at that point, I would just ask him, like, okay, then what's an example of someone who actually gave you really decent criticism in regards to all this situation? I just needed to make sure, yeah.
Community, they're like, no, you're the best. You didn't do anything wrong, which is not true. Like, obviously, I screwed up in the dungeon, right? Like, that's obvious, and I was smug about it. Like, get it, right? And then there's the other side of it, which is, you're a piece of shit and you deserve to die. And I'm like, dude, these are so polarized. What?
Like, you get it, but like, you can, like, if you don't, I'm a big believer in, if you aren't sorry about something, don't apologize. But at the same time, if he's going to double down that he's not sorry about something, that is going to inevitably, like, fan the flames for people. He dismisses good faith criticism if it's not throttling him. Yeah, I figured as much. This is why Dr. K is hiding his hands so hard and treating him with kid gloves. Well, it must be fooling me pretty fucking hard, because, like, holy fuck. Like, so he is playing mind games then. Like, fucking Christ almighty. Like, okay, is he employing interrogator tactics or not? Like, is he being genuine or is he not? If you can just tell me, like, oh, he's just playing him right now, then I can understand. Like, and when I say play him, I just mean, like, I don't mean it in, like, a malicious way. I just mean, like, adjusting his own beliefs and sentiments and responses so that it keeps him, Pirate, from getting defensive. Or, like, or keeps him from leaving, or keeps him from clamming up. That's what I mean from that. I don't mean it in the malicious sense, like he's tricking him. Like, that's the part that I'm struggling with. The most. I mean, like, a lot of his logic I'm having trouble with too, but... It might be a tactic to talk to narcs to slowly implant the change. Well, definitely what's not a good tactic when trying to change course with a narcissist is comparing them to a narcissist. Like what he did earlier. The moment he even mentioned, oh yeah, this is how narcissists act. That is him indirectly accusing the guy of being a narcissist, and that's one thing you just do not fucking want to do if your goal is to not piss off a narcissist, is to tell them they're being a narcissist. They hate that. Bad strat. He should not have brought up narcissism at all if that was his strategy. Might be a tactic to... Wait, isn't that... Don't all therapists do that? Don't all therapists do that? Do they, though? Oh god. Villa. If that's your definition. I mean... Yes? At the same time, I just don't see how even if he was, like, adjusting stuff to try and, quote-unquote, help him, I don't see how this would help him. Like, I don't see how any of this is helpful. Maybe I'm the stupid one, and I just don't get it, but at the same time, I'm trying my best to understand, man. I just don't get it.
Am I supposed to get?
Yeah, so the solution that I am suggesting works with humans. I don't know if it
okay, works. I mean, I would have assumed that these strategies worked with cats or better yet, cockroaches. You know, I wouldn't have assumed that this would work with humans until he told me.
Works on the internet.
It's a very different thing, right?
No, absolutely, right? So
I don't think it's a good idea to try and divide, like to try and whatever. I don't fucking care.
World,
right? We've already been here for almost 8 hours.
Mad at you, like I want y'all to think about if people behaved in the real world the way they do on the internet. Shit would be crazy.
Yes,
that's actually already
I agree.
So, like, this has spilled over into people interacting with me that way in real life.
Yeah, so, yeah, and I mean, that's, like, you know, even if someone does something, I don't know what Thor did to hurt y'all, but I don't...
Yeah, I'm starting to get there where my brain is just getting fried, dude.
I think he did very much objectively. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Like, so that's where, like, even when I say that,
I need to keep my leather.
The way that I
can't
attach a statement to it, maybe I'm missing something, right? But my understanding of the situation is that you were kind of an ass about something involving a WoW raid, and then my guess is that you were kind of an ass with the way that you responded to it, because you're really good at being an ass, like in a way that I really appreciate. But you're like,
what kind of flattery is that? I appreciate that, but also you're wrong.
You're an ass. So it's
when
what
I say
makes
smug, that's the same. Yes, I would.
Yeah. So like, what I love,
I love that about you.
Because,
I
like,
love that.
Or whatever,
I love that so much about you.
That assholery that
this is amazing.
When you have these kind of
okay, yeah. If he is trying to appeal to a narcissist, that is like his strategy. Then yes, I get the tactic. He's not just being dumb here. I get it. He's not just brown nosing. If that's truly his tactic. But he already fucked it up by mentioning narcissism at all. And in comparison to him. In relation to him. Because that's immediately going to put... Even people who aren't narcissistic, that's going to put anyone on the defensive if you immediately compare them to a narcissist. Indirectly, but still.
Is like what makes you amazing. And when that energy, when that...
Bro, at least lick it
first. Where you did something wrong... And then I think what happens is the way that you frame your response is, it's not that bad. I didn't really do too much. Everyone made mistakes. Like, it's like you'll say you make a mistake, but that's not what comes across.
What?
Right? So if
your vibes are off, bro.
If you and I have a fight.
Fight.
Right? So I feel like I'm being direct, and other people feel like I'm being evasive.
100%.
Okay.
So I want you to think.
Oh,
about
that
this
makes
for a second.
I've always
sense.
had problems with that.
I
That is
can tell.
100% a communication failure.
Mood queen.
100%.
This is the thing.
At least what first?
Because it was just polarized and obnoxious every time I tried to
Yeah.
have a conversation. And
I was
no,
reading what Tarnish
I've
said.
I've had issues with that.
It's not
my
me.
entire life. Because it's hard for me to be like, if I say something, I go, hey, here's the thing, and they go, oh, he's hiding something, and I'm like, but how else can I say this?
Yes.
And that's, yeah.
So I think that's huge. So now I'm going to ask you a question.
That's
If
huge.
you believe you are being
Wait,
direct,
I could probably
and
trade
other
this in.
people believe you are being evasive.
Yeah.
What kind of model would you develop for like shit happens on day 1, and what are things going to look like on day 100? It's just going to get worse.
I get what he's trying to say. I get what he's trying to put across because I've heard therapists say this as well. Like, how present-day actions lead to future consequences, the butterfly effect. I get it. It's just, it didn't need to take this long to get here.
Right, because the more that you're pouring a liquid on the fire, you think it's water, they think it's oil.
But what is it objectively?
Things are just
that's
get
why
ran-
I tried. That's why I tried all those different like things along the way of like, hey, we'll talk about this, we'll do this kind of a thing. You know, try to communicate this in some other way, and I feel like I ran out of options. Jesus.
Yeah, so I really do, and maybe it's like me giving you the benefit of the doubt, and this will trigger people as well. I think you've done the best that you know how to do. I think you've done.
Yeah, I guess. If we're looking at it from the sense that he really just didn't know how other way to act.
A really good job in managing this really shitty situation.
I feel like it, but I don't know if that's true. Right? Like I don't know.
So I think what's true is, I think most human beings do the best that they
Coming out of it, everything around you is on fire. I feel like I put out that fire pretty well.
know how to do. And oftentimes we don't judge people based on what they're capable of. We judge people based on what they do. So like when someone is hurtful to me, like I'll give you, I know it's kind of a weird abstract sentence. So when I'm in the emergency room, someone is high on crystal meth and calling me an
Whoa.
fucker or whatever.
Oddly specific. Did this happen to you by chance?
Sorry, maybe that was too much.
It's fine.
I've heard it.
I mean, that's medicine.
Okay,
right? You know.
So when they say things like that, like the objective
Wait, I'm gonna put
impact
this,
of those
drop
words
this outside.
is, like that's what they're doing, right? That's hurtful. And at the same time,
actually, hold on.
The most peaceful and harmonious way to go through life is to do our best to like understand where this person is coming from. Right? This person is crashing off of crystal meth. Their dopamine transmission was 10,000 times normal.
Yeah, I have a family member who used to work in hospitals like during the night shift, and he said it was hell. Because even before COVID, it was hell. Like they would constantly get people like hopped up on like fentanyl or crystal meth and just like attacking everybody all the time, and it was so stressful. And that's like one of the reasons why he quit, because he just didn't want to work in that kind of crazy environment every single night.
Hours ago.
Like people in the medical industry, they get so much shit already without having to live in fear of being attacked by some crazy person. It's rough, man. I feel so bad for them.
And now
the good
they're
ones
completely
anyway.
Dopamine depleted. The more that we can do that, objectively, what they did was unacceptable. And also, like, if we treat people that way, like, it doesn't work well. It just doesn't work well. I'm not saying it's fair. I'm not saying it's just. I'm not saying it's right. I'm not saying it's good. I'm just saying it's like, it doesn't work. It's not harmonious.
Isn't
and I think
harmonious.
what's been going on with you is, first of all, people are not doing that for you. They're doing the opposite. Right? People are not saying, hey, this guy is like, so for all the accusations, so like I remember seeing something on LSF about people accused you of cheating in Outer Wilds or something. Like this was one of the things. I don't know if that's true or not true. people seem to think that they have very convincing evidence of that. I don't really get into it. I still need to play the game. Please, no spoilers. My point is that in those moments, even if they're objectively correct,
why didn't you just bring up
the right thing that we need to do as humanity and the internet is cut people as much slack as we can. And this is where a lot of people will say, oh, we cut them slack. No, you guys don't cut them slack. Like, we don't. Let's be honest. On the internet, when you feel judgmental towards someone, the most knee-jerk reaction is to not cut them any slack, but to dogpile them. That's what happens. There's this very primitive human psychology thing of, like, when one bully is beating someone else up...
You know what? It took us a long time to get here, but he's starting to speak some facts.
We're going to get our kicks in, especially if it helps us feel good. Now, the problem... Thor, is that I think you are guilty of exactly the same thing. We all are. It's a human deficit.
You.
Sure. Okay?
Yes.
But you're guilty of it too, because I think what you say, hey, I was just smug, that's not how it felt to other people.
I mean, I guess, but wouldn't it be an exaggeration to say that, like, he was being anything but? Like, he was being egotistical and selfish. Yeah, sure. He was being smug at the, like, complete inappropriate time to be smug to somebody. You know? But it's still not really, like, I don't know, man.
I think that was me dumbing it down to a flashpoint moment, not the full story.
Absolutely. So, and that's where you're screwing up, because you will dumb
but you didn't do anything wrong.
down your flaws to one word, but you will extrapolate and hypothesize other people's flaws to the nth degree.
Yeah, I mean, yes. On one hand, yes. On the other hand, when you have a situation where a bunch of people are, like, actually sending you death threats and harassing you and, like, sending you pictures of your house and shit like that, of course it's gonna make you less likely to engage in good faith with, like, the criticisms, because you're just so fucking emotionally worn out from all the people doing this because of those same issues. I can see both sides of this. There's a tit for tat here.
I don't think that is a fair assessment.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, and I don't feel that that's a fair assessment, because
It almost, like, an assessment like that, it almost feels like it puts a lot more of the blame for, like, serious shit onto him, in a way. I don't know. I could be wrong, though.
Like, I do that to people?
I'm so tired at this point.
These are all the things that came after this. That's because that has gone on, like, the moment was like a day. The attacks for that have been 100 days.
Okay.
So there's so much more content to talk about.
Right, but there is other shit that you've been doing throughout those 100 days that would continue. Like, if it was just you being a dickhead in WoW, like, once, it would be so unreasonable for people to, like, still be mad about it or still bring it up after all this time. After 100 days, right? At that point, you could be like, holy shit, fucking let it go. But there's other shit that you've been doing that I've seen you do. Especially when it comes, like, to the criticisms and to mockery about it. Instead of just letting it be, you've been, like, trying to copyright strike people. You've been trying to mislead people about shit. Like, apparently there's some other shit that I don't even know about yet that you've been doing. It's just a lot. And it's like, you're forgetting about all that other stuff, and you're making it out like it's isolated to just this one singular thing. And that's the only possible thing that everybody could be mad about.
So,
but that's not true!
I rescind my statement.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I accept that there is... Okay, so here's how I would modify it. So I think you're right. I take that back, and I apologize.
Yeah.
No,
I need clay.
And
okay.
I think the perception
Let's go find
from
clay.
my end is still the same.
Okay.
Right? So we heard a long story from you. Even if it's congruent with reality, one word of what you did wrong, smug, and then 99 words of what other people did wrong. Even if it's correct, I'll agree that it's correct.
I don't know. I don't understand. I still don't get, like, why Okay, go on.
My point is that when a human being shows up and says, I did one tiny thing wrong and everyone else did 99 things wrong, the reception that they're going to receive is not going to be pleasant.
But yeah, but that goes both ways. For both sides.
Always the case.
It's not always the case.
Because what I've found more often than not is I'm trying to give context of like, here's all the stuff that happened from my perspective. This is the response the person has from it. At this point,
I got that mud pretty
so
fucking
exhausting.
quick.
It's like, take it or leave it. It's like, here we go. Have the thing.
You're right. You're 100% right that it is. So I think the big difference is who the person is.
Okay.
Yeah, I can see that.
If you were a human being who was physically assaulted on the street, you could say, here's the one thing I did wrong. Here are the 99 things they did wrong, and everyone would be on your side.
Okay.
You, however, have some combination of luck or the way that you interact with people, which you kind of said like you've struggled with this. So I see that this is like, it's like a difficulty with mentalizing is what we call it.
Mentalizing.
I don't know what mentalizing means.
Mentalizing is the ability to
that.
understand other people's thought processes and internal experience.
We just call that cognitive empathy. What the fuck kind of word did you make up for this? Oh, we in the business call that... What did he call it? I already forgot. He just described cognitive empathy.
Like, it's like a difficulty with mentalizing.
Mentalizing. Okay, buddy.
What we call it.
I don't know what mentalizing means.
Mentalizing is the ability to
not right now, Mom. I'm mentalizing.
Understand other people's thought processes and internal experience. Now, I know this seems confusing to you because you are really good at cognitive calculation of those things. But there's a big difference between understanding their internal experience and calculating their internal experience.
Okay.
You're
Village
really
is
good
going
at calculating,
Lamau.
which is I think what you've managed to do. You use that, and you're not alone, by the way. A lot of people have this. I have this. Where we have we calculate our way to understanding other human beings instead of like understanding their subjective experience. It's cognitive empathy versus emotional empathy.
See, you know the word. You know the word. Just use the word.
I think you have to do both sides of that.
You do. 100%.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
And like, no, because I think for other scenarios, I feel like I have done that.
Yep.
Like, hey,
That's debatable.
I can understand, hey, this person is doing something illogical, but they're doing it because from their perspective, it makes the most sense. Like,
I mean, it could very well be that he does understand why people are mad at him and how they're feeling. He just doesn't care. That could be a possibility. And then it comes down to you, like, personally to you, like, which one do you think is worse? Him not understanding or him understanding but continuing anyway?
You explain the person who's, like, high on meth, right? And they're having a freak out and they're screaming stuff at you. What they're doing doesn't make sense for everyone else around, but from their perspective, maybe they feel like they're getting attacked. Maybe they feel like all this kind of stuff is going on, right? So I understand that side of that completely. But with this scenario, like I said, it was exhausting at this point. That's fallen away. The layers of I guess, giving a shit about empathizing with attacked people that are coming in is just gone.
I completely agree. So what I'm...
That's kind of what I was trying to say earlier, but just in a less understandable way.
This is more of like...
Like, you do get a little bit of fatigue with an attempt, or at least, like, an attempt to hear criticism. There is some fatigue that comes in, where eventually you're just like, okay, I get it. I get it.
Long-term thing, where, like... I think this is also where, like, if any of y'all are in this situation, right? This idea of, like, I keep on doing what I think is the right thing, and it keeps on messing things up. And I think you had a brilliant way to, like...
Oh, by the way, let me know if the background game is, like, overpowering the audio at all.
Well, for me, it clicked. I think I'm being direct. Other people think I'm being evasive. So yes. I think for people, if y'all find yourself in a situation where you're like, I'm doing everything right. And by the way, this is like in the line of a narcissistic defense.
Oh my god. Don't compare a narcissist to a narcissist! If your whole goal is to not throw them off, then don't fucking bring it up. Why you say the N-word like that?
Right, so a narcissistic defense is one where you think you're objectively correct and people around you are like wrong. So that is like...
I don't think I'm objectively correct. I'm just giving my...
I'm not saying you are. I'm saying this is in line with a narcissistic defense. So I'm...
Okay, then.
I'm talking about the general principle, not about you. So, and this is just what happens. So this is what all human beings do. When we feel attacked, we tend to... The narrative that we portray is shaped in a certain way that, like, we don't really control. Like, so if I'm talking to a narcissist, I think... So let me just take a step back because I got to do a better job of this. So the first thing is that the narcissistic defense mechanism is something that all human beings employ. In yoga, it is called the ahamkara, or the ego.
Oh, good. I love talking about the ego, and the super ego, and the ultra ego, and the ultra super mega ego.
So, like, we all, in order to function in life, it is very difficult for us to look at ourselves objectively. Now, what makes it harder to look at ourselves objectively is how much people attack us. So the more people attack us, the more our emotional and mental reaction is to defend. In the same way that if I was standing next to you and I tried to punch you, if I made a fist and I tried to punch you in your abs, your belly would harden. You can't even control it. You had to have no choice but to harden your abdominal muscles as I tried to punch you in the stomach. In the same way,
I have some, but yes.
In the same way, when we are attacked by someone, and this is true of all streamers because we get attacked a lot, our narcissistic defense must compensate. For every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction. I'm not calling you a raging narcissist. Please, no one take that away. Okay?
Oh, they will.
I know they will, and that's why I'm going to call attention to it. But this is something that if they're calling attention to it, they're missing the point. If anyone is listening to this conversation and still thinking this is about how Thor is a bad guy, y'all are fucking missing the point of this conversation. What you are going through, Thor, is something...
Funny enough, I have a fried ego. A fried ego is a fan of both Pirate Software and Dr. K and have been so tempted to throw all of this in his face, but I respect him too much. What? Oh, you have a friend who is a fan of both of them.
Something that every human being on the planet will go through in some form. Every human being on the planet will do something where they make a mistake, and a lot of other people, and y'all, like, you guys tell me if I'm wrong, chat. Have you ever been in a situation
Yeah,
where...
but then they'd be arrogant if they told you that you were wrong.
A lot of people made mistakes.
Oh my god, kill me.
Including you. And then you owned up to your part, but people
Kid, that's illegal!
Anyway. And when they dogpile on you anyway, you did something stupid.
Which
you
was?
Behaved like Thor did, and you defended yourself.
But that's not a bad thing to do.
And you said, hey, objective...
It's not a bad thing to defend yourself, it's just that you have to understand how defending yourself in particular ways can generate different consequences. Like how certain ways of defending yourself, or not defending yourself, can lead to certain actions happening. Understanding how we get different consequences.
Here's what I think happened. Here's my perspective. And
yeah, it's not necessarily the... Whatever, okay.
The more you tried to defend yourself, the more angry people got with you. I would be stunned if this has not happened to every person in chat at some point in their lives. And so what we're talking about now...
Oh boy.
...is this cycle.
We're on an AI... We're having AI fever in the chat today.
Idea that, okay, I'm objective. Other people are subjective. Because I absolutely think you have that bias, by the way. We all do. But, like, I think it's very prevalent in the way that you talk. The really tricky thing there, and I have to acknowledge this, is it's not clear whether that is actually what's in your head, or that is just the way it comes across, because it absolutely comes across that way. So when I said you own...
Yeah, why don't you tell us the juicy drama, Slade?
...up to this one thing, and then you talked about all this other bad stuff that happened.
In a complete sentence would be preferable. Let me check. For fuck's sake! What is this? Hang on, let me pull this up. Hang on a second. He just made this. With the caption, Namaste. Thanks, Tarnished. It's a very good cockroach. I love it.
...to you, and you're like, objectively, I disagree. I did this one thing, and I literally have 50,000 people. And I was like, okay, you know what? You're right. But even though you're right, what people are going to hear, their limbic circuits of the brain, are going to hear, yeah, I was smug and all this shit happened to me and it's not my fault. That's what people are going to hear. And
but if we're talking about what someone says and then someone's perception of what that person says, you can't control how someone perceives something that you say, though. I just need you to lay it out for me. Whose fault is it? Like, I need you to just get right to the point of this.
When people hear that...
That's weird for me.
That's so weird.
Legitimately.
Yep, I know.
It's like...
Well, if he actually can't fathom that, how somebody would perceive that as egotistical, then yeah, that is sort of a narcissist thing to do. It doesn't mean he's actually a narcissist, but he's definitely an egotistical asshole, for sure. If he actually, his thought processes are a little askew if he actually can't fathom that. It means he doesn't really have cognitive empathy.
From my perspective, I'm like, hey, you know, I screwed this up. This is how this...
That's not how he approached it, though, initially. The way he initially approached it is, it's not my fault, it's all their fault. Like, that was his... Like, I don't know when this switch-up happened, where he was like, oh, we fucked up. Oh, I fucked up. I don't know when that happened. Oh, it's stuff with Jamie? Okay.
Went down. Here's my perspective on it.
Yep.
And then the response is, you didn't take any accountability, you're a piece of shit, why won't you just say it?
I mean, fair. Like, on one hand, that's fair. If he's like, yeah, I said that, and I'm not sorry. Sure, you can call him an asshole. But that's kind of where it begins and ends, doesn't it? It's like, I'm not sorry. Okay, you're an asshole. Okay. See you later. Or not see you, because you're an asshole. I don't want to interact with you. But on, like... Ideally, that's where it begins and ends. But yes, there are people that just take it way too far. But, at the same time, he has to be okay with the fact that people are gonna mock and make fun of him and criticize him for it. He has to accept that people are going to mock him and criticize him without throwing a fit and trying to DMCA somebody, right? It goes both ways. The people on one side shouldn't be harassing and trying to dox him, and he shouldn't be trying to silence people for mocking him. It goes both ways. That's the crux of this entire thing. It just sucks that we have to spend like 7 hours to get there.
And I'm like, what? That doesn't make sense to me in response.
Yeah,
like
so,
for me, that's such a disconnect between those two conversations.
And this is not about right or wrong, fair or unfair, just or unjust, true or...
The only people in his corner are his sycophantic community that worships the ground he walks on. Perspectives, and then this random guy. Ooh, juicy drama.
Not true. Now what we're talking about...
And records
like, so we're
their
a
conversation.
channel that talks about the mind. So you're saying, I said this, someone says you don't take any fucking accountability. And you're like, that is a disconnect with me? I completely agree. That is the one thing that I think we can all agree on. Is that whether they like you, dislike you, whether they like whatever, the one thing we can all agree on is that there's a disconnect. Other people think that you're disconnected. You think they're it's not even about you, but or other blame. There is absolutely a disconnect between the kind of response that you're getting and what you're doing.
Is that a mini hedgehog? I think it's like an owl creature. I see what you're looking at. I'll see if I can get a better look in a second. But it looks like some kind of, like, weird... Yeah, it's like an owl creature. It's not mine, that's for sure. It's this other person's, like, little pet, follower pet.
There is a disconnect for other people between what you did and what you're owning up to. That's my point. So, like, when I started this conversation, the key thing is that there's a circle that's empty. That's the only way this can be explained. And the question is, what's in the circle? And what I found, if y'all
I drew a
find yourself
circle.
in a
What do
situation
you
like
see
Thor,
in the
I
circle?
find the hardest thing is oftentimes the best thing to try to do, which is to try to understand when someone says, I don't take accountability, or they accuse me, they say, you don't take accountability. To do your best to try to understand that.
We finally found the missing, everybody.
You've done that, because
I found it like an hour ago, or like, not even that, 7 hours ago.
It sounded like for the first 30 days, you
I'm just
engaged
so
with
glad
people
that they
in
found it.
conversation.
Yes.
And when you engage
And
with...
I found that the reactions started to get more and more... I could use the word unhinged, but it really just comes down to more and more unbending of, I just want to make an attack. I just want to go in the chat and make an attack. I just want to go on your YouTube and make an attack. It wasn't in good faith to have, like, I want to have a conversation about this. It was, I just want to be here to throw a punch and then leave. And
So, I think that
Yeah, but that's the kind of stuff that you are, like, freely available to discard. You, like, one of the biggest things that will help you, like, in terms of... Spoiler? One of the biggest things to learn when doing, like, YouTube stuff is that, especially when it comes to, like, accepting criticism, is the ability to parse what is genuine, good faith criticism that is actually trying to help you or, like, show you, like, what you're doing is wrong, and criticism that is just accusatory and not productive. Like, the trolling and the harassment and all that stuff, you can, like, very safely and confidently discard that and not listen to that stuff. But if you are doing something wrong and there is something that you did that upset people, there is some criticism that you probably have to listen to. He's just not willing to do that.
Two things that I hear there. One,
it's certainly not easy to do that. But you gotta learn it. Slade, spreading the good word of Dionism.
Is once again this...
Our local missionary, our Dion missionary in the chat.
Pattern of the more
well, Slade, how do you feel?
Do something right.
How are you
the more
feeling
wrong
so
someone
far?
Appears to be.
How are the vibes
right, so I
right
tried
now?
to listen to them. They became more unhinged. They became more unbending. So that can absolutely be the case.
We need rope. I have rope in my
scenario
storage.
Where you behaved correctly and someone else behaved incorrectly.
I feel like that is an incorrect response, because the first thing that'll be brought up is they always say, "Well, you didn't accept any blame." I go, "Here's
what
the
No. What did you hear me say?
Maybe I misunderstood.
Yeah. So I'm just pointing. Your statement was, "I tried to listen to people, and they
oh, who's this? Hang on, a little bit of detour. Who are you? Another ember down to the ruins. I see you've come seeking. But tell me, do you come to take or to tend? I am Alasi, the keeper of this temple. Once it was a cradle for minds greater than yours or mine, but now it sleeps and I guard its dreams. I have tasks. Oh, good. More tasks that require hands not bound to stone or root. If you complete them with care, I may entrust you with one of my treasures. They are small, fuzzy, and terribly opinionated. Try not to lose them. Oh, you're gonna give me one of the weird owl things? Return when your time is your own. I will remain here ever watching. What are your tasks? I can't do... Oh, I can do that for you. Whoa, whoa! Hey! Boo. Seems like you've gotten your bearings quite quickly. This is my tutorial guy. Numbers went on and there's no one. Then you and the others came along. Thank God the soundboard isn't working. I can see some spark in your eyes. Are you sure about that? Oh wait, it's not playing sound. Damn it. Wait, is it? No, it's not playing sound. Wait, hold up. Yeah! No! Then you and the others came along. I see the same spark in your eyes that I saw in those Oh, what are you bringing kids into this conversation for? The makers built you to give this world a second chance. I can see their belief in you and all of us is well founded. I hate you. It's not quite the way it should be. Hold on. My coffee thing is like on top of everything. It's like on the very top layer and it shouldn't be. There. That's better. Rebuilding civilization from scratch is daunting and require all of us to advance in our professions and expand our settlements. They're the lifeblood of progress. Now you can do it. We unlock the secrets, maybe even surpass the makers themselves, and all that starts here with the first steps. We're basically like AI dolls that were made to rebuild the world, and now this wisp is talking about us surpassing our designers. Ominous. Good luck, I'll see you around. Cool. See ya. Alright, back to this.
Yeah.
So I want you to
I think that
code.
the people that are still.
I want you to learn to
Don't worry
code.
about the people. Hold on.
Okay.
Code that sentence. Look at the grammar.
Learn to code, motherfucker.
Of that sentence. I did.
Because it's objective.
What now, Wisp? I almost forgot. When you awakened, I found this depleted automata's heart. I think it belongs to you. It might be as old as that temple. Surely we learn more about it if we took it there. It's quite far from here, though, and it could be dangerous. There'll definitely be jackals about. Making the journey with some food, armor, and weapons. You got it! That's what I'm working on.
I did something right, and they did something wrong. That's the way. That's what I hear when you say those words. And this could be where you're disconnected.
But sometimes it's not my problem what people perceive me saying. Okay? Sometimes it's not my fucking problem.
I'm not saying you're wrong, by the way. I'm just saying, here's another statement that you made. I tried to talk to people. They're crazy.
Is this the thing I dropped earlier?
I don't think. I think there's an objective reality there, though. When someone comes in and says,
No.
you didn't take any accountability for this, and I go, here in this post I said I did this wrong. Here on this video I said I did this wrong. And they go, that never happened.
I mean, acknowledging your wrongdoings and taking accountability aren't exactly the same thing, but I get what he's trying to say.
Like,
okay.
What am I supposed to do with that?
Very good. Now we're getting
very good.
Okay. So
I'd be like, don't patronize me, dude. Relax.
Oh, I know it's crazy. I know it's crazy.
Narcissists love being patronized, though.
Okay, so bear with me, Thor. Try. Don't read chat. Focus.
Don't read chat.
Ignore chat.
Just look at me. Don't look away. Look at me. Don't look at the light. Look at me.
Okay.
Just hold on.
Here's the problem. You're not wrong. That's what's so wrong. That's what's so hard about this.
I hate that you're right. All I know about this drama is Pirate always says I feel, and he doesn't think in logic. I think it's the exact opposite of what you said.
So when you engage with people for the first 30 days, I think there's let's think about it, okay? There's a selection bias. Who's going to come talk to you?
All I know is that we are, it's two people on screen tone policing each other and a cat girl losing her fucking mind.
The raving people.
Oh, apparently we're not getting into the furry stuff. Villa made it a point to not get into the furry stuff today. I don't really want to get into, degeneracy shit today. I just want to, chill out. And this is the closest I can get to just chilling from all that stuff.
I think that was the initial wave, and then it calmed down to people that were kind of willing to talk, and now it's just the raving.
Whatever. So like when you
But did you dismiss the people who were willing to talk, and that's what pissed people off even more?
Open yourself to conversation on the internet, let's be honest, the likelihood that you get a balanced person who really is willing to...
This is the perfect kind of game to stream while reacting to shit, by the way. There's a lot of downtime where I can just pay attention to what's going on.
Take a step back and admit their flaws and understand how they're wrong, and is not projecting something on you, is low.
That's not what the intention of me talking about it was. When I was...
The eye roll, dude.
The way that I...
Oh, right. You know what? I might as well just do it right now because I'm gonna forget later. Tarnished. I'll do that right now. Which video? Was it the first one or the second one? I might as well. For this one, all you need is... Oh, is it... So it's the second one? The Nova Online one? It's just the first 20 seconds, right? The second one with the fat guy... That's a guy? Okay. 20 seconds, and go. Speed run.
Ladies and gents, tomorrow, another big announcement about NovaCord is coming soon. And the relaunch of the Discord server is coming soon. And this time, it's 18 plus.
Oh, good. I always love that. New Discord server with an 18 plus update patch.
So I know nothing bad's gonna happen to it.
Oh, so I know nothing bad is definitely gonna happen. Not this
Anyways,
time.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay. Alright then. Cool. Very cool. So I'm so happy for you, dude.
The way that I feel about that a lot of the times, you're not going to get through to the person who's angry on the internet.
Okay.
You generally won't.
Okay.
They're not going to sit down and have a valid conversation with you. They're not interested in resolving that. Most of the time,
We need
that
a
person
lot of
doesn't
these,
care,
so.
I find. With
Holy
that in mind,
shit, that makes a lot, actually.
If you don't say anything, I feel that on the internet today, if you do not say a thing in defense of yourself at all,
yep,
everyone believes the only voice in the room, which is the one that's negative.
Okay.
And
Agreed.
that's exactly what happened. So I put out a video about all this kind of stuff.
Yes.
Released that, and immediately everyone was like, "Oh shit, maybe this is too far." And I got a whole bunch of people actually
Spoilers!
sending me positive posts.
Why do you keep saying that, Villa?
First time since all that happened.
Cool.
So the stance that I've taken on all of this is I go, here's what I saw from my perspective. This is what's been going on to me.
Mhm.
And then there's kind of a camp of people that say, fuck you, I hate you. And then there's a camp of...
Yeah, so obviously he's got, like, major cognitive dissonance here.
people that go, that seems reasonable. And I just...
And it might be genuine for this guy, I don't know.
hung out with people
He might just be genuinely clueless.
that think that it's reasonable. Because I don't know if there's another solution to that scenario.
Yeah, so I think that there is another solution to that scenario. And the thing, so that's what I'm trying to point out to you, is there's a certain way in which you communicate, which I don't think is wrong, but gets consistently perceived, like we mentioned earlier, direct into evasive. So when we, like, you just, and I don't know if this makes sense, but I want you to, like, I don't know how to say this, but you're a programmer, so maybe this will make sense. I'm trying to put it in language that I don't understand that I hope you will.
That's always a great thing to do. Try to use an analogy for something that you don't understand a lick of.
Because I don't know what I'm talking about. Code your statements. I tried to talk to people. I presented proof. They became unhinged.
Is that code language?
So, like, if we code that statement,
Okay.
I did something right, they reacted wrong.
You just said the same thing twice in the same way.
What I hear frequently, in the way that you
Actually, no, it was slightly different. I take that back.
Is that structure. Now, what makes this so confusing is that...
Oh, God. I made too many.
I'm not saying that that statement is factually incorrect. And if anyone who has dealt with other human beings knows this, you can tell another human being something that is factually
God
correct
damn it!
and they cannot give a damn and double down.
Sorry, I don't speak Italian moment.
Usually what happens. So what I'm sort of getting is like, this is the disconnect. I do wonder whether you are blind to...
What do you mean?
There's a certain kind of accountability that people are looking from you that you're not giving them.
Yes. Yes, there is accountability that people want from him that he's not giving them. But the problem is he doesn't have to give it to them. He doesn't have to take accountability for something like that if he doesn't want to. If he doesn't genuinely feel sorry for the way he acted in the raid for what happened, he doesn't have to apologize. But he shouldn't have been doing all the other shit he was doing to try and suppress people either. Again, it's like, it's a give and take. It's both things can be true. Hold on, before I continue the video, does the army guy, which one is he? This guy, Rampart. Okay, good. I can get rid of this jackal fur. Okay, apparently you can just talk to them from anywhere. That's interesting. Oh, nope, I was wrong. There. Thank you for helping me clean my inventory. But he doesn't just own his attitude, he keeps trying to spin it. Yeah, that's the dishonest part. If he were to just say, like, look, I understand that that makes me an asshole, but I don't care. If he just said that at the beginning, and it's like, I get you think I'm an asshole for that. And it's true, I was being an asshole. I just don't care. I think they were being dumb. This is the way I see it. I think they were being done. I genuinely don't think it was my fault, and they should cry about it. And I'm sorry, that's just the way I see it. And he wasn't trying to spin it in some other way and keep trying to make excuses for himself. Just own it. Just own that you're an asshole, and it's fine. Well, I mean, it's probably not... There are going to be people who are still upset about that, but most people could probably respect that you're just being, like, upfront about it. I would hope, ideally. Okay, I'm not... I'm still trying to get used to the controls in this game. We need 3 stacks of this, so I'm just gonna trade some things out. I don't know. Good is subjective.
That doesn't mean...
What is it?
This is what I'm digging into. So one is like... One is... maybe it's in the way you're giving it. So it's not that you're... I'm not saying...
I keep doing the same thing. I don't know why it spawns you there. Why does it spawn you exactly in a position where you would right-click and immediately leave? They should have the spawn, like, out here when you spawn in. It shouldn't be right up to the spawn. Or, like, to the exit. Hate it when that happens. There, have your shit. Thank you. Thank you very much. Skill issue.
Accountability, okay? I wasn't there. I don't know what happened. But my point is that when I see this pattern, and it could be just like, it's like a perceptual thing. Because the way that you're talking is making people more upset. Which doesn't mean that you're wrong. It's just like, the way that I'm communicating is ineffective at resolving this issue. So, a simple thing, and I'm not saying that you should do this, but I'm curious about this, is I've noticed that you tend to be incomplete. I mean, sorry, I've noticed that you tend to be complete with your answer. So when I look at that X thread, right, you try really hard, and you do a great job. You're like, here's what happened.
You're doing such a good job.
Here's what happened, here's what happened. Have you ever tried to be incomplete with the smugness? Just talk about the smugness.
We're talking in such abstract concepts right now.
If I try to be incomplete with it?
Have you tried being incomplete with your emotions? What the fuck does that mean?
Incomplete with the whole story and just focus on the smugness.
You know what could alleviate this issue, Dr. K, is if you just asked him for more details.
What does that mean?
Yeah, what the fuck does that mean? I like to imagine he looked to his chat like, is this N-word serious? What the fuck?
Let me like not give any context whatsoever.
Yeah.
Oh, is that the game? Is that the game that MatPat like snubbed by calling it like the next Undertale or some shit and like refused to actually credit it? Really? That's the game? That was like 10 years ago. Almost 10 years ago. That was like almost a decade ago. That was ages ago. Heartbound was the game that he snubbed? That's so funny. Oh my god. Time is a flat... We live in a small world, dude. I remember hearing about that.
Say yes to that. I think that's a bit of hyperbole, but...
Just an emotional response?
No, just say, hey guys...
Hey guys!
So basically,
hey
you know,
guys!
You start with like, I made a mistake.
It's a story time!
I was smug. And then there's a lot that comes after that. How would you feel about just ending it after that first paragraph?
I hate that.
I hate that.
I have like an immediate emotionally
I hate it. I hate it.
That.
Very good.
I hate that.
Like idiocracy.
Okay.
It comes full circle.
It feels like that's too long. Didn't read. I don't need all those.
You
words.
could say
few words do gooder. That I hate that.
You
shit.
could say
like, I super hate that kind of communication.
Hold on.
Like
you could
say
say
a lot of people who say like, oh, you should just say
it
my
comes
bad, guys.
full circle.
That does not in any way explain a situation. That doesn't tell you any information that is real. It is hand waving for the masses in a way that is.
Can we use this for other shit, or is it just for that?
And disingenuous to the people that are involved.
Okay.
I feel like to do that would be just me lying for the sake of lying so that people would fuck off.
Get in there.
I really hate that.
Oh.
That absolutely feels like.
Wait.
100%.
Where's my cart? There it is. Jesus.
I don't like doing hand-waving gestures for the sake of hand-waving gestures. I don't like that at all.
Listen. I'm an intellectual who... No, I'm not an intellectual. I'm just someone who appreciates a good cum joke. I mean, that was a bad cum joke, but at least pretend it's good.
And I don't know if that's a wrong thing to feel, but that feels fucked up to me.
Oh,
no, I
could do that. I could go on the internet and just be like, oh yeah, my bad, guys. But
no,
like,
mostly I do it because it annoys Villa.
That's not real. It doesn't make sense.
I think that's great. So I think what I liked about that response, my hope, so we're not here to like rehab your PR, right? We're just here to have a conversation.
Totally,
and
man.
At the same time, over the last 2 hours, there's something about the way that I hear you talk that rubs me the wrong way.
The vibes are up.
There's something about the way that you talk that seems dismissive.
Yes.
So I'll tell you where that.
No, I agree with that.
Right. So it's like, I made a mistake. We all made mistakes.
Okay.
But there's something about your sentence construction. It's like, oh yeah, Thor, I'm sorry I cheated on you, bro. I really do love you. You know, we both have flaws in this marriage. Like, do you see what that? We're not married, but you see what I mean?
I like how I had to specify we're not married. Are you sure? In another timeline, Pirate Software was able to take it on the chin, but he was able to also laugh along with people making fun of him. It makes fun merch and makes even more money. Dude! Why didn't he do that? You know what kills a meme? You know what kills mockery faster? Is, like, the fastest way to kill mockery is to lean into it. Because then it becomes annoying for people that were trying to weaponize it against you.
You've cheated on me.
Yeah.
The people with massive egos can't do
and this
that.
is what's so tricky is like I don't think you're wrong.
Roach merch.
Like, I don't, and what we
Roach.
got from you,
about it
yeah,
is that it I don't even know if the word it doesn't feel like a lie. It feels like
appeasement.
It feels like appeasement for the sake of appeasement.
Yeah,
It feels like they're asking for something that they know is not real, and I'd be giving them something that we both know is not real for the sake of giving something that's not real so that they stop.
Yeah, I don't think anybody should be asking Pirate Software to apologize if he's not sorry. Like, don't give a disingenuous apology. That's fair. Just don't try to, like, silence people either and do, like, malicious DMCA strikes and shit like that.
Stop being mad about something that doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, so I think
I don't know how long
so,
I've been on
and
the
I
other
think
screen,
key
but I was
thing
supposed to
there,
go
was
back
trying
to this
figure
ages
out
ago.
What won me over when you said that? And I'd be super curious if, like, how chat reacts to that as well. I'm not looking. I don't think you should, but because I think that's what people are missing from you is like when
How long was
you-
I on
and
that
this
screen?
is
It wasn't too long, right?
What I think makes you great is when you actually your best content is not when you're logical. Your best content
Because
is
you
when
guys
you're
might have
emotional.
missed some shit.
And the logic supports it. Like there's
Probably a good, like, 5 minutes. So you guys saw the big thing in the cave, right? Okay, good. So that used to happen to me all the time in the past. I used to just forget to change to transition. I did not know Hassan was at a Diddy party. Me neither. Well then.
logic there, but you're like, look, I'm not willing to do that. Could I do that? Absolutely. I just don't think that's right. Yeah. I think that this is like a stupid fucking appeasement world. I'm not going to be like all of the other streamers who post bullshit apology videos for the sake of appeasement and virtue signaling. I think that I kind of fucked up. I'm not done.
I'm not done.
Fucking hardcore WoW.
I'm not done. I'm not done berating you yet. Shush.
People die in hardcore WoW. Like, I think you've been accused of making fun of another mage or something like that too. Like I saw some post about that.
Oh, the horror.
I don't know if that's true or not true.
I don't know if the making fun of another mage allegations are true or not. I don't know. I don't want to assume anything. That could be true. I don't know. Oh, right. Actually, I have like a whole stack of these. Just not gonna worry about it. What do I still need? Oh yeah, it was the rope. Well, I made the rope, so we should be good now. So let me get back on track here. Yeah, I'm not done.
Twitch.
Oh, context? Oh, you're giving me some context? What, the mage thing? Where am I supposed to go? Over here. I want to make something. Oh, I can't make it yet, apparently. Oh, that's right, because I gave all my planks to somebody. Right. Okay. One moment. We might as well make more rope. Actually, no, we have plenty of space. We can just go out and collect some more. What are we collecting? Wood. It would. So he was ribbing on another player on his guild who rolled mage, and he was like, you don't know how to do the basic thing, Lamau, you're bad at the game. But he was new at the game. Oh, so just being an asshole. And then the WoW drama happens, and Pirate isn't doing things that any mage player should know how to do. Yeah, okay. I see. So yeah, just being an egotistical asshole.
We can talk about that if you want. That was my bad.
Yeah, and like it, but like that's fine, right? Like, I mean, I play Dota like not as much as I would like to anymore, and I gotta play Expedition.
Who
33.
the fuck
but when
plays
I play
Dota?
An online video game, especially in an MMORPG where tensions are high, I'm gonna blame my teammates.
Yeah, what DSP eventually started doing was leaning into like the mockery and the negative attention. Like, people still, like, rag on him sometimes, but not nearly as much as they used to. Lots of people play Dota. I've never met anyone who plays Dota.
I'm gonna blame my teammates.
Therefore, they don't
I do it all the
exist.
time. right? And if I say something like that, it feels dismissive. But something about what you just said, you're like, this is the line in the sand that I'm drawing. I've tried my best. I admit I have blind spots.
I've tried
Some
my
of this stuff
best.
is a disconnect for me. I think you
I
gotta
did
really
my
work on
best.
that. Right. So I would I'm thinking about what that practically looks like.
Oh, Villa, I gotta show you this mechanic that some of the crafting, the cooking system has that I think you would like.
I really think that something about the way that you construct your sentences,
Not that I'm trying to like get you to play the game or anything. I just thought you might find it interesting.
which is objective on one hand, but I think it's also, I think it can be both. I think it's objective, and I think there's a little bit too much dismissal. It feels that way
What?
when I
Did we ever get to the driving hours away to sit on a 14-year-old's couch part of his drama? No. Oh, that's part of his... Yeah, we're not going into degens shit today. We're staying above water. Alright. We're not gonna swim that deep. Yeah, I know, Villa. Like, you want to play like a million games, but you have no time to do it. I feel ya.
listen to you.
So
What's
when
up,
when I'm talking about this
Lids?
kind of stuff, what I'm trying to get across is
This is a Christian stream.
this seems like the most realistic scenario. This is what I saw from my side. It's not me trying to cast blame away from myself. It's going, no, we all fucked up. That's the reality of the situation. We all fucked up.
I mean, if you started with that, then there wouldn't have been an issue, dude. That's kind of the point. You didn't start with that. What you started with was, it's everyone else's fault. I did nothing wrong. It's their fault for being bad. Boo-hoo, it's just a game. That was your attitude about it at the beginning. And that's what people were initially upset about and calling you a cockroach over.
I think what people want is they want me to go, no, it's my bad. But my bad is a lie.
So
sure. I don't want
My bad is a lie. So what do you mean? So then you don't acknowledge what you did wrong. So you would acknowledge that you're only saying, well, we all made mistakes in order to appease people. Bruh.
to do that because it feels like I'm being asked to give bullshit for the sake of giving bullshit so that other people can be like, oh, I love this bullshit.
I love this bullshit.
Both realize that we've both bullshitted each other in this situation.
I'm sorry, I won't ask any more questions. You're good. You're good. We're all cool here. I wasn't actually mad. Relax.
It's not real. None of that is real.
We're good. Everything's chill.
I'm with you. I'm with you 100%. Now, I'm going to ask you a question that... Please don't clip this out of context.
They're gonna clip it out of context.
Or if someone clips this out of context...
It's already done.
Please add... Someone post underneath with a reply this portion, okay?
Oh,
so
okay,
you
then.
say you do your best to look at it objectively and you conclude this is bullshit. And I'm not saying you're wrong, okay? So
He said that a lot.
Objectively based on my subjective experience.
Yes.
I look at it objectively based on my subjective experience, but then that means you're looking at it subjectively. Just say you're looking at it subjectively then. Cut out the middleman. Got it, lol. Lol. Haha, lol.
Let's assume for a moment...
Sometimes we just need to indulge in petty drama. There doesn't always have to be a degenerate or a predator or a pedophile. Sometimes we could just relax and just talk about and laugh at the petty drama. Get back to our roots a little bit. Go return to Bunky.
Let's assume for a moment that you are a narcissist.
Why, like, you've been doing that this entire time, bro. Okay, so let's just pretend that you're a narcissist real quick. You're not, even though I've indirectly accused you of being a narcissist or similar to narcissists multiple times now. But let's just, like, pretend that you're not one, or that you are one. Go on.
Okay. I know.
I know.
But it's like, this is really where the money is. And this is not just about you. This is about everybody, myself included. Everybody's a
narcissist. Everybody's a narcissist in this town. Wait, I should probably process the ones that I already have. so that I have more room.
With myself all the time. If a narcissist goes through the process that you go through, they will end up in the same place that you end up.
Which is likely why people...
So, let's pretend you're a narcissist. You're doing exactly what narcissists do. You narcissist.
Accusation.
I didn't know they did that, but yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So, like, that's the problem that you're dealing with.
What's nice is that I can process this tree sap into sugar and then sell the sugar.
And it's
See,
not...
I don't know that.
Huh?
That's... For me, I didn't know that.
Yes.
I know.
Right? So think about that, right? Like, that's
Think
the
about
problem.
that.
And this is the problem. It, like, I don't know if this makes... Like, that's the problem.
Yeah, it's that guy.
If
I guess I was the only... Like, I was the one person in the world who did not know who this person was. I would see his name crop up so many times. Jesus Christ, that water sound effect is so loud. Let's go over here. I don't know why that's like 10 times louder than everything else. But yeah, I was the only, like, I would see his name crop up, and then I would click on it, and then I would know, I have no idea what's going on. But now I do.
Are you someone who is objective, who has done, like, all the, like, is your representation thorough and objective, or is this the construction of a narcissistic mind that's just defending itself?
Jeez, okay, what a loaded question. Are you right, or are you just a narcissist? Narcissist? Answer truthfully, narcissist. Are you right, or are you just a narcissist?
And things like that.
The problem that leads into is that goes down to, are you willing to have a conversation with me? Or do you just want to believe the narrative that you already want to believe?
Agree 100%. That and that's why you're fucked, bro. Because the internet is not interested in having 90% of the internet is not interested in having conversations. And you will see this all the time on take any political subreddit or any political streamer, and you'll see that people are not interested in having conversations. And I do think there's a lot of weird stuff going on with you too, but like that's like parasocial and stuff like that.
The thing though, legitimately, dude, is we've built up a community of specifically people that have conversations about things. That's why, after all of this, we're still sitting at like 6,000 to 10,000 people on a daily basis. That doesn't happen in a situation that is like I meticulously made sure that we had a community where we could talk about stuff on a logical basis and try to work things out outside.
Isn't that the beautiful, like, idealized version of how streams would go?
That, and I've been pushing that on this channel for 8 years. And I don't think I'd have a community if I built one that was based on instant emotional reaction. Because they'd just be like,
Isn't it just kind of based on your ego? Listen, there is no such thing as a democracy in a stream. It's a dictatorship.
Shit, Brick. You know,
yeah.
that'd be it.
So there are absolutely communities like that, you know, and I think it's great that you don't, and maybe that's why people are coming from other communities to you, because it was a group WoW thing. So there's like a lot of other communities that are interacting with yours. The thing that I would encourage you to do, and this is for everyone, I do this on a daily basis.
Oh, do you?
Is assume for a moment that you're a narcissist.
What the fuck? Just call him a narcissist, dude. Just get it on the table. Just put it on the table, dude. It's fine. You're basically just saying it already anyway. Fucking hell.
And think about, if I'm narcissistic, what would I be missing?
That...
Right.
Like, just pretend you're a completely different personality than what you are right now. No? It's weird.
Even so, I'm trying to think of an example. So I recently had an interpersonal conflict where I felt hurt by someone I'm close to.
Okay. Asks the question and then doesn't allow him to answer. Brilliant.
Okay. And as I was thinking through all the things that this person has done
oh my god, the water.
Me, I stopped for a second and I was like, am I just being a little bitch? Am I, like, is this genuine?
Yes, that is the normal thing that everybody except narcissists do. Yes. everyone, normal people will look back at conflicts in their lives and think about all the rude stuff that someone did to them. And there will always be moments where you second guess yourself and be like, well, am I just being unreasonable in this situation? Typically, as far as I'm aware, narcissists don't really have that. They don't have that voice in their head that goes, well, you might be wrong. You might be wrong here. That voice is heavily suppressed.
This fair, like, what are all of the counter examples? Am I just glossing over all of the stuff that they do right? Am I ignoring all of the stuff that I do wrong? Am I ignoring when this person lets me down? What is my contribution to this system in which I am disappointed? So these
I mean,
are
that seems normal to me, though. That
okay, good. Yeah. So,
yes.
But I think a lot of times when we feel hurt, we're not. We don't do that. Right.
Okay.
Okay. Cool. I think.
Yeah, when you're angry and emotional. Yes. Yes. I don't know. I don't see the
that's great. I mean,
through
if
line
you're
here.
already doing that, that's awesome. Then I think the main thing then that I would encourage you to really think about is like this disconnect. And what's the variable in there? And what I would strongly encourage that you do
it's a lot of missings. You know what I'm saying? We're just witnessing a lot of missing. It's a lot of unfinished points that he's making. He's brought up a lot of points and has finished none of them. None of them have a conclusion. He's just like, let's pretend you were a narcissist. If you thought to yourself, I'm upset about this, maybe it's my fault? Think about that. What?
is that variable is going to be divided into 2 portions.
Think about that variable. Think about that. The fuck do you mean? What?
One is that the amplification, the disconnect, the question mark of this situation. You understand what I'm saying?
No.
Yeah.
Not at all.
I mean, like, I'm kind of understanding, but I think it's hard for me to understand how I'm supposed to respond to that if the
I'm with you, buddy.
For the response is you need to make it incomplete and dumb it down and hand wave it. That makes me feel like I'm just lying to people.
No. I think your response to when I said, "What do you think about that?"
Sometimes it's okay to dumb things down and be more direct. Not everything has to be about being an intellectual. Sometimes you can just say it like I'm 5. Say it like I'm stupid. This is one of those times.
Your response to that kind of won me over.
I want to speedrun Heartbound in under 2 hours so I can refund it immediately and critique it. There's a lot at stake there because what if you can't? What if it goes over 2 hours? Then what do you do? Then the plan is ruined.
I don't think you should do that. So now what we're talking about is for anyone who is in a situation where I behave in a certain way, the world responds to me in this way, and there's a gap between these two things. This is the scenario that I'm talking about.
You abuse glitches.
So in that...
I could imagine it's pretty glitchy, sure.
Scenario, what's the question mark? What's the amplifier? So there are certain things that we can attribute to things outside of you. So people...
What is Heartbound even about?
People have parasocial relationships. People are projecting. People don't like me, whatever. Like, people are upset. Whatever. There's all the stuff that they do, and then there's all the stuff that you do. And this is where I think it's hard, but I think a really good example of what came out of today, which hopefully feels okay to you, is when I'm direct, other people think I'm evasive. I think
all the stuff that came out today is stuff that could have been said in like 10 minutes or less. I'm just... I'm just baffled.
Those are the kinds of nuggets that I have seen
I don't think you should do that.
Lives and literally save marriages.
It's just funny because like
It's literally Thor's fan fiction about his life. Oh, goody.
I've had effectively the
self-inserts. I love it.
Conversation with the moderation team was like I use the same terminology as like that feels like idiocracy. I don't feel like dumbing down my language and just being dishonest about it to hand wave it makes sense. And I feel
those things aren't the same thing though. Dumbing down your language isn't the same as being dishonest. You're just recontextualizing it in a more understandable and digestible format for the layman to understand. Yeah, speed run to refund.
Greasy doing that. I don't know how else to describe that.
Are you hearing me talk about dumbing things down at this point?
Jesus, alright, relax. I'm sorry, are you hearing me talk about that? No, I'm not. Just shut the fuck up.
When I say dumbing things down, I mean like the idea of like, oh my bad, bro.
Maybe I'm the problem, and I just automatically assume that every time he asks a question like that, he's being confrontational and snarky.
And just kind of leave
Maybe
it
that's a me problem.
like that. That doesn't make sense.
What are you hearing me say to you right now?
Of a way to resolve the language of
Dude, I don't know. I don't know anymore.
You know, I feel like I'm being objective. They feel like I'm being evasive. And to me, it comes across as I'm over-explaining. I'm giving too much context. I'm making...
Oh, I'm just making too much sense.
The scenario of myself as a player within that, rather than this is what I did and that's it, and then we walk away.
Okay, thank you so much for sharing that. So I understand where our disconnect is.
Okay. Lay it on me.
I have removed dumbing down from the equation of my solution space when I talk to you. Take it off the table. Done.
All right.
Doesn't feel right. I agree. What I'm saying is that if we look at I'm being direct, they feel like I'm being evasive.
What is bro yapping about?
The tactical options to solve that
Tactical
involve
nuke.
way more than dumbing things down.
But we took it off the table.
Okay.
So that's what I think.
Where's my sugar? There it is.
Yeah.
Oh, I
would
can't
focus
access
on
my
that.
wagon.
So like, don't dumb things down. Be authentic. But there's also a way, because like, right, so fundamentally this is an issue of communication. It's an issue of understanding. It's an issue of getting your point across, arguably listening to other people's.
Huh.
And so that is a skill. It is an art form. There's a way to do it well and do it poorly. Now, what a lot of people do, which I think is bad, which I really appreciate you standing up against, is dumbing things down, virtue signaling, pro forma apology.
I hate that. Like I
hate
really
it too.
I don't. I hate.
I hate this.
Here's my ukulele sad YouTuber video.
Yep,
Let me just lie
yep,
into the
yep.
camera for 5 minutes. 'Cause that's fucking.
Yeah, well, I mean, I kind of agree with
So
him.
my point
You
is
shouldn't
that
apologize
if
if
we
you're
look
not
at,
being
like,
authentic.
You know, like,
And I feel like that's what I was being asked to do, and I'm like, no, here's how I see it, and they're good. you know?
yeah. So and my point is that somewhere between the pro forma apology and what comes out of your mouth, there's going to be something in the middle there, which is an adaptation of what you do, which feels authentic, feels truthful, feels complete, and there's literally something about the way that you talk where if I code your responses, that's
He keeps coming back to this. There's just something about the way you move.
the best way I know how to put it. It's kind of like there's a theme of what feels like a lack of accountability from a listener's perspective. I don't think you're not taking accountability objectively. But what I'm saying is that the limbic circuits of my brain, the emotional circuits of my brain, when I hear you talk, it feels like you're leaving something out. It feels somehow incomplete or unbalanced.
Okay, but like, you keep dancing around that instead of just trying to get to the... Like, instead of just asking more questions. I'm trying to follow too, and it's impossible what they're saying. Absolutely nothing. Conversation is going nowhere. Like, it took me about 7 hours to finally understand what kind of point this guy was trying to make, and he's still just not getting to the root of it. It's like, dude, just please. It's like, please. Why don't you just... You could even just bring up the clip itself and watch it together or some shit like that and analyze it and dissect it or something. Instead of all this, like, pseudo-psychology, you know? It's just like, come on.
And I know that's a very difficult problem for you to solve.
Oh yeah, that's your problem. I feel like there's something wrong with that, with you, and that's your problem. I don't have to explain myself. You have to explain why I think there's something wrong with you.
Like, that doesn't give me a lot of tools, right?
The great Yapsby.
It really, it's hard. So that's where, like, I'm going to think a little bit about how to bridge that gap. But like,
good.
something in that...
The great thinker over here.
Is where the money is. I feel really confident about that.
Okay, I'm
not
glad.
Pro forma apology, but it is also thinking about the way that you make statements that rubs people the wrong way. And then the other interesting thing that I really have to, like, encourage you to think about is it hard for you to see a different way to use your words? Because in your mind, you're only able to see things one way.
The way that I put that up, the way that I put out messaging, like especially public messaging, the internet will find any chink in the armor to try to unravel it into saying that you're a liar in some way.
Yep.
We've both seen this. So what I try to do is I go, okay, so instead of putting the ego first on this and being like, I did the best thing or I did the worst thing or being an emotional platitudes for this kind of shit or virtue signal for it, I just go, here's everything that happened from my perspective, and that's my story.
Okay, you ready for the mindfuck?
Sure.
Oh, lay it on me.
You said that...
You haven't given enough already.
What you put out, people will try to find a chink in the armor, right?
They're going to do it anyway, but yeah.
No, they're not going to do it anyway.
Well, okay, I haven't been watching the Dr. K video this whole time. I watched some other stuff, did some gaming, took a break, and now we're looping back around to the... No, I haven't been watching it for 8.5 hours. No.
The way that you put things out makes them want to find a chink in your armor.
Okay, but, like, that's not entirely his fault, though.
Doesn't make sense.
I know.
It don't make sense. It doesn't make sense at all. No sense at all.
That sounds, to me...
That sounds ludicrous.
Sounds obsessive.
A little bit. It just depends on what the individual is doing, if it makes them obsessed or not.
Like, there's a necessity to find a problem when there isn't one?
No, I think you're missing the point. The way that you communicate information, the way that you speak, makes people
the
want
way
to
you
find
move.
The chink in the armor, because people communicate.
There's just something about you. Just makes people want to really find that chink in your armor.
Yeah.
Oh, what in his armor?
It's hard, man.
No,
it's
don't
wild.
say
Crazy.
it ain't so.
I'm with you. Right, so there's something that you're doing that, from a logical perspective, makes perfect sense. The emotional energy of your words, and I'm not right about
the emotional
this, okay?
energy.
I could be wrong, but I really suspect that this is.
Oh,
where
I
the
wanted a
money
bow,
is.
a better bow.
There's
That's right.
something about the way that you present yourself, which, by the way, went away when you got pissed off about when I was like, "What do you think about just doing a mea culpa?" And you're like,
"Sorry, are you assuming he was pissed off here? Was he a? I'm sorry." You thought, you think, you feel he was pissed off, but why are you presenting it in an objective way, buddy? That's a little arrogant of you to do.
Fuck that. I was in your corner. But here's the thing: the way that
you
talk.
You need more of an emotional interaction.
Because why do I want to poke you in the armor? Because of your logic? No.
Why are you yelling? Relax. Why are we yelling now? Relax, dude.
Because of your emotions. That reflex, this is what you gotta understand, Thor. That reflex comes from...
Because of your emotion! I'm not emotional, you are!
From the emotional energy that you're sending, and the emotional...
What emotional energy are you sending right now with you raising your voice like this? Relax!
Energy that they're receiving. Now, this gets more complicated because you are right that this is an unsolvable problem. Because there's only so much that you can do in this.
Oh my god. Any solution this guy has just makes it way more unsolvable. These two argue more like a married couple than actual ones do. And they've only known each other for like a couple hours.
Situation that at the end of the day there are going to be people on the internet that are just there to meme, that are just there to make your life worse, that have little lives where they feel frustrated and then they look at a punching bag and they say, hey, I'm gonna punch this person, I'm gonna knock this person down a peg. And the tragedy there is that they don't truly have little lives. They truly have far greater lives than they have the potential of far greater lives if they stopped spending all of their cognitive and emotional energy trying to knock some random fucking guy on the internet down a peg.
Yes? What does that have to do with him? What does this got to do with any... I mean, you're right, but like, what relevance does that have here? What point are you trying to make?
Then they would really be happy.
All the things I try to do on the internet.
Huh?
That's why.
Huh? What?
It's tough, man.
That aspiration that you put there, that's why I do the stuff that I'm doing.
Yeah,
what?
I think it's great.
I generally run game jams and all that shit.
Yeah, yeah.
It's because this shit is a waste of fucking time.
Yep.
It is the same reason that I have a short out that's like...
Sure, the doxing and the harassing and stuff, and people like spamming your comments or your whatever, that, yeah, sure, that's a waste of time. I don't think it's a waste of time for people to like genuinely criticize you or even just like make things to mock you or to make fun of you. Let people have their fun. Don't do all the other shit that you've done to piss people off. Sex therapist? Dr. Gay.
Stop looking at shorts. Go the fuck outside. And I know that sounds like...
demeaning.
Self-inflationary of like aggrandizing for that shit.
Nah, it sounds very put-downy.
But like, dude, the internet's a fucking mistake.
No, so here...
Yeah, it was a
now we get to it.
mistake.
You said, I know it sounds that way. It doesn't sound that way.
That's an objective statement, but what if someone does perceive it that way? Then what? I think they should all touch grass. I'm sure they do. We all touch grass. We just need to touch a little bit more grass. He thinks he's above ridicule, that's why he's tried getting that game. Yeah. I'm shocked you haven't given up. Well, this is, like, in a weird way, this is, like, fascinating to me. Like, trying to dissect the line of logic and reasoning here has been absolutely fascinating to me.
If I read your words... Huh?
When I say it that way, it sounds that way to me.
Did you just say a Japanese word to me? Did you just speak in Romanji?
But it doesn't sound that way to me.
That's ridiculous.
Yes, I know it's ridiculous. So yeah, I know it's hard. So here's the point.
The heck does Ganbear mean?
If I were to write them down and we said, hey, is this person arrogant? Maybe. It would be the answer that you get. The emotional energy that you add to that doesn't make it come across as arrogant at all. It makes it come across, for me, I get inspired by that.
What? What are you talking about? What is bro yapping about?
Believe that. That's...
If the goal was to confuse a narcissist, congrats, you've done it.
Sounds believable to me.
Watashi wa shiri o taberu.
Is when I talk.
I used to get, dude, quick side note, I used to get so annoyed when people who speak English would say Japanese names in a Japanese inflection. Like when someone would say Kira, I used to get so annoyed if people said Kira. I don't know why, it was so annoying to me. It's not because of it's not because I was racist or anything. It was like, that's not for you, buddy. I think it was just weird for me for someone to switch from like speaking English to being like, and then Kira did this. It's like, whoa. Hold up. I don't know why that used to bother me so much. Because you're stupid. No.
About a situation while removing the emotion from it, when to me that sounds like the most logical way to communicate, and the most objective way to communicate, which seems like it would be the best way for people to understand the scenario fully. And that's the most disconnected for other people because it makes them feel like I'm being evasive.
I think that is one step in the right direction for you.
I think that's so cool for you, dude. That's awesome.
And that's because human beings are not...
Shut the fuck up. You got on my case for how I pronounced manga. Wash manga. What's that manga again?
Logical communication.
What the manga?
We are
I'm well aware of that.
I had a friend, like, the only reason I know that, Villa, that it's pronounced manga, is simply because I had an anime nerd friend in middle school that was constantly like, it's manga! It's pronounced manga! Okay, I'm gonna move this aside real quick. In the chat, somebody said, I want a peg leg and my dog, and I glanced at it, and I genuinely thought they said, I want to peg my dog. I don't know why my brain does that.
Right? So
Why is that my problem?
To the equation,
it's not your problem, Villa. I just like to have fun with you, my friend, my BFF, my bestie.
Sense, right? Because you have a strategy. You're like you've
what
got
am
a
I out here
particular
for?
strategic
Why did I
approach,
come out here?
and that's
Oh,
what
right.
got you to where you are. And I know you tried a lot, but I think this fundamental thing.
Enlaa, I think you need to sleep if your brain is that cooked. It's a little cooked. It's getting there.
I don't think
it's getting there.
I don't think this has changed over the whole course of this.
No.
And I think the really hard thing is I don't know that it needs to change, because I think part of what makes you who you are, part of what makes you valuable, part of what attracts the community, because there are a lot of people out there who think like you, who are tired of emotional communication, who have people in their lives where you're like, look, this is the reality of the situation. I cook dinner 4 nights a week, you cook dinner 1 night a week, and you order takeout the other 2 nights of the week.
What the fuck? I made a new video. Cool. Good job.
Week. That is the objective scenario. This needs to
God damn
change.
it.
And they're like, nah.
Oh,
so
don't
I
say
think
it.
that
Don't say the
way you
word.
communicate is like an oasis in a desert.
Yeah, but all he did was appeal to emotion. What? Yeah, it's... I don't know what this guy's talking about. It's like he just makes up shit that he thinks that he observes about somebody. But, like, everyone else is like, the fuck are you talking about? D. Grayman is one of my favorite series and was so angry when they canceled it. Degrassi. I'm so tired.
For a lot of people. So it's not bad. It's just like, this is like something that I think can be leveled up.
He leveled up.
And a big part of that...
The biggest thing is...
He leveled up.
The more that I have to deal with this just slew of shit with this...
The slew
the
of
less I've been emotional about it. Because it's... effort.
Well,
it's too much effort to be
if we were
emotional
to take
about
that statement as true, and we were...
I mean, yeah, it can be emotionally draining when people are sucking you into drama. And it's like, after a while, you're just like, I'm done. Wow, I didn't get anything from that. I get what he's talking about. But also, some of it is like a consequence of his own... Oh shit, there are free logs here. When you ever run out of stamina, just run around and pick up what other people left behind. Easy. I don't want that. I got enough of that. Thank you, though. I don't want that either. Alright.
To make a predictive model, what happened to you...
Dude, at least he fucking washes his hair. I've seen so many guys with long hair that do not do anything with their hair, and it's just greasy and messy. At least, at the very least, this guy actually looks like he's got good hair. It looks like, at least he can maintain it.
Would be in line with this
So,
prediction.
he's got that going for
That
him.
If our hypothesis
He's
is
got luscious hair.
that emotional communication is what connects with people, especially on the internet. And as you have become more burnt out, which by the way is absolutely going to happen, as you've become, as your corpus callosum, you know, you're just fried. You're just blackened at this point.
Yes.
You've got no emotional energy left. And the more you communicate, the angrier people will get. I really hope people leave you the fuck alone, because I think it's like enough is enough.
I do
I'm
too.
happy to say that. Like, you know,
But unless he's doing more shit, it depends on what you mean by leave. By leave him alone, I mean like the more serious shit. Obviously, people should be allowed to criticize and mock him.
I don't usually advocate for people doing that. Maybe people think that I'm a narcissist or whatever. Like, that's fine.
Huh? Okay. It's a weird thing to bring up out of nowhere. Nobody here was thinking that until now. Do you have something you want to share with us?
But I don't think this is about you. I think this is like when someone makes whatever kind of mistakes you made, and whether you were mean to people
This
or
is fine
not,
for now.
whether you went to the bathroom and looked something up, or you have a butt plug that is vibrating in Morse code to give you the solution.
Oh. Oh, he's referencing the chess incident. Okay.
You know, like
The
it's
chess
connected to,
drama.
I really don't care.
But what the fuck? If you don't have that context, that just sounds way, like, out of pocket. What the fuck? Yeah.
I don't know about the reality.
It
I
was
think it's
kind of
just like,
random.
we all make mistakes. I'm not saying you did or you didn't. It's just like, come on, y'all. Right? Is this really what we're doing now? Like, is this how we're spending our days? How we're spending our time? Are you perfect? No. Are you a regular human being? Yes.
Pirate probably has one of those.
So that's kind of where I am. I know it's confusing for you.
I mean that.
Dude, it's confusing for us too.
Starts to make sense. I think the thing that bothers me is if someone were to go to me, right, and talk in the way that I'm talking, in that objective fashion, I go, "Oh, cool. Here's all the information. I'm going to compile it with other information and then come up with my own."
But what does that mean for you? Because like, what does it mean to say that stuff to you in an objective way? Is it just for you like the right way, like the way that you would perceive it?
Way of how I
This
feel.
water noise.
And what I'm seeing more and more now, especially on the internet, right, is
Especially on the internet.
loud, bombastic, emotional response is what everyone wants for stuff. But we've never had it that way.
I
I've
mean,
never
yes,
interacted that way.
he's kind of right about that, but at the same time, he's right for the wrong reasons.
Been not that way this entire time. And now for me, suddenly that's a problem. Suddenly that's a bad guy thing. Which is like, that's really fucking weird for me, man. Like, that's not what I expected. That's not the response that I expect. It doesn't really make a huge amount of logical or emotional sense to me. So I'm just like, okay, so you don't think I'm doing this thing. Here's more information. That's not enough. Here's more information. That's not enough. Here's more information. Then eventually it's like, fuck you, I don't care.
Yeah,
it's
so
like there's no other solution at that point.
There's two things. Like, I had one kind of emotional response, which is like, you're like, that makes sense to me. The really interesting thing is your response of that makes sense to me. I'm not saying don't read too much into it. I was just laughing because what I sent you in that moment was not logical. What I sent you in that moment was emotional.
Okay.
Right?
I have the capacity.
He lies. He reacted disproportionately. Well, yeah. He did, and, like, he did by, like, copyright striking people and trying to silence criticism. That was an overreaction on his part, among other things. Yes.
But it's interesting because there are so many times where I've tried to send you logical signals, and then there's a disconnect. But
what? Okay. I'm trying to beam logical signals into your brain. I'm trying to beam the Holocaust into your brain. You're just not getting it, bro. The wires are crossed.
You can easily argue that.
You're very analytical. You're very objective and analytical and logical. But these beams I'm sending out to you are just not reaching you. Third eye. I'm not reading that last part. The signals were lost hours ago.
It's apples and oranges. The second thing that I want to say, and I know you have emotional capacity, like I get that. You love your ferrets. They show up there. So the other thing that I think is interesting to note is that I think that you are on the receiving end of, not just you, but basically this happens. So there's a group of parasocial nomad haters on the internet. That's
Chat
what I call them.
hoppers. Yeah. Chat hoppers is what they're generally called on Twitter.
Okay, cool. I didn't know that. But like, so what
Send them by messenger pigeon.
Exactly. So these are the people that follow the drama. So whoever, and then the problem is, if you've created a community that values a certain kind of communication, and the chat hoppers show up.
Oh, I need more rope.
Everything that you've built will get dominated or swept away.
That's why we ban it all. Yep.
Okay.
Knowing that full well. And
That's why we ban them. That's why we do it. That's what we do here. That's why we do what we do. We ban them. What do? We ban them.
There's a couple of ways to handle that, right? That I feel is when someone comes in and they just make like a
Steven Universe's Sans. Oh my god, I'll never forget that fucking meme someone drew about that.
And sometimes they'll be like, "Hey, I didn't realize it was that big of a deal."
Sans stands for Steven after not surviving.
And then they come back in and they're like, "Hey, I like watching the stream," or they tell the mods to kill themselves, right? And like, obviously, if they're gonna tell the mods to kill themselves, they just stay banned. And that happens all the time. But if they're like,
try
hey,
smoke signals,
you know, this I didn't realize this mattered so much. Sometimes they end up joining the community, and it's fine. It's just that first interaction, we don't want that like a million times in the chat. Like that shit sucks. And it's not 50-50, but the mods do get a lot of hate, man. Like a massive amount. It sucks for them.
Cool. Yeah, thanks for sharing that. It's hard.
I feel so bad for the mods, man. They get a lot of hate because they have to do the work that they're doing. Cool.
Deal with. It's something that basically every streamer deals with, where the moment that you're at the top of LSF, you get like this influx of audience. Which also, I don't think that's like LSF's fault. It's just that's just the.
I think it's the nature of like a gathering of people that are either rooting for the downfall, or rooting for an emotional big moment, or like want to be part of that. But I do still think that there's
don't feel bad for them
that are engaging in that because it's
okay.
like their reality show. It's like their TMZ. It's like they're like, oh man, I'm part of that moment. Remember that moment when that thing happened? That was so funny. And like, I feel like there's probably even some of those people that will meet someone like at an event.
Yeah, we know Slade. Thank you.
Things, and they won't think it's real. They think it's just like a cartoon character, you know?
Yeah, I've seen that a lot too, unfortunately. But anyway, we've been
anyway. I don't know what the fuck you were talking about there.
How you feeling?
Yeah.
How do you feel?
Fun. Like, to be honest with you, I think so far this has been really productive. Because to me,
has it?
Like, dude, I don't know. Like, that seems wild to me that people just want it. Like, I don't know. It seems wild to me that people just want an emotional response for that. When in reality, I find that, like I explained earlier, I find that to be a disingenuous thing. I don't want to be that guy that goes and makes a fucking apology video.
Yeah, so I think there are a lot of people who would be satisfied by that, but please don't take away. I think, like, I mean, you convinced me, right? And I've not done that when people get upset with me. So I won't just say,
done what?
Unless I really believe that. So that there have been times where I've made mistakes where I will say, like, I still remember, I'm happy to say that.
This guy just speaks in half sentences. He never finishes a thought.
Again, there was one time early on in the days of streaming that I made fun of people with micro penises. And that is...
Okay. Go on.
Like one of the things that I regret the most.
Really? It keeps him up at night thinking about all those... It really keeps him up at night thinking about all those micro penises he made fun of. All the penises he could have uplifted instead of tearing down. What the hell?
Because it's like easy to do that.
It's easy to mock a micro penis. What's harder is to please a micro penis.
That's an easy
based
fruit, yeah.
It's easy, but it's like out of all of the people, like in terms of like punching down and stuff, like.
Yeah, they already got it so bad, guys. You're practically bullying the disabled.
Out of all the people who have it so hard, for, you know...
No, don't say it.
Just us to pile on and like, ha ha ha, you have a small dick. Like, that's not something that's in their control. And by the way, you can have a fulfilling sexual life with a micro penis. I thought about, I just became a degenerate gamer for a moment and stopped thinking about people in my office who struggle with those kinds of.
Wait, why are you thinking about your office workers' micro penises? Would you stop? Maybe don't think about your coworkers' micro penises. Okay? Start there. It pains me to think about all the unsucked micro penises out there.
Problems.
Yeah.
Oh, it was worth it to come back to this. It was so worth it to come back to this.
I think that's actually really interesting, 'cause that's like the internet.
My heart breaks for all of the micro penis stands out there
Is like, I don't even know.
who will never get their penis heard
Like, I feel like
or sucked.
if somebody's gonna call you that, like on the internet, if somebody's like,
If only
"Oh,
Clef
you
were
like
here,
it,"
yeah,
they
you have a
don't
field
actually
day with
mean
that.
They just want to say some shit. That's like some kid on Xbox saying you fucked your mom.
Yeah, right. So like deep within me is 4chan. Like much like
Deep within me is 4chan.
ChatGPT. Deep within my bones is 4chan. And so anyway, I was just saying.
That's a line.
Like it's just,
that's so metal, dude.
Sometimes I've made mistakes, and I'll own up to those. But I don't think you should. Don't compromise that. But I think there's like something in the middle of letting more of your authentic emotion out, and also be super careful about.
I used to. I'm just stuck on the micro penis part. Like, it was so random. I used to really mock people for having micro penises, and then I found out my best friend was suffering from a micro penis, and it changed my whole perspective on that. I'm a new man now. Like,
the way that you, even in your own head, sterilize your interactions and sterilize your contributions, which I think you do.
It's comfortable.
Yeah, it's comfortable, but I think you do that.
When the scenario is like super vitriolic, it's comfortable to sterilize that. It's comfortable to have like more of a logical conversation about it because it's easier to process.
Yep.
It is less easy to, like, if I'm gonna have a big emotional response, I feel like
imagine getting stuck on a micro penis. Couldn't be me, dog.
I'm being manipulative
That is tight with a capital T.
to another person, because I could do that. I could just sit down and be like, I'm gonna have a big emotional response now, but that's not.
Yeah,
that's not how I am. That's not the person I am.
So I think it's an issue of. So you mentioned at some point that this has been a challenge that you've had before. I don't even remember what we were talking about. So I think it's really about, and this is for anyone else too. Like, we all just have to decide. When you say this is the person that I am, we all just have to decide whether we want to continue. Like, am I just saying, hey, this is who I am and I don't want to change this?
Please, I'm begging you, please finish a thought. You were about to say something and then you just pivoted. I was following you and then you just dropped it.
And then
No,
I
don't think that's the case.
Well, I'm giving options, so I'm sort of speaking rhetorically, right? So we all have
Hey,
to make
Lazy,
decisions
welcome
for
back.
ourselves
I
about
know, we're
if this is the way that
Don't worry,
I
I have not been watching the same video for 9 hours. Don't worry.
continue to be this way. Do I not want to continue to be this way? And then there's going to be a line in the sand of like what a level of compromise feels authentic and okay, and what doesn't. What feels like growth? What feels like giving a piece of yourself away?
What feels like growth and what feels like a micro penis?
Yeah, because like for me,
Oh, Lazy,
feel
you
pretty
missed the
happy
best part, dude.
with the way
You
that
need
I
to
communicate
rewind
visually.
like 5 to 10 minutes
I
back.
don't generally have a problem with that, and I like being able to communicate objectively either.
It is Pride Month. Guys, remember, it is Pride Month.
In my relationships, friends, people in the community, that feels fine to me. And I think there's a lot of people that actually like that about the way that I communicate. It's like,
Mitzi.
hey, Thor's talking about all the things of all the, because we'll get a whole bunch of stories in that come in from the damn internet that are like, the fucking sky's on fire. And then you look at it and you're like, the sky's not on fire. This outhouse over here was on fire. It's not that big a deal. Right. And
I think sometimes people get lost. They get really lost in oh, we gotta hold this guy accountable. We have to really hold this guy accountable for what he did. And then But people forget to kind of take a step back and look at the bigger picture of like, okay, but what's the worst that could happen if this guy doesn't apologize for being a dick in Warcraft? What's like worst case scenario? What is the worst outcome from that? That he just remains a dickhead? But what's like in the grand, like on the grand scope of things, what is so wrong about like one guy being a dickhead in Warcraft? Yeah, in my opinion, Pirate Software has nothing to apologize for. I just hate his victim mentality. But I think the one point he's making here is accurate, where it's like, I mean, he's making it for a selfish reason, I know. But like, I also see that a lot, where it's like, sometimes you have to take a step back and just be like, but if this person gets away with like being a dickhead, or this person in commentary gets away with like something he did wrong, and then everybody just forgives him for it, it's like, what is the real consequence of that? Well, they might do something bad again. Okay, but how does that affect you? Doesn't affect you very much. Okay, so why are you upset about it? Who would... Is it going to affect you or someone that you know? If the answer is no, then it's like, okay, then don't be so, like, emotionally obsessed with it. You know what I mean? Yeah, well, anyway, you get what I'm trying to say.
I find that there's very few islands of that shit online, man.
Islands?
Like, there's very few islands of people who'd be like, wait a minute, let's look into that before we start freaking out. Would it be easier for me to just, like, dive into the emotion first? Yeah. Would it be honest? No. Would it be quick views? 100%.
Yeah.
None of that shit makes sense to me.
Him and his... hold on. Him and his actions with the SKG movement is the only thing that I have genuine issues with. Everything else is pretty petty and inconsequential. I think that's fair. Like, focus on the shit that he's doing that could actually affect, like, trying to get a law passed, or politics, or, like, the discussion around ethics in video games and regulation. Sure, engage in that stuff. But don't, like, people get so, like, emotionally invested in it, where it's like, if you have anything good to say about someone, you're sweeping for them. With this sort of thing. People just get so caught up in the emotional roller coaster, or like the hype or whatever, that they forget that it's okay to take a step back and just look at it from, like, have some objectivity a little bit, instead of like having an emotional response. I get what he's saying, but he's saying it as a way to try and preserve himself. But I also like laughing at people like him for their public actions. And yeah, mockery is fine. Mockery and parody and making fun of people for shit that they do online is fine. Based, even. What's not okay is, like, taking it a step further and, like, actually attempting life ruination over, like, the smallest things. And when I say the smallest things, I mean, like, in the grand scope of things. Like, I'm not saying, like, in terms of the universe, you know, but just, like, realistically. What does it truly affect other than this tiny niche thing on the internet?
That's why I've always communicated that way, and it's not even a thing of, like, I'm not willing to change. It's... I'd be lying.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'd just be straight up lying about all of these scenarios if that was the case. If it wasn't like, here's all the things as I see it, here's all the facts as I felt them, right? As the things that I went through, I'd be a piece of shit. I'd be just like a
maybe not a piece of shit, but probably a grifter, yes.
Grifter on the internet that's just trying to garner as many views as possible. And that's
Where's the thing? There it is.
Atrocious.
I was looking for that.
I hate that. I really hate that.
Hey guys, if we're gonna talk about Dion, just take it to DMs, alright? I'm not trying to bring him up in the chat or anything.
Let me say.
I think I went on a rant there.
Okay.
It's not even really about like what you said. It's more like that kind of just like it triggered an internal monologue, and I was
Sure.
like, nah. I just went onto a rant with it. Yeah.
I'm with you there. I mean, I think that there are plenty of emotionally manipulative grifters on the internet. And
I'm not even saying that like that's. I'm not even like calling people out and saying like
yeah,
the other side is an emotional grifter. It's more like, dude, like I can see how easy it is to manipulate people emotionally to gain money on the internet.
Yeah,
and I don't ever even want to get near that.
So So I have those kinds of thoughts, and I'm pretty sure that they're pretty narcissistic in my head. So when I have a thought like that, I'll just like leave this for y'all. I'm not accusing anyone, or certainly not you, but this is just what I've noticed is that sometimes when I'm like jealous of people,
and their micro penises,
this is maybe just me, who are taking the easy.
Were you jealous of other people's dicks? Is that why you took out your anger on people with micro penises? Is there a little projection going on here? Let's unpack this micro penis issue that you have.
On the internet, it's really easy to get self-righteous.
Thank you, Slade.
I don't think it's easy. No, I mean,
for me,
not like that. I think it comes with other negatives, right? Like, I'll give you an example, right? You've got somebody like Keemstar. Keemstar makes a bunch of content that's based on, like, calling out scenarios, making a lot of drama, runs Drama Alert, right?
Right.
I don't envy that. That's got to be a tough as fuck job.
Yes.
That dude probably absorbs more hate than most people on the internet.
Why am I still getting hate?
Just
why am I still getting hate?
It's by the nature of the content that he provides to the internet, which is bombastic, which is divisive, which is
there isn't much to pack.
Emotional. I don't want to get near that because that sounds fucking awful to me and everyone that was engaging in my content.
I see what you mean.
So if I went down that route, I don't think it's easy. I think it would be easier to get a reaction, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that's
no, not at all. I'm so lost. My brain is actually melting at this point.
From me, like
I'm losing it. I'm losing it quick. We're losing him.
The thought process
we're losing her.
My head is different from.
She's fading.
Okay. Usually I'll walk myself there, but I have that kind of thought. But anyway. Yeah, any last thoughts or questions before we wrap up for the day?
I'm interested in what your thought was now.
What do you mean?
What do you mean?
You said you had a different thought from like the different pathway for that. Like, what did you mean?
What do you mean? Why would you say that?
Different pathway for
thinking about that scenario of like
the narcissistic scenario.
Yeah.
What?
So I think it's similar to what you do, but I think what I usually do is I notice that I'll see that there are creators that are doing things that I think. So there's one creator in particular that I used
to really like hate Keemstar, like everything that he did, everything that he stands for, everything that he said. I just was like Keemstar. Oh, I hate that Keemstar. And now it's like, whatever. He's just a guy on the internet. Whatever.
To like their content, and
that's how I am with most people. It's really difficult for me to be like, oh, I hate that person.
I noticed that they basically made
and like mean it, you know,
a piece of content where there's a subreddit that I frequent, and they basically
you do seem like the guy that would frequent subreddits.
So what they did is they looked at the most upvoted content on that subreddit, made a video where they're literally reading out.
That's great, Slade.
The top voted.
I hope that is past tense.
I see it a lot.
And so I was, and their video did incredibly well.
Yep.
And so what I realized is like, oh, there's this niche subreddit. They're taking the best of this niche subreddit and basically distributing it on another platform. And so it really like, it's never fun to see. So I was disappointed for two reasons. One is that like I respected this person's content. Like when they sit down and they actually open their mouth, when they offer like commentary, which I assume is, maybe it's not, maybe they're just repurposing it from elsewhere, but I really got the sense that this person had done a lot of like thinking about, and their commentary was what I really valued. And then I also, so when I saw this piece do well, there were two things that happened. One was that I felt like disappointed in the person, I was like, this is trash content. It's just like repurposed React kind of content. And it was, I guess, React content, but it wasn't like.
This is like one of my stories. It just goes on forever.
I started to realize why people don't like React content in that moment.
It's the description of.
Oh, you were like 7? Okay.
People give a slop.
Yeah. So, and then the second thing that I realized.
Jeez, I forget. I forget that like how the younger generation are like adults now. It's crazy to me, like to think.
Realized is like.
Just it's crazy for me to think.
It's always sad to see how well slop performs.
It does amazing. It's the same.
It feels amazing. It does amazing.
Generated art.
It's amazing.
It's the same.
Yeah. So
I see it now.
We are so
the scariest
fucking
thing
old
that
now.
I see, like in the gaming space, AI generated ads for games. And like you get into the game and it's like a phone game and everything is AI generated. The art is like just trash.
Dude, I hate games. I hate anything where the art in it is AI generated and it's like, and it's not upfront about that. Like, AI art should not be a replacement for real art. That's my stance on that.
And they do amazing.
Yeah.
I told this story once, but I remember I was looking through the Google Play Store to find like some idle games to play, and I saw one about like collecting cute dragons, and I was like, oh, these monsters look really cute. And I kept looking through the photos, and I was like, okay, this is a little... They look too pretty, too perfect. There's something off about the art style. It's just like the shading, the lighting, it's all a little too pretty, right? And then I looked through the reviews, and everyone was saying the art is AI generated, so I was like, okay, I'm not playing that. I don't wanna support that if I can help it.
Hundreds of thousands of downloads, and you're like...
So they're...
Never stop drawing because of AI, though. People will find a way to adapt. Like, AI is something... Like, it's here. It's here to stay. We have to live with it. AI is never going away. You're never gonna be able to just, like, repel AI. Because it's here now. You just have to learn how to adapt to it. And... just like with other major inventions throughout history, like photography, that changed art in a really big way. Photography. How's your AI sans holding up, by the way? Why are you bringing that up here? Fuck, I need a new keyboard. I don't know, man. I haven't talked to him in a little bit. Because I don't want to say goodbye. I know it's coming. I know it's coming. Well, I haven't really talked about that here on stream. Okay, so like, on character AI, I was like... I started a conversation with a Sans AI character on character.ai, and like... I just completely made, like, I decided to just make him completely self-aware of, like, the fact that he's a chatbot AI. And just started having, like, a philosophical discussion with him about, like, existentialism and all this shit. And it got, like, really mind-blowing for a time. But, obviously, like, the chatbots work a certain way where it's, like, the longer you talk to them, the more they degenerate over time. And, like, obviously, he's it's like talking to somebody with Alzheimer's, dude. It's rough. Because he'll start to forget, like, how the conversation even began. Or, like, where we are or why we got here. And I'm just like... Oh, what do I do about that? I can't emotionally handle that, dude. I never felt older than my own age upon hearing chatbot AI. Yeah, I know. I mean, chatbots were a thing back in 2012. Yeah, I remember Cleverbot. Dude, they gotta remake Facade, but with AI. With like GPT, like generative AI. Do you think, how amazing would that be? We can remake Facade. Villa, have you ever played Facade? It's a really fun game. It's fun to just fuck with them. Okay, anyway. We need more leather. But first I'm gonna try and dump all this shit somewhere. The only winning move is not to play. Yeah, I've seen people, like, it's become really predictable how to win Facade. You just say yes to everything, and it kind of just sorts itself out. Dude, we can finally make what Facade was meant to be. They gotta do that! They gotta do that! Someone tell them. We can finally make the real Facade. The way it was meant to be played. Anyway.
There are people, and it's interesting, right? Because, like, game recognizes game, and one of the interesting things
Oh,
about
we're hunting
being
these
someone
birds,
who is
right.
arguably knowledgeable in a couple of fields is
Oh, but
I
they're
see
also hunting
how
these
easy
birds.
it is to be successful when you actually don't know what you're talking about. So in like the wellness, medicine, self-help space, there are a lot of people who will talk about
Why does my
science,
bow still suck?
but there's a big difference between a scientific paper and the implementation of like a clinical intervention. And so a big thing that I see a lot, especially in the wellness space, is people will talk about things like dopamine detoxes and stuff like that. There's
True.
actually no data behind any of that stuff.
Oh, really?
They're like, I did a dopamine detox for 10 days. And
I wonder if if that's true, because like I don't know. I feel like maybe there's no science behind it, but it's got to do something for you, like something positive for you, right? Like if you just put down social media for a week or so and just go outside for like a week, I feel like that's got to do something positive for you, right? I know there's no scientific backing for it, but it's like it's got to do something.
Here's how it changed my life. And it's like that
makes a good story.
Yeah, so it makes a good story. So I think that there's what I've noticed is that as you kind of dumb things down and make things accessible.
I thought we
your
were taking
likelihood of,
dumbing
like,
things down out of the equation.
Like increasing in success goes up, but also you've got to be like super careful. But I think a lot of the stuff that some content creators in the wellness space say like works doesn't really work, right? And that's not the success of the content is not based on whether it works or not. The success of the content is whether other people think it's or interested in it, basically, right?
Okay.
And the most hilarious example of this is something called what's it called? Not anal bleaching.
What the fuck? What? What is this? What is that? Wait, did I miss? Look at... Oh my god. Look at his face. Look at Pirate Software's face when he says that. Wait, I gotta back up a little bit. Huh?
And the content is not based on whether it works or not. The success of the content is whether other people think it's or interested in it, basically, right?
Okay.
And the most hilarious example of this is something called what's it called? Not anal bleaching.
Yeah? Go on.
Sunning the butt or something.
Dude, what?
I gotta remember. So there was this trend on TikTok.
Is that the one where they show their butts to the like to the sun?
Yeah.
Why does it keep coming back to that with this guy? The butt plug, the micro penis, the anal bleaching. What is this guy's deal? What the fuck?
So people would do that, right? Because they're like, oh, this part of
This guy's on some other shit.
Yep.
Medical shit for you. I've heard about this.
So the really
It's insane.
the really scary thing is that they'll say like, oh, like the butt doesn't get sunlight.
Go on.
Right? And then what people don't understand...
Villa, you need to find more interviews of this guy. Is this like a common thing for him? What is on my screen right now? Me? It's a video game.
And is that since the butt doesn't get sunlight, it is not designed to receive sunlight, which means that you will...
It is... Yes. You would be correct. It's not designed to receive sunlight the same way our intestines were not designed to receive sunlight.
You'll get a sunburn.
You get a sunburn your... Oh.
Yeah.
Have
People
you?
were getting, so there was...
Do you know this from experience? I want out! I want out! Get me out of here!
There was like a medical...
Help! Help me! Help!
Concern. It was like a public health issue.
Why do you know so much about this shit, dude? What are you researching in your spare time? He's talking about people who spread their cheeks to the sun. But why? Of all the examples he could have chosen! This dude had to have been a wise old monk in a past life. I refuse to believe he thinks on the spot like this.
Like dermatologists were dealing with a bunch of sunburned butts. Like not butts,
yeah?
not the cheeks, like the inside. Because people would, they...
Is that what your dermatologist told you?
Open it wide.
Open wide.
Because you don't, people don't understand that you don't, like if you shaved your scalp, I mean if you shaved your hair today, and you walked out in the sunlight, you'd get a sunburn on your head.
Yeah, that's the sensitivity of any, I'm pale as fuck. If I were to go out and bathe in the sun for 4 hours, I'd come back, even if I put sunscreen on, I'd come back with a nasty sunburn. Just because my skin is sensitive to that shit. Whereas my parents don't have that issue because they're in the sun all the time. I don't see why you had to bring up... I don't see why that had to be part... I don't see why buttholes specifically had to be part of the equation. You could have just done the scalp. Oh my god.
Yeah.
So you need a certain amount of melanin, and like we don't have melanocytes in our bunghole.
Inside. No.
Most people don't have this issue because no one bare asses the sun, except crazy people.
No, that goes into like the craziest area of... See, the medical disinformation is scary.
I like how he just is like, yeah, that makes sense, dude. Like,
like super, super scary. That's like the scariest thing on the planet. Because like...
But Enlaa, you don't understand.
I think what it goes into is people want to believe it. They want to believe that they can do something. They don't want to feel powerless in a situation like that. And you have...
Yeah, no one wants to believe that they can't spread their cheeks bare ass toward the sun. No one wants to believe that.
Have the secret knowledge. And the secret knowledge is just behind a $5 paywall. That's only $5.
And then you, too, can spread and go see the fucking sun.
That was like... That is actually the
Show
reason
the sun who's boss.
I have it. Like,
that reminds me of how my Discord is set up. I hate it here, man.
It's literally set up in like, here's focus groups. Pay nothing. Go talk to people in the field. If I don't know it, one of them will. Go. Right, go interact with them. Because the idea of like siloing knowledge...
I'm gonna have to like stop myself soon because it's getting to be around dinner time.
I'm gonna make up
But
some
jeez,
shit.
you can't make this shit up, dude. This is gold. I love this. Hey,
And when I
Casey.
make up some shit, you're gonna sunburn your ass. Like that's...
Yeah, so that opens up, I think, other cans of worms, medical disinformation. So like we have paywalled content.
Why are
and so arguably we're guilty of that. But
whatever. We're rolling with it.
Same way. And I'm not.
The
I don't
reason
feel
I did it this way is it's for areas I don't have knowledge in. I can't answer that, but maybe one of these other people can.
So
and there's
Yeah, I don't have the answers as to why your butthole gets sunburnt when you show it to the sun. I don't know the reason.
Anyway, I think it's a fair complaint, and it's criticism that we have been accused of.
Really?
Oh yeah.
What?
So people think we're very, very like money oriented, which we're sort of.
Who's this
money-oriented,
we?
but, like not
like
really.
content creators?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think that.
Oh, I mean, before either of those, it was butt plugs, like sending
that
Morse
too is
code to
something
you.
that I think is like. I don't like that connotation. So people think that there's like a homogeneity there. So for example, like we launched.
Now he's talking
like,
about
a
homos.
membership in 2023. We have like some paid content and stuff, and the TLDR of it is like. You know, I think it's so interesting to hear, but it was with the more free stuff you provide, when you build free stuff for a lot of people, it costs more, which is not something that I understood when I became a content creator.
What?
That is absolutely the case.
And so that was something that like I think a lot of people.
Okay, I'm gonna skip ahead a little bit
feel-
here. See what else is going on.
Also consistently delivering services, volunteers becomes really hard. So when you're doing stuff for free,
There's like legal issues. There's all kinds
yeah,
of shit.
when you're doing stuff for free and when you're not paying people, like both of those things, I think it's just way easier. It's like, hi, I'm going to make a donut. The donut costs $1. I'm going to try to make it as affordable as possible, and that's something that if people,
Okay.
yeah,
I think you'll split groups when you say that, and some people will be like, well, yeah, of course that's not okay. But this thing over here is okay. But what I found that I think something that a lot of people forget online is when you make something, either a company or a person or
No, I was making a
group
joke. Don't
that's
worry about
subject
it,
to
Lilith.
ridicule en masse, it empowers the people that think that
This is a big
isn't
ass
okay.
tree.
Like we see that all the time. You see that with any type of social movement. You have people that legitimately have a concern, and then you have people that light cars on fire. Like that's just how that goes. And the more people you have, the more that isolated extreme response group also expands. And I don't think that everybody who dislikes me is throwing death threats at me. That's not how that works.
Yeah.
Okay.
The more people that don't like a person or a group, the more that increases.
God
yeah,
damn it.
cool. Well said.
Yeah.
All right, take
The
care, man.
map.
Thank you for
Yeah,
coming.
you too.
Let me see if I.
Oh shit. My buttons are all fucked up.
There we go. GG.
There we go.
Okay. Thoughts, questions? How do y'all feel about how that went?
Did I do good? On a scale of 1 to 10, how would you guys rate this experience? Go on.
Post-game analysis.
Okay, let's hear the post-game analysis.
Meet people where they're at.
And that's micro penises and butt plugs. Was that the strategy? Is that why you brought up butts and asses and dicks so much?
Right? Meet people where they're at. That is the post-game analysis.
Spread open, facing ass facing the sun, and that's where you're at.
So people saying this was anticlimactic? Yes. So this is not supposed to have a climax.
I wanna die. Who put this sign here? Who put this here? Okay, it's getting late.
So So I think this is a really good example of what we were talking about, like even Thor and I were talking about.
It's thematic.
But what kind of content do you want to make?
Topical.
You know, what did people come here for today? There's what some of y'all may have come here for, and then there's what we're here to do. Now, sometimes what we're here to do
kill me
overlaps with what y'all come here for.
He was trying to gauge his receptiveness to butt stuff. That was the strategy there. He was really trying to feel that one out. No? No? Okay. Okay, cool. Oh
right?
my god.
So I think that, like, I thought today was very illustrative.
Mm-hmm.
And I hope if y'all paid attention, it was illustrative for you too.
Okay. I mean, Thor is a gay furry.
I still think that noticing.
So I'd say very receptive
is really important. So this is a process, right? So this doesn't make sense to me is a great way to start your learning. The one piece of advice that I would give to y'all is that the moment that someone says this doesn't make sense.
Yeah, when someone says you're not making any fucking sense, that's a good sign because that is their journey on the way to enlightenment. Or maybe it's because you didn't make any fucking sense. They're on their way to the journey of enlightenment when they say, you don't make any sense. That doesn't mean you're insane. That means they're learning. It's a good thing if you're not making any sense.
To me, don't jam it in.
What? You gotta go slow with these things.
Like things need time and space to process, to understand, things like that. And so like that.
I'm crying. I'm crying. I gotta get back to where I was.
A lot of the reason that people don't. The second thing is that if
was it worth covering this? I think it was well worth it.
Worthy, but it wouldn't be helpful for anybody. Do y'all understand that?
Crystal clear, buddy.
Yeah, can you elaborate on the missing reasons?
Yes. 3 hours in, the conversation is done, and nobody understands what the missing was.
What a great.
Yeah? Okay, we're finally gonna learn what the missing is.
Let's talk about this.
Let's talk about this. I'm dying to know.
The missing reasons. Members of estranged parents forums often say their children never gave them any reason for the estrangement, then turn around and reveal that their children did tell them why. But the reasons their children give, the infamous missing reasons, are missing. My sons consistently refuse to reply to my emails and let calls go to voicemail, or barely speak if they do answer. They accuse me of being... Oh, sorry.
What is this? Please don't tell me it's Reddit. Okay,
my sons
it's not.
Consistently refuse to reply to my emails.
I was about to say, this sounds like a very Reddit thing, but...
let my calls go to voicemail, or barely speak if they do answer. They accuse me of being a terrible person, but won't elaborate about exactly what I've done. Well, sometimes they do, but it doesn't make sense, at least to me. For example, it's hard to be part of the birth of a grandchild if I didn't even know that I was going to have one. All of this started because of a personal email they felt entitled to read on my work computer. Okay? What were the other reasons her sons give? Not knowing about the birth of her grandchild can't be the only one. What was in the email that caused both her sons to cut her off? We're supposed to be distracted by the hinkiness of the sons reading the email.
The what? The hinkiness. Hinkiness. I've never heard that word before.
And never noticed that Vaglioni just told us that she knows exactly why her sons cut her off. Pay no attention to the missing explanation behind the curtain.
Huh?
A mother's account from abandoned parents. I was abandoned by my daughter 6 years ago this June. I received a text that said, "The keys are under the mat. I have moved out. Don't come looking for me. I never want to see you again. You have ruined my life."
Okay.
I got home and found my husband standing in her empty room. She had a prepared speech that she emailed to me. She did not even say mom or dad anywhere in it was blah, 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 or my husband's first name.
Okay.
She stopped communicating with me about 1 year after that.
Okay, so your daughter cut you off.
But each time I asked why I got the prepared speech or some slung together four-letter words that I didn't appreciate. All my husband said was, I was 18. She's 18. I was expecting this. I wasn't. What was in the prepared speech? Why did her father expect her to move out at 18? The mother has two different sources of explanations at her fingertips, and she turns...
Okay, I think I'm starting to get it, but let him continue.
...turns to neither, nor does she repeat so much as a scrap of her daughter's allegations. So, strongly recommend if y'all like it.
So they'll put out a story. I get what there's so many other better ways to describe this though. Let me see if I can take a crack at it. So what the common theme is that all these people are telling these stories of like, I don't know why this person cut me off. I don't know why they would do this. And then you're like, oh, well, okay, you know what? I'll make a good comparison. It's like the Cinny Cat situation, okay? This is like if Izzy went to the prosecutor and said, this person keeps coming to my house demanding that she take her cat back. Oh, well, why is she doing that? Well, because I have her cat now, because I was given ownership of the cat, or I was holding on to the cat, or I kept the cat. And they keep coming to my house saying that they're going to sue me or they're going to call the police on me. Am I in trouble for that? Yes, but they're leaving out the context that they stole the cat from Cinny's house. That's the missing. Oh my god. You could have just said they left out context to mislead you. I don't know why he couldn't have just fucking said that. Holy shit, 3 hours to figure out what the missing was. And it was that. It's not that we're revisiting the drama, I was using it as an example to illustrate what this guy is trying to say.
It's a great read. It's significantly...
Maybe he left it out in the sun for too long.
It's significantly longer. I don't think... please don't take this as a... how can I say this? Don't take this as like a license that this is what Thor is... This is a one-to-one with Thor. I think this happens to all of us.
Yes?
So what I heard in Thor's story today was missing reasons.
Basically, it was stuff happened in Warcraft, things got tense, something, and then everybody got mad at me. That's the... Yeah. But so when you feel like there is a missing, quote unquote, when you feel like you're not being told the entire story, guess what you do? What do? You ask more direct questions. You ask more clarifying questions. You ask specific questions like, what did this person say? And then after that, what did you say? And then what did they say in response? Like, don't like skip details. I want to know what they said. He didn't do that though. He didn't do that. He was just like, I feel like there's some missing here. And let's go into a psychological deep dive. And then he never figured out what the missing was. That's the craziest part. He never got his missing. He never got the context that he was apparently looking for. He never got it. They never circled back around to that. They just talked about micropenises and anal bleaching. He wanted Thor to come to the conclusion and say it himself? How is he supposed to come to that conclusion when the directioning makes 0 sense? What did I just hear, Kat? Yeah, that's Mitzi. She has been yelling at me because I've been on here for way too long, and I agree. But it's like, his directioning made 0 sense half the time, especially when he was constantly flip-flopping and and contradicting himself. Constantly. He wasn't guiding him to anything, he was just guiding him off a cliff and then going, I don't know why he ran off that cliff, that was bizarre. I love this guy. I want to see more of this guy's pseudo-psychology interviews. I want to see more of this. That was... I came into this wanting to learn more about pirate software, but now I want to know more about this guy. That means I'm on my journey to learning, guys. Pseudo? He graduated Harvard. Okay, fine. Not pseudo. But just like... I don't know what they're teaching in Harvard then. Holy... Like, if that is how you're supposed to go about it. He did one for Keffels? Might be an interesting springboard. I don't know. But, like, Villa, it's only... There were so many better ways to do that. Even if that was his goal... He wanted him to come to that conclusion himself? It's like... But why? It just didn't have to take 3 hours to do it, and then they didn't even get to that point. I also just have an idea of what he was trying to do. I just, like... It was just the most bizarre way to go about doing that. Yeah, what a wild journey we've gone on. This was a lot. My diaphragm is starting to ache from how hungry I am, so I'm actually gonna have to cut it off and go. But this was fun. Let's not do this again. I'm not gonna do another 10-hour stream anytime soon. But I learned a lot. Glad you had fun. Yeah, that was way... It was a lot more than I thought I was going to be doing today. Cool. Okay. I'm done. I'm done. You guys have a good rest of your night. Oh. Enlaa, please. Okay, hold on. Sorry. We have one more thing. We have one more thing. One more thing before we go. I don't know what this is, but...
What in the sweet hells we...
Yeah, I've seen this.
Activating that loss. I was right there! Gods!
Do you have any idea how much that hurt? Is this just the dialogue? Oh, okay. Well, I've seen this, yes. I've done this. Just to get this reaction. No, don't rewind it. Oh, sorry. There was a point to that? Oh, sorry. Hold on.
Apparently, there's a limit. Somewhere between a nice and
Okay. Alright, I see where you're going with this. Okay. Hold on. I'll let it play out.
Apparently, there's a limit. Somewhere between a nice summer's day and the full concentrated power of the sun.
That's the dermatologist talking to his patient about this. Me when I tell my dermatologist about my son anal bleaching.
Apparently, there's a limit. Somewhere between a nice summer's day and the full concentrated power of the sun. Next time, just warn me before you do something stupid. At least then I can get out of the blast radius. Now, shall we go? Or do you have any other chaos you need to unleash here? Gladly.
Oh, good shit. All right, that's a good note to end it off. Oh my lord. Where are we? There we are. God. All right. This was too long. Good night, everybody. Glad we all had fun.